The world is unfair, isn't it? Humanity was locked in a brutal war against the demons, and amidst the chaos, a boy from the slums, with no training, no support, no resources, became one of the strongest warriors in history. He fought until the very end. Even without any reward, Tiny stood his ground. In the most terrifying battle of all, the 10 legendary knights were defeated, and he was the only one left standing, the only one capable of defeating the Demon King's 7th commander. But the enemy was far from gone. Their army would return, and Tiny was badly wounded, with no strength left for another fight. That's when he began to wonder, what if fate hadn't been so cruel? What if he had received proper training from the start? Maybe he could have changed everything. What he never imagined was that this wish was about to come true. Our true story begins with a glimpse of a doomed world. Companions who had faced hell and made it back now had no mana left to survive. The 10 strongest knights of the continent, the greatest defenders of humanity, had exhausted their power, and they fell. Only one warrior was still able to move. Tiny, the last one standing, dragged his hammer across the battlefield. The once lush green fields had been reduced to ashes by the trail of a merciless entity, the commander of gluttony. That creature knew no remorse. But when it looked at Tiny, it saw something new, and admitted he was the strongest warrior it had ever faced. To Tiny, that wasn't a compliment. It was an insult. The creature was on the verge of defeat, and still, it remained arrogant. With fury burning in his eyes, Tiny activated his hammer and charged forward for one final strike. With every last ounce of strength, he struck the demon's arm and unleashed his thunder blow. The demon laughed, calling it useless, but that was its biggest mistake. Tiny's rage exploded past its limits. The impact of his blow turned everything around him into ashes, including the demon. Because you should never underestimate a man who has lost everything. He has nothing left to lose. Even in victory, Tiny knew he wouldn't make it out alive. He was gravely wounded, his mana depleted, and the enemy would surely return. That's when he thought, what if everything had been different from the beginning? Mana training was a privilege reserved for nobles, a secret guarded by the elite. Tiny had started from nothing. No resources, no teachers. Advancing slowly, always at a disadvantage. But he made it to the top, and now, at the edge of death, he wondered, was it all foolishness? If he'd received proper training from the start, could he have saved the continent? The commander of gluttony was only the 7th. There were more, and above them all, the Demon King. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a voice called out on the battlefield. It was Asgard von Valentia, the Sword Emperor. He approached and solemnly said Tiny didn't have much longer, but before leaving this world, he had one question for the young knight. Why didn't you run? Tiny hesitated. Asgard then mentioned he'd heard that Tiny came from the slums and asked if there wasn't something, anything, he wished to protect. He acknowledged how difficult Tiny's life must have been. Tiny replied that he had been wondering what question the Emperor would ask, and though he found it shameful, he admitted something. He hated being weaker than others. He believed that a man should always carry himself with pride, anywhere, under any circumstances, and for that reason, he could never flee from a fight. Upon hearing this, Asgard burst into laughter. Tiny commented that the Emperor must still have some strength left if he could laugh like that. The Emperor smiled and told Tiny that everything would work out. He reminded him of the talent that had brought him to the rank of one of the top 10 knights, driven by sheer pride alone. Then, Asgard said something strange, that if Tiny ever returned, he should seek him out. Tiny was confused. The Emperor clarified, if Tiny were to recklessly visit the past, his younger self likely wouldn't believe any of this. So he shared a secret. His daughter's given name had been Lila, inspired by a flower he and his wife both liked. But, in a quiet confession, he revealed he had never actually liked that flower, and that, above all, was the detail Tiny must never forget. He also urges the protagonist to find him as quickly as possible. Tiny has no idea what is happening, but he notices his consciousness fading and assumes he is dying. However, he suddenly wakes up and sees that the room around him looks familiar, making him wonder if he is dead or dreaming. However, he cannot believe he is going through all this again. This is because this is a past where his sister's body was taken right after she passed away. After his sister was gone, they came in. Tiny gets irritated whenever he thinks about Irina, who hid the gold ring, but he quickly remembers that it was actually him who hid it, and his sister was beaten while trying to protect him. He recalls some guys showing up saying they almost messed up Wolf because of her, and they wanted to teach her a lesson so she would never do it again. At that time, the guys showed up and beat her up. The protagonist thinks he barely survived with his fragile body, and his sister died while taking care of him, even though she was injured. However, what he thought was a distant memory resurfaces in his mind. The men show up, and with just one kick, knocked Tiny's sister down, boasting about it. Even knowing she was dead, they didn't stop. And as if that weren't enough, they even tried to take her body. One of them hesitates to do it, but the other says there are some sick guys who like dead bodies, and fresh organs can fetch some money. Still a child, Tiny tried to stop them, but he thinks he cannot protect her, even in his dreams. Lying in his bed, he tries with all his strength to move. Suddenly, his arm starts to move, along with an energy that arose in his body. With that, he got what he wanted and advanced toward the bad guys. Shortly after, the protagonist managed to strike one of them, in such a way that the man felt the impact, and he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Then, he gets up with his companion, saying that this boy must have a death wish. The two gang up to beat the protagonist, saying he wasn't allowed to leave his bed. Young Tiny resisted because he only wanted to protect his sister. After beating him up severely, the men give up on taking the body due to the boy's persistence. And, ironically, they tell him to have fun with his dead sister. But now the protagonist realizes this is different from his past, because the ending of the nightmares he has had until now has changed. He is unsure why the sudden change, still believing he is in a dream. He also remembers that he couldn't manipulate mana at this age. Then, he recalls the Emperor's last words, and starts to believe that he really was sent back to the past. Tiny begins to realize he is not in a dream, because now he imagines he can change his future. Tiny doesn't believe he can manipulate mana at this age, but he starts to believe it when he sees his powers in action. Soon, he concludes that the Emperor indeed sent him to the past, and he realizes this is truly not a dream. Then, he says the old man made a mistake in sending him now because he wished to be a bit further ahead, precisely because at this time in his life, his body is still fragile. The protagonist is aware that he is just venting uselessly, and the Sword Emperor was not confident in his own power, but he thinks he can see this as a chance to let his sister rest in peace, since he couldn't even do that in his past life. Tiny then remembers that the Emperor told him to meet him as soon as possible. However, he thinks that will have to wait a bit. After finishing what he must do, he will soon make his way. Now the protagonist desires revenge against the one who killed his sister, known as Wolf, because in his past life, he almost killed him by breaking his spine. But this time, he wants a more fitting revenge. However, before that, he wishes to take his sister to a place of rest. Sometime later, he manages to take her to a cemetery, and he thinks that he wasn't connected to Irina by blood. All they had in common were their black eyes and hair, a rare sight on the continent. Many people among the invaders avoided or harmed him because of this, but his sister used to say he reminded her of her lost brother, so she named him Tiny and treated him with genuine love and care. Sending his sister to rest without being able to repay all she did for him leaves the protagonist somewhat frustrated. Regardless, a priest performs the normal funeral rites. Among the people present, a girl looks at the protagonist and wonders if Irina died because of him. Her name is Emma, Irina's friend, and she thinks Tiny seems to have changed a little. Even some time ago, she found them at their house and saw the child eating, right in front of his sister's body. But upon looking closely, he notices that the boy's wounds healed instantly. After that, the protagonist picked up Irina's body. Emma asked where he thought he was going with those injuries. Even though the protagonist insisted he was fine, the girl persisted that he should take care of himself. She also said she didn't understand why he listened to Irina's words but not hers. However, surprisingly, the protagonist thanked her for the food, and also for taking care of him, affirming that he would make sure to return the favor. Emma definitely wasn't expecting that, but suddenly, they were holding a funeral afterward, and she wondered what was going through the boy's mind. Speaking of him, Tiny thought this was the only way to make peace with Emma. He also thought he shouldn't blame himself, and feel discouraged because that wasn't what his sister would have wanted. She always told Tiny to be confident and keep his head held high. Soon, the protagonist declared that he held on to Irina's words, saying she should watch him from above and asserting that he wouldn't have any regrets this time. A month after the funeral, the protagonist was ready to start over. He then walked to a specific place. Some men recognized him as one of the slum kids, thinking they could take his money all at once. But as they approached, Tiny asked where Wolf was. One of the men, irritated, asked how he dared to say that name, claiming he must have lost his mind. He even tried to slap the boy but was stopped. Tiny sarcastically asked what was wrong with mentioning Wolf's name. Meanwhile, he gripped the man's arm tightly, making him scream in pain. Seeing his partner fall to the ground, another man asked what was wrong with this kid, thinking Tiny must have found a potion or something to have gotten so strong, but he believed Tiny was just another brat and went for an attack. Grabbing the boy by the shirt, the man tried to lift him but struggled greatly, wondering why the boy was so heavy. Tiny said the man must be wondering what was going on since he was heavier than he looked, and told the man to just give up, but then added that the man wouldn't be able to do that anyway and kicked him hard. His mana body had replaced his previous weakness. He hadn't been able to do this in his past life, but now it was different, because he had perfectly fused a copy of his mana body with his physical body, one that could become more powerful as a result of the interactions between the two bodies. This was the core of the secret technique Tiny had developed. This technique was powerful, but it required him to eat much more than normal to be effective, which was why he had consumed 10 days' worth of food from Emma's house. In any case, it gave him the strength he needed. The protagonist said that in addition to realizing something after remaking his mana body, a single mana awakening had an easier time finding its place in damaged bodies. The fallen man didn't understand what he was saying. Tiny explained that it meant he was thankful that the man had once broken his body. After saying this, he hurled the man as if he were nothing. The man's body smashed through a door and passed by several others. Inside, they were alarmed by the presence of an intruder and wondered who he was. Seeing Tiny enter, they identified him as the slum brat. From above, some noticed that the boy had come there alone and questioned what he would do without a weapon. The protagonist asked what they meant by without a weapon. Then with his bare hands he attacked, saying he did have a weapon, his own body, which he used to defeat his enemies, and throw them as if their weight were as light as paper. The mess the protagonist made was enormous. He fought against multiple grown men with a child's body, making it seem insignificant because no one there was a match for him. Tiny even had fun beating his targets. When he finished, everyone was on the ground, and some had even lost a few teeth. Thus, the first stage was complete. He declared he was tired of dealing with the small fry. What remained were the Randers brothers, and Tiny asked why they wouldn't come down to fight him. After the protagonist confronted the brothers, one of them declared he would split Tiny in two, but as they faced the boy, another brother noted that Tiny was a mana user. Soon they conclude that the body of a mana user can be sold for a good price. While Tiny was playing with one of the fallen bodies, the two brothers tried to catch him off guard, and then he tossed the body aside, saying it was already all broken. A flashback from his past life shows a moment when he was using a person as a weapon. One of his superiors called him crazy and asked him to show some class, but Tiny asked how he could possibly do that. Then the superior said that instead of using a cheap trick like that, he could learn hand-to-hand combat. Back in the present moment, the protagonist thinks that with this, he should be able to maintain his dignity. So he waits for the brothers to approach, and immediately after, he dodges their sword strikes. After that, he steps back a little, making one of the enemies realize that Tiny was able to predict their movements. In turn, Tiny takes the opportunity to land a solid punch on the enemy's face. This amazes his brother, but soon after, he was the next one to fall. Their fight didn't last long, as the protagonist easily defeated them both and went straight to Wolf's room. The leader of the invaders asks who the boy is. In his past life, the protagonist did something similar. At the time, he was older, and when he encountered Wolf, who was a pimp in a remote area, he belonged to the Beastman tribe, considered the best among the demi-human races. Among them, the pure silver werewolf was special, since he had a trait usually found only in the direct bloodlines of the Beastman royal family. It was very difficult to kill him in Tiny's past life, as he didn't know why a silver wolf was in such a place. But this time, he knows what awaits him. Seeing the boy, Wolf asks if he was the one who caused all this mess. Tiny asks if he can't deduce the answer himself, saying his intelligence must only go that far. Wolf calls him an insolent brat, and promises to tear out his tongue. Soon he begins transforming into his beastly form, and the protagonist says it would have been better if he attacked with everything from the start. Wolf's claws begin to emerge, along with hairy animalistic paws. This way, Wolf transforms completely, but Tiny becomes a little confused, saying that Wolf doesn't have gray fur as he imagined, and asking what kind of dog he turned into. Wolf doesn't like being called that, and launches into a furious attack. The protagonist wonders what is going on, as he notices that Wolf is stronger and faster than the Randers brothers. Still, he dodges the attacks, and thinks that Wolf cannot be compared to how he was in his past life. Then, he decides to end this and clamps the wolf's mouth shut, asking if the enemy thinks he came back just to see these weak attacks. With that, Wolf is left in shock. Not only that, but he starts bleeding due to the strength the protagonist applied. Tiny has an advantage, as he once heard from a Beastman companion how to handle their kin in berserker mode. Then Wolf becomes even more furious. However, the protagonist manages to dodge all his strikes. He thinks this is why the Beastman companion said that beating is the best treatment for a rabid dog, which is exactly what Tiny does, but he tells Wolf not to die yet, as he wants to beat him to death. The Beastmen companion used to say it's fine to hit them a little since they have excellent regenerative abilities. Knowing this, the protagonist doesn't hold back his strength and takes the opportunity to beat the enemy severely. But as he comes across a wall, a crack reveals a magical seal. Immediately, Wolf returns to his normal state. Tiny then asks if he has come to his senses. Scared, Wolf asks why the boy is doing this to him, but the protagonist simply tells him to shut up. Saying this won't end with just his spine this time. He also tells him to beg for forgiveness for what he did to his sister. After feeling satisfied, Tiny says to his sister that he hopes he gave her some comfort for her pain. He tells Wolf that if it were up to him, he'd cut his head off. Wolf begs for forgiveness, just as the boy told him to do, saying he deeply regrets what he did. But the protagonist's rage is so intense that he wants to decapitate him and take his head as an offering to his sister's grave. Hearing this makes Wolf even more desperate. Then, Tiny says that his sister probably wouldn't want to see Wolf's face after everything she went through. Then he decides to clear up some doubts and asks Wolf what a beast man like him is doing in this place. But before that, he picks up a stone from the ground that had fallen from the enemy and says he's never seen one like it in his past life. Upon touching it, the protagonist is overwhelmed by a strange energy. He wonders if this might be demonic chi. Inside the stone, he sees a silver wolf trying to escape. The wolf lunges at the protagonist, leaving Tiny quite surprised by the sight. Back in the past, a friend of the protagonist wanted to show him something about spirit creatures. These creatures are beings that are reborn after accumulating mana for at least a century. Tiny didn't know such beings lived outside Elbapheim, but he had heard that these spirit creatures were rare. His friend asked if he knew that the soul of a spirit creature was a spirit. He answered yes, even though he wasn't a spirit tamer. She then asked if he knew what the quintessence of a spirit was. As she spoke, she held a stone in her hand, similar to the one the protagonist now held. Back in the present, he wondered why a werewolf possessed such a precious item. Tiny also thought it was in a strange state since this object was emanating demonic chi, which was typically found in demon spirit stones. Regardless, he knew he needed to deal with this strange thing in the form of chains. So, he punched the spirit creature. With that, the chains broke. In the protagonist's mind, some scenes appeared, scenes he identified as the spirit's memories. He wondered why, in the memory, the spirit was surrounded by strange individuals. He also noticed that all of them had demonic chi, and they were using it to fight the creature, even as it tried to resist its enemies. The spirit wolf couldn't defeat them. With knives infused with demonic chi, they attacked the wolf and managed to bring it down. After that, the protagonist saw that they were after the spirit stone. He also saw that a boy held the stone and handed it to another member of the group. The one who received it transformed into a werewolf. This way, the protagonist realized they were creating beastmen by making them absorb spirit stones. It became clear that Wolf had been a child transformed in this way, but since the protagonist arrived too early this time, Wolf hadn't fully absorbed the power. That's why Wolf appeared different from how Tiny remembered him. Then, the spirit wolf tried to attack Wolf, but the protagonist stopped it, saying that this guy deserved a more miserable death. He realized the spirit understood him and thought it was incredible since he was sure he had no talent for taming spirits or animals, but he remembered his friend saying that it was possible for a human to become a spirit tamer as long as they had a pure soul and enough mana. However, she had also said that only young children were pure enough to do so. Now he realized he had returned to his childhood state. However, he didn't think he was pure in the way his friend Estina had described. The wolf stared at him and approached the boy. Tiny realized the wolf believed that when he broke the stone. His mana entered the spirit stone, filling the broken part of the spirit stone. This was why they could communicate. As a result, Tiny asked if he could make a contract with the spirit wolf. The spirit answered yes, so the protagonist agreed to form the contract. Unlike magic, this didn't require him to focus on the spirit, and as long as the protagonist supplied the wolf with enough mana to survive, it would be a valuable ally, and most spirits grew stronger as the spirit tamer's strength increased. This was one of the reasons why Estina was one of the best among the 10 knights. But now, the protagonist realized the wolf wanted a favor, as it sought to use him to fulfill its revenge. Tiny said it wasn't a big deal. He explained that he was already planning to kill everyone connected with demonic chi. He knew the final step in contracting a spirit was deciding its name, so he wondered what he should call the wolf. Noticing that the animal had fur as silver as the moon, he decided to name it Lunar Wolf from now on. By the way, he wondered who was behind this man transforming others into beasts with spirit stones. Seeing that he had demonic chi, they might be what the protagonist described as them, the demon worshippers, fanatics who rejected God and worked for demons. They had caused chaos in the world even before the Demon King's army appeared. Tiny had been stuck in a labyrinth during that time, so he didn't know much about it. Wolf is still begging for mercy, but the protagonist tells him to shut up and asks if the boy who gave him the spirit stone was a demon worshipper. But Wolf can't even respond, as he is out of his mind. The protagonist then asks the lunar wolf to wake him up. With a roar, Wolf snaps back to reality, and the protagonist repeats the question. Wolf mentions an organization, and the protagonist demands more details. However, the deranged man is not thinking straight. He says the organization won't let Tiny get away with this thing so easily. He also claims that he himself was just a test subject for them. Finally, he starts to mention the great power they possess. But before he can finish, his head explodes. Even the protagonist is surprised. He hadn't expected they would place a spell to prevent Wolf from revealing secrets, though, upon reflection, something like this had happened before. In the past, Tiny had thought Wolf was referring to his subordinates on the first floor when he spoke of the organization coming after him. When the protagonist dealt with those men, they didn't even know Wolf was a beastman. For now, Tiny decides to brush it off, saying it's not as if he lives using his head. Looking at the broken wall, he sees something that seems important, and he thinks he should start reclaiming what was taken from him. Next, he uses Wolf's body to break the wall further. Soon, a type of vault is revealed, and the protagonist wonders what the Sword Emperor would have done in this situation. He believes he can someday use the story the Emperor told him before he died. Tiny takes Wolf's hand and uses it to open the vault. He thinks that, to make his future ally trust him, he needs a specific item, which he finds inside the vault, the Valentia family ring. Once a woman approached a boy and asked his name. He replied that his name was Tiny. She said the name was cute and suited him. Then she took a ring from her finger and gave it to him, saying he should look for her with it, and she would help him. Back in the present, the protagonist knows that everyone living in the Aslan Empire knows who she is. Chloe von Valentia. She is the youngest daughter of the Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia. She is also known for her kindness and generosity since she was a child. Back then, she was called the Angel of Valentia. Everything changed around the time she turned 16 because there is a tradition in the Valentia family where children who reach adulthood must place flowers in every temple in the empire and make their names known. This must be the reason they met an invader, the red light district of the Phillies fiefdom, located on the borders of the duchy. In his past life, Tiny was unable to retrieve the ring, because it took too long to seek vengeance, and getting help was difficult. But this time, the ring will be of great help. Now that it's in his possession, it should be much easier to meet the Sword Emperor. Suddenly, someone appears, asking about the protagonist, and Tiny already knew this person would show up. A man in shining armor enters the scene, and is met with the chaos everywhere. Some people mention how the protagonist grabbed one of their legs and swung it as a weapon, convinced he must be a mana user. The man is surprised to hear that a child caused all this commotion, but others confirm it and beg the knight to intervene, as this guarantees the problem will be resolved. However, irritated, the knight says this is why he told them to stop that nonsense, though they insist it's not related. The man then asks how Wolf has been managing his subordinates. This man is Ian, the commander of the guards of the outer castle of Files. He quickly thinks he can use his title as an excuse to increase his protection fee, but then the protagonist descends the stairs, and the knight asks if he was the one who caused all this mess. Tiny responds that he was. The commander then asks if he has any idea what he has just done. Tiny replies that he was just taking care of some rotten scum and doesn't understand why a knight needs to show up for something like that. He also mentions that it looks like the man was receiving a lot of bribes from Wolf. Despite being irritated, the man says the boy has guts, but that doesn't stop him from launching an attack. The protagonist wonders if the knight has just reached the second level of mana. In any case, he prevents the knight from attacking him, leaving the man quite surprised, as he did not expect his attack to be so easily stopped. Since that's the case, the protagonist thinks that even though he isn't strong, if he gives it his best, he might defeat his opponent. After this, he attacks with a knee strike to the opponent's face. The impact of the blow is powerful, but the knight blocked it with his hands, preventing greater damage. This makes Tiny think that, for now, just demonstrating his power should be enough. The knight comments that he's quite skilled for a child, but the protagonist can only think that he shouldn't make the feudal lord his enemy just yet, since the number of knights under the lord's command is too many. For now, Tiny decides it's better to let the knight leave on his own. Furious, the knight prepares to draw his sword. However, the protagonist is ready. From the top of the stairs, he summons his spirit wolf, facing the creature head-on. The knight becomes visibly frightened. This makes Tiny think that the opponent has probably never seen a spirit in such a small fief, and since the knight has calmed down, he decides to say something. The protagonist then states that this matter doesn't concern the opponent as long as he gets paid. The knight asks what he's getting at. The protagonist then asks what the knight thinks about being paid by him instead of wolf. The knight remarks that such words don't sound like they're coming from a child, asking how old the protagonist is and whether he transforms through magic. Tiny replies that it's not magic. He says he's just a native of this place and is somewhat famous in Invader because of his black hair. The knight then asks if he thinks he can pay him the 5 white gold coins that Wolf would give. However, Tiny says he must be joking and asks how far the knight wants to take this. Because he's certain the knight was only receiving 1 coin from Wolf, Tiny agrees to raise the payment to 1.5 coins. This enrages the knight, but Tiny says that if he doesn't want the deal, they can settle the matter right now. Seeing that the boy has the protection of a spirit wolf, the knight realizes he has no chance against him. He remarks that the world must truly be ending, as only then would a child speak such things. Tiny then asks the knight for his answer. The knight says his payment date is the last day of the month, so Tiny must keep his promise. As he leaves, one of those present asks if the Lord's knight will really let things end like this. Angrily, the knight punches the man in the face and simply tells him to shut up. Tiny tells the knight to wait and tosses a coin in his direction, saying that, since the ownership of this place has changed, the new owner should at least greet the feudal lord and asks if the knight can arrange a meeting. The knight replies that he will report this to the lord, but warns the protagonist that he'll feel the feudal lord's wrath if he doesn't pay on time. Tiny says he's aware of that, and thinks that this will only happen if there's a next payment date. Seeing Wolf's former subordinates fleeing, the protagonist asks where they think they're going and declares he'll give them 1 hour to gather all the women working in Invader and the children who beg in the streets. He warns that for every minute they're late, he'll kill 1 person, and if they try to escape, his spirit will hunt them down and kill them. He then tells them to run and not forget that they only have 1 hour. Afterward, Tiny thinks that if everything goes according to his plan, it won't take even a week to deal with this place, and he looks forward to meeting Duke Valentia. When the deadline is up, the men return with the people the protagonist demanded. Emma is among them. As soon as she sees Tiny, she asks what happened to his hand and if someone hit him again. However, he replies that it's not his blood and points to Wolf, saying that he's already dead. Emma wonders if this is really Wolf. Quickly, panic spreads among the others, as they believe the feudal lord won't leave them alone now. Tiny notices that everyone is scared, because no one living in Invader is unaware that the feudal lord is behind Wolf. The people begin to wonder what will happen and what kind of punishment they'll face, but the protagonist interrupts them, asking them that, if challenging the nobility is a grave sin, what will happen to the feudal lord of Philes, who is making Duke Valentia look like a fool? Elsewhere, 2 guards are talking, and one of them mentions that he hasn't seen Lord Ram around for a few days, asking if he's on vacation or something. The other guard says he heard that Ram is on probation because of that incident in Invader. His friend asks what the Lord did. He asks if his friend doesn't remember the fight between the local thugs. His friend asks if he means the time when they all hallucinated simultaneously, because no matter how they were questioned about that moment, they all said the same thing about a giant wolf chasing them. The guard says he remembers now, and not only that, but the leader of those men was unrecognizable when they found the body, and all the money the former boss had simply disappeared. But he asks what that has to do with Lord Ram. His friend responds that it seems while he was negotiating with the new boss, they had a problem. All the shops and warehouses were closed, and the merchants who visited the city have many complaints, as they are no longer making money, which has angered the feudal lord. He also says that's likely why the feudal lord summoned the new boss. While they are talking, the protagonist listens in, hidden. Back to the moment when he was talking with the people, Emma asks Tiny what he is talking about. The protagonist knows that in his past life, he used to believe all nobles were the same. So even after looking at the ledger, he didn't think much of it. As part of the feudal lord's request, he handed over half of Wolf's fortune and the ledger. In return, he gained only some knowledge about Invader, but things are different now. Even though Tiny isn't the smartest person in the world, due to his past life as a knight, he realized there are nobles who are above other nobles. And with this ledger, the feudal lord is finished. So he tells Emma that she doesn't have to understand this now, as it's not very important. Tiny says the most important thing now is that no one in Invader has to worry about Wolf anymore, and everyone there is free. Emma asks if this is true. The protagonist confirms it and says that if they want revenge or need to vent, now is their last chance. Then he points to Wolf's body. Soon, Emma remembers all the terrible things he did, and anger overtakes her. With that, she takes the opportunity to vent her rage on the corpse. Emma says she was the daughter of a prosperous merchant, and after Wolf ruined their lives, her father couldn't survive. Seeing Emma act this way encourages the others, who also want revenge, especially for those who died after being beaten by Wolf. The furious women vent their anger on the dead body. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks he has no talent for comforting people. Moreover, it doesn't suit his style of repaying a debt, because he believes this won't be enough to heal all the wounds. Even so, he opens Wolf's vault and tells them they can take as much as they want, figuring there's nothing better than money to help a bit with the process. Tiny says that this money belonged to Wolf, and any woman or child who was forced to stay an invader should take the money and leave. They don't understand why he is offering this. Emma asks what will happen to the protagonist, but he says he'll be fine and that she should take the money she needs. The girl says Tiny might not understand this because he is still young, but claims there's no one in this world who doesn't need money. The protagonist asks where she thinks that money came from, stating that even if he sends all the bad guys to hell, the money will remain on Earth. Seeing the amount, the women get excited, but the protagonist has something to say. He warns that if they commit any wrongdoing because of the money, or speak a single word to the feudal lord, he will send his spirit wolf to take care of the rest, claiming that the wolf will track them all down and tear them to pieces. Then he tells Emma that if she's thinking of leaving Philes, he recommends going to Diane. He also advises always traveling in groups and hiring mercenaries from a guild with a good reputation. However, Emma doesn't want to leave without him, but Tiny says he has another place to go and she agrees, believing he is strong enough to take care of himself. Then she says they'll do as he suggested and go to Diane. Soon, she invites the protagonist to find her if his path becomes too difficult. Tiny says goodbye and thanks Emma for everything. From that day on, Tiny decreed that the red light district of Philes Invader is closed. Back to the guards reminiscing about what happened, Tiny introduces himself. They see the boy and ask how long he's been there. They say this is the place where the Lord lives, and an ordinary civilian shouldn't be sneaking around, but one of them asks how the boy knows the name of the new boss. Tiny responds that he is the new boss. To prove it, he shows his wolf to the guards. They immediately run inside. After that, he manages to stand before a noble, but since he has the body of a child, he has to deal with others looking down on him all the time. The Grand Master of the Philes Order of Knights, Kron, says he heard from Ram about Tiny, but thinks the boy is quite young. Tiny simply asks if it is the local etiquette to keep their guests waiting while they observe them. The Grand Master soon becomes irritated and says the boy needs to know where he is. The protagonist says the same to him, telling the man not to mess around pretending to be superior to the feudal lord. He also says that he is a guest of the feudal lord, and despite knowing this clearly, the Grand Master is trying to point his sword at him. The man replies that, as expected of someone who lives in filth, his tongue clearly stinks. Tiny says he didn't know about that, but to be honest, the stench is coming from the man, specifically from the foulest mouth in the Order of Knights. This infuriates the Grand Master, but the butler tries to calm him down, saying the Lord is waiting. Master Kron knows this very well, and the protagonist is relieved that he no longer has to wait. The Grand Master then sheaths his sword and warns the boy to be careful inside because the Lord is someone very strict. In his thoughts, Kron affirms that he will kill the boy as soon as he has the Lord's permission. Anyway, the protagonist goes to meet the Lord, and Kron introduces him to the Lord as Tiny from the alleys. The Lord then tells him to come in. As soon as the protagonist enters the room, he is shocked, wondering if that thing is the feudal lord. Nevertheless, the protagonist maintains his composure, saying it is an honor to meet the governor of Philes. The Lord asks where he learned such etiquette. Tiny responds that he has been practicing for a while in preparation for this moment. His name is Baron Jaimin Volphiles, and after this, the Lord says the protagonist is very good at pretending to be a gentleman. Tiny hears this and thinks he can't get used to it. He also wonders if this is the same feudal lord he once knew. He remembers that back then, the lord was addicted to drugs, so he wonders if this was the lord's appearance before he started using drugs. But putting that aside, the lord was a noble in his past life and still is one. In any case, the account book going to the Duke of Valentia will be his undoing, thanks to the protagonist. Regardless, Tiny wants his proper revenge this time, and the Lord says it seems the protagonist does not show the same courtesy to Master Kron. Tiny asks how the attitude of someone toward his master and toward one of the master's servants could be the same. He also says he wishes to be one of the Lord's servants. The Grandmaster can't believe what he's hearing. But in other words, the Lord says the protagonist considers the Grandmaster his rival, and to him, it seems the protagonist has great ambitions. However, he asks if the protagonist is sure he is young, suggesting he might be a half-blood elf or dwarf. Tiny, in turn, responds no, and claims to be only 13 years old, which surprises them. The Lord, however, says it doesn't matter, as the protagonist is now before his eyes. But for someone who wishes to be his servant, he states that the protagonist stole his money, and asks if the boy would mind explaining this. Tiny responds that he did it for the Lord's own good. The Lord says he thought the boy was clever for his age, but it seems he still doesn't know how this world works. In turn, the Grandmaster says that if the Lord wishes, he can eliminate the boy right now. But Tiny asks if the Lord knew that the Duke of Valentia has started a crackdown on drug trafficking and prostitution. This leaves the Grandmaster extremely surprised. The protagonist claims to know that the Lord is aware Miss Valentia visited his land and acquired this information from her company. Tiny says he just wanted to clear things up for the Lord before it turned into chaos. He thinks this is the truth, so it doesn't matter if the Lord investigates it personally. The Lord says he heard about it during the coming-of-age ceremony for the youngest daughter of the Valentia family. They were planning something big. After that, the Grandmaster tells the Lord that all of this is just the false ideas of a child and that Valentino is full of brothels. But the Lord interrupts him, telling Kron not to overstep boundaries, so he apologizes. Then the Lord says that if the protagonist is telling the truth, despite the rough methods, it is something to be praised. Tiny thanks him, but the Lord says there is one more thing he needs to confirm. He states that he knows the boy controls the spirit of a wolf. He asks if it is a spirit the boy stole from the spirit wolf stone. The protagonist wonders how the Lord knows that, but then the lunar wolf manifests, and it uses its aura to make the protagonist see through the Lord. With that, he can perceive a circle made of demonic energy surrounding the man. Soon Tiny imagines this can only mean that the Lord is a black mage. He knows that demons never lend their power without sacrifices. A second circle mage is certainly a lunatic who has already killed hundreds of people or made sacrifices. Tiny remembers that one of the guys who wanted to take his sister's body mentioned something about this. Not only that, but when he faced the brothers at Wolf's house, they also mentioned something similar. With that, he concludes that the Lord is the one who has been buying bodies from the invaders all this time. Not only that, but he also realizes that Wolf had a black mage behind him all along. Due to the protagonist's delay, the Lord asks why he is not speaking, but Tiny claims he did not understand the question. Then he orders Kron to attack. The protagonist realizes this is a problem because, with his current power, he won't be able to defeat these two. So he tells the lunar wolf to attack. Seeing the wolf, the Lord says it truly is the master of the forest, and he cannot accept that such a spirit is in the protagonist's possession. Now that things have come to this, the Lord says they have no choice but to find a new test subject. Tiny then realizes that the Lord wants to use him in place of Wolf. The Lord asks how powerful this boy is. The Grandmaster responds that he will soon reach level 2, so the Lord understands that he is already a match for a knight. Kron agrees, unless he comes from a notable family that trained him to manipulate mana from an early age, making the boy a genius. However, he states it is impossible for him to have learned all this on his own, because there isn't a single drop of mana leaking from him, and the circulation is also stable. The protagonist says he learned this due to a secret legacy from his family. Soon, the Lord asks if the boy can answer him correctly now. Tiny thinks he should simply say that someone taught him this, as he knows they wouldn't believe him if he said he developed it on his own. So, he tells the Lord that he learned it from his distant relatives before coming to Philes. He also says it is a breathing technique he learned in childhood, and as his strength grew, he realized it was a special method. In his thoughts, he wishes the Lord good luck trying to guess whether what he just said is true or not, because he knows the Lord accepted refugees from everywhere to increase the income source of the invaders, and it will be impossible to track his records. After that, Tiny says that the fact he is standing in front of the Lord would be proof of his words. Then the Lord says he will trust what the boy says, making the protagonist think it was easier than he imagined. But then, the Lord says the only certainty is that he will judge. The protagonist doesn't know who he is. Even so, the Lord tells him to stay around for a few days. Since he killed Wolf, some things are causing problems. Then the Lord states he will have to pin the blame on someone. This makes the protagonist think he must be referring to the members of that organization Wolf mentioned. And he considers that if the feudal lord is as cautious as he is, he might be an incredible black mage, making this very dangerous. The Lord interrupts his thoughts, demanding an answer from the boy. He also says he wants the protagonist to be his sword, adding that this shouldn't be a bad offer. Tiny simply says that if the Lord orders it, he will accept. believing himself to be a special guest. The Lord confirms this, saying the boy should be very careful with his actions in his presence. In his thoughts, Tiny notes that he still has a card to play. It will take about 3 days for the Duke's men to identify whether the account book is genuine or fake, another 3 days for the punitive army to be assembled, and about 10 more days for the army to arrive in Phillies, maybe a little over 15 days. However, if the Lord's guest arrives after this period, everything will work out. So he asks the Lord when his guest will arrive. The Lord does not understand why he is asking. Tiny says his wish is to know this, so he can use as much time as possible to learn proper manners. The Lord then says his guest will arrive in a week, and tells the boy not to disappoint him. With this news, the protagonist becomes deeply concerned. Now the protagonist knows he has only 1 week to prepare. He realizes he has only 2 options. The first is to flee, as the people of Invader must already be far away by now. He could leave if he wanted, imagining that escaping from the Lord's men would be easy to do. However, if he does so, he is certain the Lord will put him on the wanted list, and if that happens, things will become even more problematic, especially when he tries to meet the Sword Emperor, and since he received something from him, Tiny must avoid anything that could cause trouble. But that's not the only thing bothering him. Just thinking about having to flee irritates him, even though he doesn't yet have the same strength as in his past life. Finding a way to overcome his opponents has always been his way of doing things. As for the second option, this guest arriving in a week, the protagonist wonders if it is really the Lord's official visitor. He remembers that the feudal lord referred to this person as if they were some kind of high nobility, but he questions why the house is so empty considering a guest is about to arrive. Tiny concludes this must be some kind of obscure private visit, and definitely, the person supporting the feudal lord is not someone who can show themselves in public. If that's really the case, he wonders what would happen if some kind of major unforeseen event occurred in Phillies before this guest's arrival. He imagines that a lot of attention would be focused on one place, and there's a great chance this visit could be postponed or canceled. Even though there's a high risk of failure, Tiny always approaches things this way. But for this specific task, the protagonist knows he needs to become stronger, and with that, he will be able to defeat the Grandmaster and the Lord. After some time, he stops his training, because he feels hungry and wants to find something to eat. In the dining hall, the cook is startled by what he sees and ends up spilling hot soup. The person he was serving asks where he's looking, but when that person also sees the scene, they are equally surprised, because they see the protagonist eating an absurd amount of food and wonder how he can eat so much, speculating that he might have dwarf blood, as they've heard dwarves eat as much as orcs. For his part, Tiny thinks his mana body, which has surpassed dissonance, improves whenever he eats. In other words, the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. And since that's the case, Tiny doesn't need any medicinal herbs or anything of the sort. But upon seeing him eating this way, a knight approaches and asks if the boy learned good manners from a dog. The protagonist simply responds that he did. The man becomes irritated and tells the boy to act respectfully when in front of an adult. Tiny asks how he can respect someone who is picking a fight with a little boy, further irritating the man. He continues, saying he's not sure if the knight is trying to make him laugh or looking for a fight, and tells him to decide quickly. His provocations leave the man extremely furious. Then he lets his anger get the best of him, saying he's going to beat the protagonist. Seeing his colleague about to explode, another knight tries to calm him down, stating the protagonist is just a child. However, the one who tried to calm him down is reprimanded, because the Grandmaster approaches, telling him to stay seated and not interfere. Tiny seems to have already figured everything out. With further provocations, he tells the knight that he can attack him with full force, claiming he thought the man wanted to know how strong he is. Hearing this, the knight tells the boy not to regret it later. With that, the protagonist simply thinks that the Grandmaster should stay still and just watch. Not only that, but he also knows that the feudal lord is behind all of this. Outside the dining hall, everyone gathers to watch the fight between the two, including the Grandmaster, who is the most eager. Next, the knight named Grant claims he will put the boy in his place. Tiny asks if he is really sure about that. Grant simply tells the boy to grab his sword, stating he will finish this quickly and asking if he's not scared now. However, Tiny scoffs at his opponent and doesn't even grab a weapon. Then, he lands a kick on the knight's shin, which causes him immense pain, but he tries to hold back so as not to show weakness. Next, he attempts to strike the boy. However, the protagonist is more agile than he expected. After that, Tiny prepares to deliver another kick and ends up hitting his opponent's other leg. Grant can't believe he's been hit twice, wondering if this is really the power of a mere level 1. Looking at his leg, he notices it is already swollen. He thinks he cannot lose to a child. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks his opponent is quite resilient, but driven by pure rage, the knight tries to attack him. Tiny once again manages to evade. and prepares to attack again, which leaves Grant even more astonished. Then, Tiny leaps toward his opponent and grabs him with his legs. He tells Grant not to worry because he won't kill him. The protagonist merely knocks his opponent out, and loudly and ironically asks if knights are really this weak, leaving everyone else utterly surprised, because they can't believe that Sir Grant lost to a child. Tiny stares directly at the Grandmaster, who, in turn, is furious about what happened, but he simply turns and leaves. The protagonist concludes that he intentionally defeated a knight in front of numerous people without the help of the Lunar Wolf. He knows there aren't many people capable of doing that. Now he thinks the feudal lord will become increasingly hesitant to get rid of him. With that, he says in his thoughts, that the probability of success has increased. The protagonist loses his balance for a moment and wonders if he overexerted himself, but he thinks he had no choice in such a situation since he had to use mana for this. If it were in his past life, he would have faced many problems, because while his body recovered quickly, he was still at a disadvantage due to the slow recovery of mana. However, in this life, his body is in harmony with his mana, so that disadvantage is a thing of the past. Now he can train as much as he wants, and he can become even stronger than in his previous life. The next day, the movements in the duchy turned out to be true, and the Lord says he made a mistake with the protagonist. Tiny thanks him for his consideration and trust. The Lord then tells him to enjoy the veal steak and feel free to eat the other dishes as well. With that, Tiny comments that it seems like a bit much for breakfast. However, the Lord asks if his strength doesn't come from large quantities of food. The protagonist replies that what happened with that knight yesterday was a fluke. Hearing this, the Lord tells him not to be modest, claiming that his future is very promising and lamenting that there isn't a good master to teach a genius like him. From what he has heard, the Lord says the greatest knights in history grew up alone without masters. But Tiny says what made them grow was having a great lord to follow. The Lord is surprised that the boy knows about history and etiquette, making it clear to him that the protagonist is no ordinary commoner. In his thoughts, Tiny says he had an entire previous life to learn these things. Returning to the Lord, he says that both in the Empire and in neighboring kingdoms, this type of ears, black hair, and black eyes are very rare. However, if you include that, it becomes difficult to guess. The protagonist doesn't understand what he means by that. In any case, the Lord says he never thought a foreigner could be worth so much. Once again, Tiny doesn't understand what he means, but the Lord says he will be able to explain in more detail. He talked about the protagonist to him, and it seems it pleased him a lot. Tiny doesn't understand any of it and thinks that he is definitely a crazy drug addict. He also thinks that the Lord is only in such good condition because of the power of the circle, but one can never know when the demon will strike. In his past life, Tiny imagines that he must have abandoned the Lord and removed the circle. For his part, the Lord says that he is eager to meet the boy. He also says the protagonist cannot imagine how good he is and will definitely make great use of him. Tiny thanks him for this precious opportunity. After the meal, he returns to his training. The protagonist is worried about him and the organization, but he thinks now is not the time to dwell on that, as he needs to prepare. He knows that the Lord is in the second circle, and Mutuka Kran of the second stage is slightly stronger, but still comparable, because the level of a mage and a mana user are similar, and the protagonist passed the second stage a long time ago in his past life. But now he has to reach that level again, and imagines that 6 days will be enough. 3 days after this realization, he notes that his body is still small but already quite strong. Just as much as his strength and weight were compressed, his elasticity has increased, and his movements are even better than in his past life. It seems that Tiny has rebuilt the foundation entirely, and thinks that perhaps the problem was his monstrous size. In his previous life, he only wanted to be big and strong, and his body, connected to his mana, responded to that unconsciously. The harmony between his body and his mana was broken because he grew too large, but now that he has reverted to a child's state, he concludes he doesn't need to be so big to be strong. While training, however, he notices some movement. A few guards appear and identify him as the boy who defeated Lord Grant. They then leave, saying it's better to return later. Tiny feels grateful that they are avoiding him, giving him more space to train. After eating heavily for 3 days and training for hours with the dummies, everyone eventually loses their curiosity. Now, they slowly start avoiding him. However, the captain approaches. The protagonist asks what he wants. The captain tells Tiny to follow him because the Lord has instructed them to give the boy a weapon. Upon seeing the enemy's sword, Tiny thinks the timing couldn't be more perfect. The captain says the boy doesn't realize how much the Lord thinks of and cares for him. He tells him to be grateful. Meanwhile, the protagonist looks around. He he sees an armor set, which he thinks is very expensive but fits him perfectly. However, when looking at the weapons, he doesn't see any axes or war hammers, and he thinks he will need to spend his savings. After this, he asks the captain if he can take something like his sword. The captain asks if his sword looks like something mass-produced. He says the sword's name is Grills, crafted by Rogers, a renowned swordsmith, and it is a luxury artifact. He also says that a little bird doesn't eat stones. Yet the protagonist can only think about how much blood must have been spilled by that sword. Even so, he says that the sword suits him more than the captain, claiming that this sword should be in the hands of someone more talented for the Lord's sake. Hearing this, the captain bites back his anger, calling the boy insolent, and asks if he's trying to get himself killed. But the protagonist asks if he wants to test his skills right now. He then holds the sword as if it weighs nothing, saying that if he loses, he will hand his head to the opponent on a platter. As if the captain wasn't furious enough, this provocation makes him attack the boy with all his strength. Outside the armory, the guards only hear the commotion and listen to the protagonist apologizing, saying he'll be more careful. But then the boy walks out of the room, and though injured, he is carrying the sword he wanted so much. The guards who see this wonder if Captain Kron hit a child, thinking that even though Tiny is exceptionally skilled for his age, this will be a problem. They also wonder if it's true that the captain dislikes this boy, as rumors suggest the protagonist might even take the captain's place in the future. Still, they think it's wrong for a captain to hit a child. But in any case, they decide it's none of their business and go about their lives. As he walks through the corridors, some maids, upon seeing the protagonist injured, ask what happened to him. Tiny replies that the captain said they were going to fetch a weapon, and he agreed to go with him, and then this happened. The maids then tell him to go rest and call them if he needs anything. Back in the Lord's chamber, he asks what is happening with the sacrifice. His servant replies that it is secure, so the Lord asks if more bodies appeared again today. The servant confirms, and the Lord thinks that this boy is turning the invaders upside down. With that, he dismisses the servant, and says he doesn't know what the boy is plotting, but he thinks he has to put an end to it, because he imagines that in a few days the boy's lineage will be confirmed, and then they will be able to proceed. There's just one problem, as the Lord thinks that if the protagonist belongs to that family, then of course he, as the owner of that wolf, will have to pay a terrible price. However, he hopes that won't happen because, seeing how knowledgeable and well-mannered he is, it's clear the protagonist came from a family of great prestige. Moreover, even though he is very talented, someone his age could never defeat a knight, probably because he must have mastered the vision of that family. And above all, the protagonist has those black eyes and hair. For the Lord, there's no clearer evidence than this, and he can't wait to see him. However, as he lies down to sleep, he hears a sound called an alarm spell. He wonders if it's a servant. If so, he wants to know who would dare disturb him unnecessarily, claiming that he will take this person and use them as a sacrifice. Then he tries to rise from his bed, but soon after he sees someone approaching with a sword. And unable to defend himself, he is struck directly. The Lord can only scream in pain and spit blood. Tiny, who attacked him, says this is divine punishment. Even injured, the Lord asks why he was attacked, but the protagonist doesn't care and stabs his heart, until the Lord bleeds to death. Afterward, he leaves the Lord's chamber and leaves the sword embedded in the body. The next morning, at dawn, one of the maids finds the Lord's body and screams. Thus, the other servants also gather, and some notice that the Lord was a black mage. One of the knights says that the priest was already there and mentioned he could detect demonic energy, so he would report it to the parish. His name is Glenn, a member of the Phileas Knights, and he says an investigative team from the Empire will be sent soon. Another guard asks why the Lord's body remains like this. He thinks it has already been several hours since the Lord died, because they say the bodies of black mages rot immediately after death. They find this situation horrible and wonder why the Lord made that choice. Glenn thinks the Lord abandoned the lineage and honor of being an imperial noble and was executed as soon as it was discovered. Then he says there's no way to question a dead person, but there's still something unclear. After that, he examines the sword more closely and realizes it's the captain's sword. However, the others don't believe the captain would do such a thing. One of them mentions that the boy managed to meet the Lord alone, given his excellent skills. He also says there was talk about a new captain, so he concludes the current one might have snapped after hearing this. Another guard asks if he would kill the Lord just for that. He wouldn't do such a thing unless he was insane. However, they question, if that's the case, why hasn't the captain appeared yet? Glenn says he has a bad feeling about this and decides to do some investigations. Soon, he talks to several people, and after interviewing all the guards and servants, He discovers that the captain beat Tiny a day ago. Finally, they gather all the testimonies, and Glenn tells them to summon the boy. Facing Glenn, the protagonist says the captain mentioned that the Lord ordered him to fetch a weapon, so he accompanied him to the armory. But he didn't imagine that all along, the captain just wanted to beat him, and furthermore, he didn't receive any weapon. Glenn becomes irritated, stating that the warehouse has already been inspected, claiming that there were some traces, but the captain wasn't there, and no one has seen him anywhere, alleging that the captain vanished like a ghost after meeting the boy. Then he asks if the protagonist truly didn't meet the captain after that. Glenn insists on his question, but the protagonist states that he did not meet the captain. Then, Glenn asks if he doesn't find that strange. Tiny says he's somewhat worried that Glenn isn't taking him seriously. He also says he's not happy to hear that, but insists he's telling the truth. Glenn thinks this matches the testimony of the staff. Showing concern, the protagonist asks what will happen to him, claiming that the master had said his future was secured. Glenn simply tells the boy to come back there earlier, and then lets him go. Tiny thinks that this knight is one of the bastards living there, but wonders why he doesn't remember him, and asks himself if he just forgot. But after thinking about it carefully, he remembers perfectly killing all of them in his past life. He then thinks it would be suspicious if he returned to the room after being interrogated, concluding he cannot be careless. After some time, he returns to the room, and receives a mercenary plate and money from Glenn. Glenn says that only commoners with the status of mercenary or merchant can freely enter other provinces, affirming that he personally verified the identity. Tiny thinks he really wanted one of those, but he asks why he's being given it out of the blue. The knight tells the boy that playing around in a rotten place will only waste his talents and advises him to go play in better places, claiming that this is advice from a life veteran. Upon hearing this, Tiny thinks this is advice the knight himself wishes to follow. Now he understands why he hasn't seen him before. Glenn must have left the place. Regardless, Tiny thanks him and says he thought he should leave anyway. He thinks that now that the Black Mage is dead, the Imperial family must act. The protagonist prevented him from making a move, but the Duke's investigation team hasn't appeared, so he concludes that he'll have to go personally. Glenn tells the protagonist that if he succeeds on his journey, he must not forget about him. Tiny asks what his name is again, and Glenn is shocked that the boy doesn't know his name. A bit embarrassed, he introduces himself as Glenn Liberty, but says the boy can just call him Glenn. The protagonist then says that Glenn also needs to remember his name. Then he leaves, saying that Phileas is without a lord as its leader. At the moment, everything is in the hands of that knight. In a way, Tiny feels guilty, as the knight said he would need a mage specialized in tracking to find the captain. Thus, Tiny has left an unsolvable problem behind, and now that he has a mercenary plate, he plans to borrow a horse from the guild for transportation. But immediately, the lunar wolf appears. The protagonist understands that the wolf is offering itself as a mount, but says riding it gives too many jolts over long distances. Not only that, but he claims that a human riding a wolf's back will vomit everything in their stomach within 10 minutes, arguing that he is too slender to have the same balance as an orc. But the wolf doesn't care and forces the protagonist onto its back. Tiny, in turn, comments that the animal is still a bit small, because spirits usually materialize at the size they had when alive, but they can also materialize in proportion to the mage's size. While using the wolf as a mount, Tiny realizes that their souls and senses must first become one, and so he decides to try. Soon, he uses a level 2 spiritualist ability, Condemnation of Sensory Soul Link. Immediately, the wolf's body begins to transform. It becomes stronger than before, surprising the protagonist with this. He remembers his old friend asking what could be done by becoming a spiritualist, claiming that each domain is different, but the mage's traits manifest in the spirit, strength and endurance. Those are the mage's traits. But shortly afterward, the wolf takes off. It runs at an astonishing speed. The protagonist notices that all his senses are heightened as they are connected to the wolf's senses, his vision, and his sense of smell. He imagines he will save a lot of time reaching Valentia and concludes he can travel farther and faster this way, possibly even reaching Karun, where the first catastrophe will occur. In his previous life, as if heralding the arrival of the Demon King, many catastrophes emerged one after another, which greatly weakened humanity's strength. It all began with the disappearance of Karun's relic, something the protagonist thinks he must prevent from happening. The treasures of humanity granted by the goddess, the 7 sacred relics. This was supposed to be the final sacrifice, but in his past life, these relics were stolen, However, in this life, Tiny wants to overcome all these disasters and become the greatest warrior because he wants to join the human army against the Demon King. The first catastrophe in Karun, the Kingdom of the Sea, is where the protagonist wants to go, right after visiting the Duke's house. At another moment, people notice that the Imperial family is sending an investigation team for the Lord's murder. There are even rumors that he was a black mage. With this, they wonder if they'll end up being affected. A man talks to his friend and says it's better to be careful just to be safe, and his friend says it's better to stay out of it for now. But gradually, they notice a strange mist approaching, emanating around a mysterious person. The city guards demand that this person identify themselves. However, the person refuses and passes through the city gate with no difficulty, leaving the guards collapsed at the entrance. At night, in the Lord's palace, Glenn is still awake, working. However, he notices a strange presence and asks the person who they are. But the hooded figure, instead of answering, says they have some questions, demanding that the knight tell them everything he knows about the Lord's death. Using magic, they enchant the knight. Enchanted, Glenn has no choice but to obey, and begins to reveal what he knows. The person asks where the Lord's body is. Glenn says that, at the request of the Empire's investigation team, it was placed in a coffin in his room. The hooded figure says that's excellent, and tells the knight to go to sleep and wake up in an hour. After the set time, Glenn wakes up disoriented and remembers nothing. He assumes he has been overworked, which is why he blacked out. But then, one of the guards approaches, saying they have a problem because the Lord's body has disappeared. This leaves Glenn desperate, as the body was definitive evidence of black magic. Far from the palace, in the forest outside Phileas, the hooded figure has the sword that killed the Lord, and finds the body of the sword's owner, already abandoned and dead. They quickly conclude that the culprit must be the dark-haired boy, who defeated the wolf and disappeared shortly after the incident, vowing that he will pay for ruining the organization's work. The next day, at the west gate of Lucentia, Tiny is about to enter and thinks that many people really come to this city. He also thinks that everything is still going well, but believes that if he moves first, everything could fall apart. He wants to get his equipment soon, feeling even grateful for Glenn's kindness, but he says this is already too much. Tiny pulls 2 gold coins from his pouch, and this quickly draws attention, as he is approached by 2 armed bandits asking if he has money. They demand that the protagonist hand over everything he has, but the tables are about to turn when the protagonist asks if they have money. In his previous life, there was an unspoken rule on the continent's dark side. If a large shadow appeared in an alley, people should hide and not even breathe. But Tiny faced them, until one day when he was approached by a man saying that killing so many people like that could taint his soul. Soon, the day would come when he would be haunted by remorse, so he should show a little mercy. But at the time, the protagonist claimed he would be fine, stating he had never killed anyone. He had only dealt with leftovers of abortions multiple times. Back in the present, he faced several local bandits and collected their money. One of them curses the protagonist, saying they are from the Rufus family, the Knights. But Tiny claims they are so weak he has never heard of that name. Angry, they try to attack him again. In response, Tiny throws the bag of gold at one of their faces, and as the bandit is thrown back, his companion trembles, knowing he's next. Immediately, the protagonist lands a kick right in his face, and with the impact, he is also thrown back, with all the bandits lying on the ground. Tiny approaches the gold bag and picks it up. Seeing this, one of the bandits says his brother won't let this slide, but the protagonist is only interested in the amount of gold he got and even laughs in their faces. Now that he has the money he needed, he decides to visit a weapons shop. The shopkeeper then presents a leather and iron armor made in the southern mountains, claiming to be resistant to most arrows, which Tiny says seems quite useful. On the other side, some men are talking, and one of them says that anyway they can't get close, but the other says they can watch from afar. Hearing this piques the protagonist's curiosity, and he asks the vendor if there's an event happening. Since the boy didn't seem to know, the vendor tells him that the Princess of Valentia is on patrol. Immediately, Tiny thinks that if Irina was the person who taught him about affection, then the princess is the first person who gave him any hope. Although it didn't end very well, thanks to that hope, he was able to leave Invader. Tiny wonders why these people changed his life, believing that if she can recognize his life, then she will know he is living according to her sister's liking. The last time they met in his past life, the princess laughed when Tiny introduced himself, claiming that his name had nothing to do with him. She even apologized and tried to keep her composure, but she couldn't hold back. Back in the present, Tiny thinks she must have already forgotten about him. However, he states that in this life, he will find her sooner, make her remember, and also secure a meeting with the Emperor. Elsewhere, a man says that the city of Lucentia is one of the largest in the central region. He is the eldest son of Count Lucent, named Edmund von Lucent, As he walks with the princess, he talks about the city's specialties, but she doesn't seem interested. Accompanied by an entire garrison, they continue walking. Edmund keeps talking about things the princess doesn't care about, but she has to fulfill her duties. So she says she isn't interested in trade and asks if they could take a look at the poorer parts of the city. This question leaves Edmund very surprised, but the princess says they are also residents of this place. Feeling awkward at her response, he agrees to take her where she requested. The princess remembers her father saying that if she is receiving the education of an heir, she should learn about real things. He told her to take a look at the poor because they should have a better life, and only then will the country become a better place. The princess wonders if it's unusual for her to put into practice what her father taught her, believing that in her heart, she wants to change everyone's perception with reality. But when her fiancé is announced at her coming-of-age ceremony, she will no longer be free for the rest of her life. This makes her question whether she should seek refuge in the temple, as she has felt drawn to it for some time. However, she knows her father would be sad about it, and he wouldn't want her to live alone for the rest of her life. Amid her thoughts, she hears that a child is trying to approach. It was the protagonist confronting the guards. Edmund steps forward and asks who this boy is and where he came from, claiming that he must leave immediately. However, unexpectedly for them, Tiny takes out an item and says this is a ring that the princess herself gave to him, claiming she said he should come see her, and even though he's late, he would like to greet her. The others think this is nonsense, except for the princess, as she recognizes the ring the boy is showing. But she says it's strange because she gave that ring to a poor child, and asks the protagonist how he got it. Realizing that the princess doesn't recognize him, Tiny now finds himself in trouble, as the guards point their swords at him, precisely because the princess thinks he stole the ring. With swords around his neck, the leader of the guards demands the boy explain himself. Tiny now thinks that they met too soon, and says it may be hard to believe, but claims that the child is him. He thinks that maybe the princess doesn't recognize him because he suddenly grew up, so he decides to give more details, saying he was the only one with dark hair in Phileas, and perhaps the only one in the entire duchy. The princess asks how that's possible because the boy she met was so frail and couldn't even speak properly. She also says he was so small and cute, but was a pitiful boy. Thinking about it, the protagonist realizes that even if he were small and cute, he couldn't have done much. So, he decides to use his powers, and summons a small, cute animal for the princess, which she seems to like a lot, as she hugs the animal tightly, even though she's warned it's still a strange spirit. She, however, says that only very pure children can obtain a spirit like that. The protagonist knows this is true, but there's a catch. The leader of the guards analyzes him from head to toe and notices that the boy has weapons and a spirit, becoming suspicious. On the other hand, the princess asks what the name of this cute animal is. Tiny replies that it's called Lunar Wolf, referring to the moon in the Eastern dialect. Such knowledge about the dialect also catches the leader of the guard's attention, unlike the princess, who is solely focused on the animal. She says she never imagined the protagonist could change so much in just 1 or 2 months, when he didn't even look like he was 10 years old back then. The princess also remembers that his name means tiny. Tiny says he's 13 years old now, and his growth sped up a bit after his mana awakened. Vivian, the head of the guard, says this is very suspicious, and asks the protagonist about his true age and whether he's some kind of half-blood. She apologizes to the princess for her rudeness, but claims it's her duty to keep the princess safe. Edmund speaks up, saying he also finds this suspicious and suggests it would be better to interrogate the boy after a quarantine. In turn, Tiny says he won't ask them to trust him, but reminds them that the princess said she could help him when she gave him the ring before. Edmund becomes irritated at being ignored by the boy, but the princess agrees that the protagonist needs her help. Soon, Tiny asks if she thinks he can meet Lord Esgard von Valentia. Vivian, already annoyed, asks how the boy dares and claims he must be out of his mind. Tiny simply asks if they think a boy could do any harm to the Lord of Valentia. He says there are only 7 superhumans on the continent, and one of them is the Sword Emperor, who can wield the power of destruction. Therefore, someone like that could not be harmed by a mere boy. The princess says that the title Sword Emperor would greatly embarrass her father, and notes that it hasn't been long since he was listed as one of the 7 greatest knights on the continent. With that, the protagonist concludes that this has yet to happen. Vivian says that this is definitely a title that suits His Excellency. She also states that His Excellency's prestige has spread even to the most distant fields, and she feels relieved that they accepted it well. Next, Tiny says he would like to personally explain to the Duke what happened in Phileas, as someone who was involved in the incident. Elsewhere, the princess asks if this really happened, and Vivian responds that it did. She then asks if the head of the guards is hiding anything else besides what Tiny said. Vivian replies no, claiming that the Empire's lord was a black mage and that it seems someone else is behind it. The princess says Tiny experienced the situation personally and believes his testimony could be a very important clue. Moreover, she knows that Tiny asked to see her father and needs to return home. Vivian asks the princess how long she intends to hold on to that animal, as she is worried the wolf might hurt her. But the princess says it's just a cute thing, which doesn't seem to please the wolf. The head of the guards observes the wolf more closely and is also charmed by it, but she quickly tries to regain her composure. Meanwhile, the princess asks about Tiny. She says she doesn't know and only mentions that young Master Edmund took him, saying he wanted to talk to the boy alone. The princess grows curious about the conversation, but suddenly the spirit wolf vanishes from her hands. Elsewhere, Edmund says that he and the protagonist can finally talk alone, and asks what the boy's name is again. He replies that it's Tiny. Edmund doesn't like how informal the boy is, but Tiny says there's something more important than that, and asks what Edmund knows about the Black Mage. The young master says he doesn't know anything about that, and claims to only understand why the boy is so arrogant. Soon, Tiny realizes Edmund lied, but the young master says the boy is very disrespectful and seems to lack any manners. Then, Edmund raises his hand to slap the protagonist, claiming he must learn proper manners. However, the protagonist grabs his hand, stopping Edmund from continuing. Edmund becomes very frustrated that he can't free his arm. He states that he will tell the princess about the boy's lack of manners, as he dared to use violence against a noble. However, the protagonist asks what kind of bizarre social status this is, and says he'll handle it his way. But he wants to see what Edmund has prepared for him since he called him because he trusts him. Edmund doesn't like this attitude at all, but he tells the protagonist to follow him. Far away, Vivian mounts her horse because the princess ordered her to go to Tiny immediately. She thought the princess might be exaggerating when she said this, since the spirit might disappear if it's far from its master. But she knows Edmund took the boy to the outskirts of the castle. She rides off at full speed toward him, hoping it's not too late. As they walk to another place, Edmund leads the protagonist to a large mansion, but Tiny doesn't seem to care about it at all. After entering, a man asks how Edmund got there. He also asks if something happened, as the deadline is still far off, and he wonders why the young master has come for the product. They are the Rufus family, first in the hierarchy, and a bunch of fools. The protagonist dislikes this family, as he faced them before. Edmund in turn says he's not there for the product, but demands that they educate this insolent commoner. One Rufus hesitates, unsure if he should do it, but Edmund slaps him, asking how he dares to question the orders of the duchy. Then Rufus says he understands. He immediately tells Eric and Tillman to go ahead. However, as soon as these two face the protagonist, they recognize him right away because they were beaten by him when they tried to rob him. Sarcastically, Tiny greets them, and both of them are instantly terrified. The eldest asks why the two are hesitating. They respond that this is the boy they talked about before, and ask Rufus to handle him. The eldest says the boy is unlucky and should have been more careful. Edmund, seeing Rufus, thinks he seems very confident and likes that. The big man, for his part, wants to end this quickly, but he is struck before he can do anything. And with the force of the blow, he is thrown to the other side of the room, falling unconscious on the ground. The protagonist, however, is ready to face the next opponent, but none of the others dare to confront him. Tiny asks if that's all they've got. Desperate, Edmund goes to Rufus, telling him to get up right now and protect them. Tiny says he can try if he's capable, but he won't let this situation slide. Soon, the two collapse in fear, staying on the ground. Seeing this, the protagonist calls them a pair of cowards. He turns to the others, asking if they want to fight too. The terrified expressions on their faces answer the question. Shortly after, Vivian arrives, worried about Tiny. But upon entering the house, she is faced with something surprising, because the boy had already dealt with all the bullies. Not only that, but she also sees Edmund lying in an embarrassing position, and Tiny wasn't in danger at all. On the contrary, he, in his calm demeanor, asks why she's there. Vivian replies that she's under the princess's orders because she's worried. Then, Tiny hands her a book of bribes, claiming these guys were involved in human trafficking. And with that, he believes that idiot won't be able to deceive anyone else. This makes Vivian wonder what kind of life this boy has had until now. The next day, because of this incident, Edmund was expelled from the duchy. The princess says it seems he had worked with these human trafficking organizations for a long time, and because of this, the Duke's reputation was also severely damaged. She also says that, from now on, relationships will probably become a bit more difficult. Vivian apologizes, but the princess asks if she thinks she did something wrong. But the one who answers is the protagonist, saying that nothing wrong was done. This makes the princess sigh in relief, claiming afterward that she already knew. She states that merits and demerits must be assigned fairly. without regard for one's status. That's what her father always says. Vivian then asks why she's looking at her like that. The princess says she should have at least broken one of Edmund's arms before he passed out. He ended up escaping everything without any punishment. Hearing this makes Tiny think that these two have a very good relationship. The youngest daughter of the famous sword emperor and the genius knight, a unique combination where at times they seem like sisters, and at other times they seem like mother and daughter. After the situation with Chloe changed, they are always together. Tiny thinks it's interesting that someone younger than Chloe acts like an older sister, or even a mother. Then the princess asks what the boy thinks. The protagonist replies that Edmund had more pride in his aristocratic status than anyone else, and no one will ever forget his sins. Vivian exclaims about the things the protagonist says and asks if he's really a child, but the princess is only interested in playing with the lunar wolf. Afterward, she even comments that the wolf's name is too long and decides to call him just Lunar from now on. Tiny asks if she doesn't blame or distrust him. Chloe responds that she has already heard of the dark-haired boy from Phileas. It's said he destroyed the underworld organization and freed all the victims, and since he just did it again, the princess finds it incredible. With this, the protagonist is glad she believed him. However, she tells him to never let it happen again, and says Tiny needs to share such things before acting. 3 days later, they are still traveling, until the carriage comes to a stop. One of the guards says that an elf has asked them to set up camp, so the princess steps out of the carriage along with the others. The elf introduces herself as Irina, an envoy of the World Tree. After greeting the travelers, she asks if she may join them for a moment. The princess seems pleased with the idea. However, Tiny recognizes the elf as a fifth circle sorceress. Elves, descendants of fairies, are famous for their beauty. Elvenheim, the kingdom of the elves, is located in the far west. For this reason, it has always been difficult to see elves in the Aslan Empire, which is at the center of the continent. Even so, most of the Empire's people are friendly toward them. Elves born with elemental abilities are known for being pure, gentle, and peace-loving. And this elf is a large-scale fifth circle black mage. In turn, the princess asks if Irina is crossing the Valentia Duchy to reach the kingdom of Weravist in the north. Irina imagines that it might be inconvenient for the people of the Aslan Empire, since the empire has been in conflict with the kingdom of Waravist for some time. But the princess says that's not the case and states it's just a long journey. The elf says that's exactly the point, as her goal is to travel the world and hear new stories. Chloe mentions that she has heard about this and asks if Irina is undergoing elven training for the elite elf knights. The elf replies that yes, that's exactly it. However, something piques her curiosity. Irina asks if the princess is the owner of the spirit wolf in her arms. She responds that it's a good guess, but says the spirit belongs to the boy, pointing at the protagonist. Irina says she has heard that there are very few humans with elemental powers. Tiny thinks he already knows everything, and never imagined that this person was someone of high rank. Soon, he says he is impressed, as it's the first time he's seen an elf up close. But it's all an act on his part, because the protagonist believes he can't fight her now and will have to wait. However, his performance convinces Vivian and the princess, and he thinks it doesn't suit his demeanor, but he has to keep up the act. Fortunately for him, the elf doesn't know the lunar wolf's abilities, as only the owner knows all of the spirit's capabilities. He also wonders how the elf manages to hide such a high level of magic. Irina, in turn, says that since they're talking, they could do a demonstration of magic. Tiny wasn't expecting her to showcase her power outdoors. This reminds the protagonist of his past, where a friend named Argon warned him to differentiate elven powers. Either way, he observes that there are 12 level 3 specialists in total, and 1 level 4 warrior. The stages of a mage's circles and a mana user's levels can be considered equivalent. So, to defeat someone 1 level higher, at least 5 people 1 level lower would be needed. In other words, if Tiny, at level 2, wants to defeat someone from the 5th circle, which is above level 3, he would need at least 100 copies of himself. A single attack from the elf would be enough to defeat him. Thus, the protagonist considers preparing a surprise strike and just needs to wait for a good opportunity, since they have a secret card on their side, the lunar wolf. Speaking of which, the wolf jumps from Chloe's lap and goes to Vivian. Seeing this, Irina says he's very cute, and that she would also like to hold him for a moment. Then she asks the protagonist if she can, and he responds that she can. He says he won't deny this request and hands over the wolf. But what happens next surprises everyone. The wolf transforms into its strongest form, and the protagonist takes advantage of the moment to attack. The elf definitely wasn't expecting this. Not only that, but Vivian also attacked her with her sword. Irina ended up using her magic, revealing to everyone that she is a dark mage. After being exposed in front of everyone, the princess thinks it was good to have Tiny's company. Since the protagonist can synchronize with the wolf, he was able to warn the princess that the elf was a dark mage. He also said that Vivian could help. At that moment, Chloe was a bit shocked, but she knew she had to maintain her composure. The protagonist knew this could become an international issue, but he said he hoped the princess would understand. He also explained that, at the rear of Phileas, if they didn't launch a surprise attack at that moment, they would be in danger, and he would risk his life to deal with it. After making the princess aware of his plan, the wolf leaped into Vivian's arms. This allowed the protagonist to alert her as well. With that, the two managed to coordinate their attacks, catching the ill-intentioned elf off guard. However, this didn't last long, as the elf managed to escape soon after. From above, she summoned a magical shield. Vivian shouted for her soldiers to attack together, and they did so in unison. The protagonist wasn't left out, as he attacked along with the others. But as expected, the elf was very strong, and he couldn't penetrate the force field. After that, one of the guards also attacked. However, this only made the elf angrier. She used her magic to push them away. Irina, furious at being discovered, demanded to know how they figured it out. Tiny replied that it wasn't hard to tell since he smelled the stench of her dark magic. The boy's audacity provoked Irina's deepest hatred. This made her even stronger, even surprising Tiny. Irina used her magic to cause an explosion, creating a cloud of magical smoke. Everyone was about to be hit, including the protagonist, who was very close, but he managed to summon a magical force field to protect himself. Even so, the impact was so strong that he was thrown far away. After getting up from the ground, he thought this was the first time he had to use this ability in his current life, and he was barely missed by the attack. Meanwhile, Vivian said that the elf's shield was weakened, and they should seize the opportunity to attack. Irina kept attacking, shouting for everyone to get out of her way. Tiny took the moment to mount the lunar wolf and charge toward the opponent. However, once again, he couldn't break through her shield. Even so, he caught the elf's attention. Distracted, she didn't notice the others approaching, but at the last second, she managed to dodge their attack, saying that if this ends with just one death, it will be completely useless. She also declared that, now that things had reached this point, she would kill everyone. Her words, however, didn't frighten the heroes, who used the moment to attack again. This infuriated the elf even more. Tiny approached from above and tried to strike her. He managed to land a blow, but it only hit her shield. However, the force of his attack was so strong that it knocked the elf to the ground. This caused her force field to start cracking. Irina didn't like this at all, but Tiny said there's more where that came from. In turn, the elf declared she would take all of them with her. She then used an area of effect spell, affecting everyone around her, including the princess who, seeing the approaching danger, was startled. But Vivian stepped in, stopping Chloe from being hit. Then she told her men to hold on a little longer. However, looking up, she saw something surprising. It was the protagonist moving like a meteor. Tiny, for his part, thought it was perfect that the flames were completely blocked. And thanks to his improved vision, the iron armor is much better and more useful than in his past life. Now he thinks he must attack with full force to finally defeat the enemy. After striking the elf's force field again, he managed, through the impact, to cause another magical explosion. The impact threw Vivian far away, and Tiny too, though he was saved by the wolf. Even so, he got hurt, but it could have been much worse. His effort, however, wasn't in vain, as Tiny succeeded in destroying the elf's magical shield. Having succeeded, he mounts the wolf again and charges forward, telling the others to attack as well. Vivian stands up and acts according to the plan. Frustrated and angry, Irina asks how they dare, calling them filthy humans and pushing them back with magic. Vivian notices that the elf still has considerable power. Looking at the protagonist, she sees that it hasn't stopped him from attacking. The protagonist continues advancing toward the opponent, and as he gets close enough, he launches another attack on her. Then Vivian tells the guards they need to finish this quickly. Realizing she's at a disadvantage, the elf retreats, and the protagonist notices she's fleeing. He immediately tells everyone to stop her by attacking, but the elf wasn't fleeing. Instead, she gained enough height to unleash her most powerful attack yet. Tiny realizes she's the last follower of the demon, but sacrificing her body to amplify her powers is absurd to him. Even so, Irina performs the fiery offering, aiming to burn everything below. After that, the black magic flames engulf the area. hitting several royal guards. The protagonist manages to escape with his wolf and notices that the warriors are already at their limit, concluding they need greater power to end this fight. So he says they must have bought enough time and states that it's Chloe's turn to act. The princess then begins to manifest her power. She uses her ability called Shine, the divine power channeled through penance and blessings. Those who attain priesthood through penance, only after being baptized and learning about divine power, receive the anti-demon power. However, there have been people born with this power, a saint and a warrior said to be sent by God in difficult times, or a being rarely born, someone not born into priesthood, a person called a cleric. Chloe is one of these people, and by using her power to combat black magic, she surprises even her bodyguards. The protagonist knows she kept this ability hidden from everyone around her out of fear of being summoned by the priests. Chloe is the most powerful cleric Tiny has ever seen. He even thought the princess was still weak, but this is already enough. Not even the elf expected this. She hadn't prepared a defense for it, and was soon pulverized by the princess's light magic, because Chloe poured all her strength into this attack. Lying on the ground, Irina can't believe this happened, especially because she can't believe she would need help from beings she considers inferior. However, tired of hearing her talk, the protagonist strikes the elf on the head. Then he says everyone is still in shock, so he'll finish the job. But the princess stops him, saying the elf cannot die yet. Tiny asks why not, and Chloe says the elf must be interrogated, because even as a cleric, the princess didn't sense the elf's dark magic and needs to understand why. Chloe wants to heal the elf with her magic, and Tiny says if she wants to test it, he recommends she go ahead. Seeing the elf's body, Tiny says she had a death befitting a black mage. On the other hand, the guards find it incredible that the princess is a cleric. Chloe says that, in the end, her secret was revealed, and she feels like she's lost a lot. Then she asks if he knew her secret, since he was the only one who didn't seem surprised when she used her abilities. The protagonist responds that he did, and the princess wonders how, since this secret is kept even within her family. Tiny says he can't explain it now, but he will at some point. Chloe is satisfied with this answer and doesn't question him further, which surprises the protagonist. He also remembers the mage who was after him, admitting that he's already gotten into too many problems. He also says the princess was in danger because of him and claims it's the noble's duty to eliminate all demonic threats. But Chloe says that if she had died, it would have been due to her own lack of power, and she sees no reason to be angry with Tiny. This only makes the protagonist think that the princess is still the same as she was in his past life. After that, the princess notices that the boy was worried about her and finds it endearing. Vivian notices this and asks if the protagonist hates being called a child. He says no, but in his thoughts he knows he's older than he looks. However, Vivian says that children at his age hate being called a child. And this shows that the protagonist, like other children, has a normal side. Tiny insists that this has nothing to do with anything. Chloe feels her obligations as a princess, thinking she must report what happened to her father as soon as possible. She concludes that she will send a report as soon as they reach the nearest city. Sometime later, they arrive at the main gate of the city of Taiban. Seeing the reception, the protagonist thinks to himself that he knew the Sword Emperor takes good care of his daughter, but this is a bit much. Not only does he think this, but Chloe also does, blushing with embarrassment. The people around are also impressed, as a fleet of blue-winged knights presents itself to welcome the princess. Seeing this, Tiny thinks the Valencia elite is quite over the top. All these knights are at least specialists and belong to the most powerful group in the empire. After this, Garen Clemen, vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights, leading a force of 103 knights, introduces himself to the princess with greetings. The princess says he and the other knights have done a great job and tells them to rise. Garen expresses his happiness to see that the princess is safe and says that His Excellency was very worried. Chloe, however, says she is sure she wrote in her report that she was safe, claiming that it's a bit of an exaggeration for them to appear here. Garen asks if she didn't face an attack by a dark mage, and says that if there weren't an emergency at the moment, her father would have come to meet her personally. The princess asks what emergency this is. The vice captain explains that, about a month and a half ago, the Tempest family's relic suddenly disappeared, something that shocks Chloe. Tiny also becomes concerned about this. He asks if this relic is an artifact, but Chloe isn't sure. This grabs the protagonist's attention even more. She explains that this is a secret only passed down to the head of the family. She adds that no one else knows, and she can only suppose it might be a powerful artifact. Then, Tiny says he knows why the relic disappeared. Everyone present is shocked to hear this. But the protagonist simply asks to meet His Excellency. saying he will tell them everything he knows. After that, the Blue-Winged Knights escort the princess and her group back home. Meanwhile, the vice captain reflects on what the protagonist said and asks one of the princess's personal guards about him. The guard says the boy's name is Tiny and claims he's an incredible boy, even saying he captured the Dark Mage. He also mentions that he heard the protagonist is almost at the expert level, which doesn't match his age, surprising the captain. Because he knows that even the 7 knights didn't reach that level at such a young age, making the boy seem like a genius or a monster. Garen Clement even thinks it would have been amazing if this boy had been born into his family, but then he remembers something and says he recalls who brought the letter from Phileas. He states that the name is uncommon, and it must be him. In the carriage, the princess is mesmerized by the scenery, seeing a field of flowers outside. Seeing this, Tiny asks if she likes lilacs. Chloe responds that she does, adding that her father and her late mother also loved them, and they even named her after the flower, to which the protagonist says it suits her. Vivian comments that the love between the Duke and the lady was very famous, and she's heard that she was the only woman the Duke ever loved. However, Tiny remembers that before he died, Chloe's father said he actually didn't like that flower very much, and asked Tiny not to forget it. Now, the protagonist knows that, without a doubt, the Sword Emperor would want to keep this a secret. He also knows that the Emperor likely won't remember his past life, but the Emperor told the protagonist to find him immediately, so there must be a way. Tiny thinks he must meet the Sword Emperor to define his path and find a way to become a great knight. For the protagonist, his level is the priority right now. If he doesn't reach at least commander level, it won't help him at all, because in this life, he wants to destroy those who stood in his way in the past. At the mansion of the Duke of Valentia, one of the largest in the Aslan Empire, the guards celebrate their return home. The princess asks the protagonist if he has been to Valentia before. Tiny responds that this is his first time. Chloe doesn't quite understand what he means, but then both are startled, because the princess's father shouts with joy upon seeing her again. Right away, the protagonist recognizes him. However, he didn't expect to see such a formidable warrior acting like a doting father. The old man doesn't care about that, as he's just happy to see his daughter. On the other hand, Chloe is dying of embarrassment. When she sees her father running toward her for a hug, she dodges. Her father asks why she's doing that, and she says everyone is watching, and he should have a little pride. Crying, he asks what's wrong with a father worrying about his daughter, but Chloe says it's no use making that face, and he should apologize to the knights who had to suffer so much for nothing. So he does, saying they did an excellent job, and that, thanks to them, his daughter is safe. Then he expresses his gratitude as a father, above being the Duke of Valentia. After that, he says a banquet has been prepared for them, and tells everyone to enjoy it. The Duke then asks who the boy accompanying his daughter is. Tiny realizes the old man didn't recognize him. Chloe says she already told him about the boy, mentioning that the protagonist will testify about the Black Mage. Her father says he's been very stressed lately and didn't remember that. But straight away, Tiny tells the Duke that he can say where Tempest is. His direct statement surprises everyone, including the princess, who definitely didn't expect this. Even the Duke is startled, calling him a cheeky boy. Quickly, the protagonist feels something strange, as he's under the effect of soul pressure. But he thinks the Sword Emperor still has much to learn before finally reaching the level of previous proficiency. Among the 7 knights, Estina has the highest proficiency, and Jarek is another who could have achieved that level. In his thoughts, the protagonist concludes he can suppress all of this with the power he accumulated in his previous life. After that, he asks the Duke if they can talk about this right there, outside. Such boldness shocks the Duke. But the princess tells her father that the protagonist is still just a child and doesn't know what he's saying. However, her father replies that someone who knows nothing wouldn't act like this, and states that he needs to speak with this boy. Later, in a more appropriate place, the Duke wants to know more about what the protagonist mentioned. Tiny says he has a hunch about where Tempest might be. The Duke says he's curious about this hunch. Tempest is one of the few ancient words the protagonist knows. It means time or opportunity. He says that if this artifact has been missing for a month, perhaps its power is time reversal. Hearing this piques the Duke's curiosity even more. The protagonist says it all began with a catastrophe that would only occur 20 years later. He then tells his entire story, and the Duke listens intently. After hearing it, he says the story is very well constructed, believing it's unlikely to have been invented by a child, since the boy even knows the names of the World Tree's guardians, the first Dwarven Hammer, and the Orc Warrior. Tiny claims they were colleagues for a year. This leaves the Duke puzzled, as he states those sworn enemies are always at odds. He also says that only one person can be sent to the past, and that after sacrificing the life of a very powerful human, their descendants must use it with caution. These words are passed down along with the family relic, But honestly, the Duke didn't think it was true. However, the circumstances the boy described seem real, but he admits it's difficult to trust his judgment. So he asks if his future self really trusted the protagonist's talents and sent him back in time. The Duke says that if it had been him who returned, he would have used his experiences from the previous life and his status. Thus, he'd be ready to organize humanity's power to face the Demon King's army. Despite that, he's still doubtful about one thing. Why didn't he return instead of the protagonist? The Duke becomes indignant that it was the boy who returned in time, not him, and asks why this happened. Tiny says only the Duke's future self can answer, as before sending him back, the Duke said something about saving his talent. That's when the protagonist realized the Duke had gone mad. The Duke understands and imagines that his future self didn't know where he was sending the protagonist. Tiny is surprised to have been sent back by someone who didn't know where he would end up. Since he had never used the item, the Duke says he couldn't know, but instead he simply conveys these words. He says the protagonist should return to where his soul was most troubled. Looking at Tiny's current state, the Duke believes the boy has returned to the moment when he found his determination, and so his future self must have foreseen this as well. Now the protagonist understands the reason he returned to the day his sister died. After this, the Duke asks if he thinks his future self made any mistake. Tiny replies that he doesn't believe so. He states that the Sword Emperor isn't to blame, and he's already happy that he can see his sister once again. Then the Duke says they have one more thing to confirm. He mentions that if his future self told the protagonist to find him, there must be some form of confirmation prepared. The protagonist recalls that the Emperor said his daughter's baptismal name is Lilac. She received this name because it was his wife's favorite flower, but the Duke says that information is already well known. However, Tiny reveals that, in truth, he doesn't like that flower very much. That would be the confirmation his future self passed on. Upon hearing this, the Duke lets out a loud laugh. He says that's absolutely something he would say, remarking that telling the person he sent back words he could never say to anyone else is exactly like him, since he'd never want anyone to know about it. Now he knows it's all true and isn't sure whether to laugh or cry about it. The Duke realizes that only this would make the disappearance of the relic make sense, as it was always in his room, in his hands. Tiny feels relieved that the Duke believed his story. However, the Duke then says there's still one thing to verify. He orders that Knight Royer be summoned. Afterward, Tiny asks what he's doing. The Duke explains that while he believes in Tiny's regression, he's not sure he can fully trust him, because the protagonist claimed to be Tiny, one of the 10 Knights of the future, and he wants the boy to prove it's true, confirming that his abilities were recognized by his future self. Later, outside the palace, Tiny starts to think it's a bit unfair since the Emperor told him to seek him out, but now his current self wants to test his abilities. So the protagonist decides to use this chance to tease the Duke and asks if he's never wondered what his future might look like. The Duke replies that he has many times. Tiny then asks if he wouldn't like to know a bit about the duchy's future, but the Duke responds that he doesn't need to know. He states that everything he's curious about involves the foreboding of a disaster, and tells the protagonist never to say otherwise, neither to him nor to others, because people evolve through their mistakes and failures. The Duke asserts that he is proud to have taught his children the right way, ensuring they wouldn't crumble in moments of frustration, and he doesn't want the protagonist to disrupt his children's opportunities to grow. Even so, Tiny insists that he knows a little about the princess's situation, but he asks how someone like him, who struggled so much because of his body, could get close to the Duke's family. The Duke is taken aback by this and asks if the protagonist truly has no idea what might happen in the future. Tiny replies that he only knows the aristocracy turned into chaos. With this, the Duke asks if that's all he knows. Tiny responds by asking what else he wants to know. Referring to Tiny, the Duke says he is the only allied force from the future and asks if he doesn't think the Duke needs to know what happened in the meantime. But the boy's lack of information drives him mad. So the Duke tugs on Tiny's ear, telling him he'd better remember quickly or he'll be beaten to death. He also says the pain in his ear will serve as motivation. Later that night, in another location, the Duke, reading a document, wonders why it remains so empty. He also discovers that there are more than 10 disasters and wonders what they are, and why the protagonist is so careless. Except for a few, Tiny learned about most disasters through rumors or from some of his comrades. In a serious tone, the Duke asks if he has any useful information. This makes Tiny think he needs to grow quickly, at least before they were on equal footing. The Duke says the only useful information the boy has is about a holy warrior who is mentioned in the oracle. The name would be Cromwell, and he was 20 years old, so the Duke says he needs to find him to train him. However, regarding this last piece of information, Tiny highlights an important detail, that the warrior was 20 years old in the future, but now he hasn't even been born yet. The Duke becomes desperate, asking why the protagonist is doing this to him and wondering if it's his future self's fault, or if he should simply kill this boy who isn't helping him at all. But then, his servant appears, saying that he has already summoned Royd. The Duke, however, instructs him to bring Drexler instead of Royd and to tell him that there's someone deserving of punishment. After this, Drexler Ainen arrives. He is the vice captain of the Blue Wing Knights, a level 5 superior rank. Drexler is extremely excited to have been summoned by the Lord. The Duke greets him formally and says he needs him to test the boy to see if he's worthy of his trust. This surprises Drexler, as he wasn't expecting to have to fight a child. He wonders why his lord called a vice captain for such a trivial matter, and questions whether he did something wrong to be demoted. In his mind, he imagines it would be very difficult to maintain the mansion without the vice captain. But the Duke calls him back, telling him not to get lost in his useless imagination. He also says this is a very important matter, so Drexler should fight the boy carefully. Drexler takes a good look at the protagonist and notices something surprising. The boy is at level 2, even before becoming a specialist. The boy seems to be about 10 years old, so Drexler wonders how that's possible. In turn, Tiny asks Drexler to introduce the craftsman who made his weapon. He says it would be better if the hammer were bigger and even gives some tips about it, but the Duke tells him to focus, as failing the test would mean not fulfilling the promise. The Duke also tells Drexler not to hold back, encouraging him to fight with all his might. Afterward, he tells the protagonist that he promised to help him, and he will decide whether to keep that promise based on the result of this fight. Tiny asks if the outcome depends on who wins. However, the Duke responds that he doesn't think it will go that far. He also says that if Tiny manages to land a single hit on the vice captain, he will pretend the boy won the duel. That's enough to get Tiny excited. Drexler then prepares his weapon, and the protagonist does the same. The two face each other, making the Duke realize that the boy has a unique way of handling mana, because he created a very clear vision, undoubtedly marking him as a genius. But he suspects that's not all, because if he had the experiences of the future, he himself could become a specialist far beyond common limits. Even so, it was this child who returned in time, and the Duke imagines there must be some reason beyond his talents to warrant such attention in the future. Then, he orders the two to fight with all their strength. In turn, Tiny summons his spirit wolf, saying that if his opponent doesn't attack, he will. Mounted on the wolf, the protagonist charges forward. Drexler is impressed that the boy has a spirit, but claims it doesn't matter, because he shows no fear in this situation. However, as he attacks, the protagonist dodges, something Drexler wasn't expecting. Tiny takes advantage of the chance and tries to land a hit on his opponent. He manages to strike a blow on Drexler's armor. However, it doesn't leave a scratch, which makes him wonder if Drexler specializes in both attack and defense. On the other side, Drexler says he's having fun. He also says he'll take it easy so the boy doesn't end up dying. With his hammer, he attacks but ends up hitting the ground. Tiny then focuses and says he will compete using speed. Drexler doesn't just stand still. He finds the protagonist quite bold, and, with a ground strike, he collapses the columns the boy was using to move through the heights. Tiny then realizes not just that, but Drexler has advanced and narrowly missed him, as he managed to jump at the last moment. The protagonist is surprised to see Drexler wielding a hammer larger than a sword with a single hand, making it seem as though shields are also used in pairs. This means he's focused on defense. Drexler asks how long the protagonist plans to keep running. Meanwhile, Tiny continues evading from above, making Drexler realize he's very good at dodging. From outside the arena, the Duke observes, thinking he can read all of Drexler's movements. The vice captain thought he would only face a 10-year-old boy, but it seems that Tiny's past life's experiences still remain with him. To the Duke, Tiny is certainly impressive, but he believes it's not enough and wants to see everything the boy has to offer. So he asks Drexler how long he plans to drag this out. This angers the vice captain even more, and it gives him the motivation he needed. Soon, with all his strength, he attacks the protagonist with his strongest skill. The skill, which the Duke himself recognizes as a soul weapon, surprises him. He thinks it was unnecessary and knows he must stop him. Tiny, in turn, doesn't seem worried, because he faces the opponent head-on, making the Duke think the boy must be crazy. The clash between the two ends in a huge explosion in the air. With the impact of the explosion, the protagonist falls at great speed. The Duke then calls him an idiot, and Drexler apologizes for the excessive force. The Duke says he wanted to see the protagonist's talent, not his courage. But, with a smile on his face, Tiny says he won. The Duke doesn't quite understand what he's saying. However, when he looks at Drexler, he notices a wound on his face. When the protagonist advanced in the fight, before being hit by his opponent, he threw his weapon toward him because he managed to get close enough. So, at that moment, Drexler was struck. That's why Tiny jumped. And now that he understands this, the Duke says the boy could have died and shouldn't do something so reckless just to win. Tiny insists that he didn't die and that he won, but the Duke asks if he was this reckless in his past life. The protagonist confirms that he was, because according to him, if he didn't act that way, life would become a dark alley with nothing to offer. After all, he asks if this isn't just a game where they have to win no matter what, stating that's how he's lived until now. Then he asks what the Duke thought, and if he managed to prove anything. The Duke says he would never do something like that, and imagines that, perhaps in his past life, he must have thought it was worth attempting something so reckless. Then he says he will keep his promise and give the protagonist what he needs most now. Tiny tries to thank him for his kindness, but then he loses his strength and collapses on the arena floor. After some time, he wakes up, and upon seeing the Duke, he asks where he is. The Duke says he recovered faster than expected and mentions they have much to discuss. Tiny asks how much time has passed, and the Duke replies that it's been about half a day. The protagonist then asks if he called any priest, but just then, the princess appears, saying she just finished recovering and asks where he wants her to take the boy who just woke up. She also asks if he didn't intend to hurt him again. However, she hears from her father that the boy hurt himself, and he wouldn't hurt his daughter's benefactor. The protagonist is surprised to be called that, since he thought it was the opposite until now. Chloe says he was between life and death, but Tiny simply smiles and says that, as the Duke mentioned, he was too greedy. He apologizes for the trouble. The princess tells him he should act more like a child. However, the Duke approaches him closely, saying that it seems that, even as a child, Tiny recognizes beauty and warns him not to dare touch his daughter. Tiny deflects, saying he's just embarrassed to be called the princess's benefactor, stating that this never happened originally, and becoming a benefactor right after capturing a dark mage was something he didn't expect. The Duke then understands this didn't happen in his past life. The princess then asks what they're talking about, and her father evades, saying that if it were important, he would certainly tell her. He also says she should focus on her coming-of-age ceremony, as the preparations are almost complete, and he's sure she'll enjoy it. The princess, however, seems a little upset, and walks away with a sad look. Tiny seems to have noticed this but lets her go. Afterward, alone, the Duke says he forgot to give an important piece of advice, and tells Tiny that the fact he returned to this moment must remain a secret between them. The protagonist says he doesn't intend to tell anyone, and the Duke says this must not reach other ears, especially priests in particular, because the flow of space-time is the axis of destiny organized by the Creator, a power even the goddess who governs all things cannot touch. A mere human going against this is akin to blasphemy. That's why your family has kept the existence of Tempest a secret. Tiny asks if the goddess isn't the same as the Creator. The Duke replies that he shouldn't know because this information was erased from the temple's scriptures. However, something that the true scriptures say has been passed down among the oldest families. For now, the Duke wants to leave things as they are. He says that the 10 knights the protagonist mentioned must be the only ones aware of this information. Tiny agrees, saying he has no intention of leaving the 10 knights alone. He adds that this will make him stronger than before, and that he knows all the strategies of the future. The Duke says that's perfect, and asks what abilities he used in the future. Before answering, Tiny asks if the Duke will turn him in. This catches the Duke by surprise. The protagonist says he should be more aware of what he promised to give, claiming that he's becoming old and senile. This leaves the Duke super irritated, and he smacks the boy on the head. Tiny then asks why he did that. The Duke takes him back to the arena, saying he must start educating him. Tiny asks if he knows his real age, to which the Duke responds that it only makes the problem worse. But since he promised, he'll give the protagonist what he wants. And he also wants to tell him about some visions dedicated to the Duke of Valentia. He then asks if the boy has ever heard of a force called gravity. After some time, the protagonist starts to doze off, and he falls asleep during the explanation. The Duke wakes him up with another smack, saying they haven't even started yet, and he's already asleep. Tiny tells him to stop hitting him, so the Duke demands he pay attention, and explains that his family's vision is divided into 4 fundamental parts. Mana techniques, a sword style that combines defense and attack, methods to acquire attributes in 3 steps, and a method to gain aura traits in 7 stages. The protagonist then says it makes sense for a Valentia to be this skilled. With that, the Duke boasts. So, since the protagonist said he uses an offensive weapon, The Duke says the boy doesn't need attack sword training. Tiny says his great hammer is better than any sword, but there's something else he wants. That ridiculously powerful defense he saw the Emperor use, calling it the perfect lesson. The Duke then explains that among the parts of Valentia's vision, there are differences, and that's the method of acquiring aura traits. The protagonist doesn't quite understand, but the Duke says that's what he's teaching him now, how to acquire attributes. Tiny feels disappointed because he wanted to learn more about defense. However, the Duke knows what he's doing. Elsewhere, far from there, a meeting of hooded figures takes place, and one of them says Elaine is dead. He adds that she was the blade meant to pierce the heart of Elvenheim, and losing such an important resource so easily is something they can't accept. But he states that the culprit is a child who believes himself to be a descendant of the Morse family. Then he tells the others to gather information about this child, but they must ensure the Empire knows nothing. The others agree with this decision. Before concluding, the leader says they must remember that, for now, Karun's mission is the most important. Back to the protagonist, he's all battered, but has learned that, to acquire attributes, he first needs certain traits. Next, he says he already possesses all the attributes convenient for him and asks if the third stage will cause an explosion like in his previous life. The Duke replies that he already checked when his body collapsed after that fight, and he states that, even with a child's body, Tiny was heavier than most knights. Therefore, his body is shaped by the vision. Tiny isn't sure about that, but the Duke tells him to think carefully and asks if he didn't use armor in his previous life. With that, the protagonist remembers he did use very heavy armor. The Duke then says that the heavier the body, the heavier the armor. In other words, the greater the energy absorbed, the slower the movements, and he asks if Tiny knows why. Then he states that it's because of something some sorcerers call gravity. If he masters this attribute, the heavier his body becomes, and the more energy his body holds, the faster and stronger he will become. The Duke asks if the boy is interested now. He then states that this is an ability no ordinary expert could compare to, as there is a force between objects. Hearing this makes the protagonist increasingly curious. However, he can't fully focus on the Duke's words. This irritates the old man even more. He tries to explain again, but the protagonist asks why the ground would attract anything, finding the Duke's explanation nonsensical. The boy's ignorance makes the Duke impatient and frustrated, but he doesn't give up and asks why the boy thinks things in high places fall. Tiny replies that it has always been that way. Already irritated, the Duke says it happens because of gravity, but the protagonist shows no interest in learning about it. This makes the Duke ask why he doesn't try a little harder to understand. Tiny asks why it has to be so complicated, claiming that if he doesn't understand, then it's fine as it is. This lack of respect ignites the old man's full fury, calling the protagonist a damn brat and preparing to crush him. He then takes the boy to the top of a tower and holds him by the edge, by his shirt alone, causing the protagonist to panic. The Duke says he will learn through practice. Not only that, but he also uses ice mana to increase the boy's weight. Then, he asks again why someone who climbed so high would have no choice but to fall. Desperate, the protagonist answers, gravity, but he says it without understanding what it truly means. For this reason, the Duke lets him go, allowing him to fall, telling the boy to feel gravity firsthand. As he falls, the protagonist thinks the Duke is insane, but he realizes nothing will stop him from hitting the ground, because if he continues falling like this, he will certainly die. So he decides to try something, and calls his lunar wolf. The wolf appears on the ground slightly disoriented, and sees that Tiny is about to fall straight onto him. The protagonist, somewhat embarrassed, apologizes to the wolf for what's about to happen. Then, he falls onto the animal. With this, his fall is cushioned, and he manages to survive. But shortly after, the Duke appears, asking if he felt the greatness of gravity. Tiny replies that he felt it in every part of his being. This satisfies the Duke, who states that this was a height from which he wouldn't die if he fell. He then asks if the boy understands what gravity is now. Tiny, however, doesn't seem to have understood, so the Duke says they should try several more times until he gets it, claiming that practice is the best way. However, the protagonist dislikes being thrown off again, saying it would be better to learn just with words. After falling several times from the tower, he wakes up in a bed, being healed with magic. Chloe is happy he has finally woken up, saying it's amazing that he has already become an expert. Something Tiny wasn't even aware of himself. He remembers all the times he fell and wonders if that's even possible. Chloe says that even though he's happy to be her father's disciple, she asks what kind of training it was. Not even the protagonist knows how to answer that. Even so, the princess says it's amazing he became an expert, and she's happy that a genius has appeared in Blue Wing. Tiny, however, asks if it's okay for her to be there. He states that she should be preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony, as her father mentioned. The princess becomes a little flustered and says, There's nothing to prepare. The only thing she needs to do is learn etiquette. Tiny becomes a bit thoughtful, but says she'll do well. Chloe asks what he's talking about, and he replies that he means the ceremony. Then, the princess tells him to stop joking, stating that she knows she'll do well because that's the day she'll be the star. She then asks if she looks nervous. Tiny responds that everyone close to her can see it. In any case, Chloe says it's fine because Tiny is part of the family now. This surprises the protagonist. However, Chloe says he's her father's disciple, so they're part of the same family, and even tells Tiny he can call her sister from now on. The protagonist definitely wasn't expecting that. Chloe asks what kind of reaction that is, claiming it's a great honor since she's the Duke's daughter. And since they're now family, she asks if the protagonist can keep a secret. He replies that it's not a problem. Thinking it over, the princess mentions that Lord Drexler is looking for Tiny, something he didn't know. After that, he heads back to the arena. This time, many people are watching him, because Drexler says he heard the protagonist has become a specialist. Tiny says yes, but doesn't understand why he was summoned. He realizes this doesn't seem like something ordinary, due to some people watching him closely. Drexler says he doesn't need to worry, and asks the boy what he thinks about a rematch. Seeing that Drexler dropped his weapon, the protagonist wonders if it's because of what happened in their last fight. Drexler says it's not typical for knights to lose their patience with children. Then he says they'll fight now to help him get used to his new level. Tiny says that if that's the case, he won't refuse the invitation, and immediately goes on the attack, striking his opponent's shield. Even with the shield, Drexler feels the blow, and wonders if this is really the same boy he fought a week ago. Again, the protagonist prepares to attack. Then he puts some distance between himself and his opponent, and charges again. But this time, he's not unarmed like his opponent. With his weapon charged with energy, Tiny prepares to strike him. Drexler doesn't stay idle and charges his punch, thinking that even a light touch could cause significant injury. However, both end up colliding their attacks, causing an explosion and throwing them far from each other. Drexler wonders why the boy's attacks feel heavier. Either way, he regains his composure and withstands the protagonist's consecutive attacks. Meanwhile, he observes the boy, noticing that he's even faster than last time. With his club, Tiny attacks, and doesn't hold back on the energy in his strikes. Even those watching from a distance notice how heavy his club is. Not only that, but they see that the protagonist can handle it with remarkable speed. Drexler gives up fighting unarmed and says the protagonist doesn't need to hold back on him. Tiny then says he'll do just that. The opponent charges toward him, but Tiny, having been hit by those attacks a few times, knows how they work. His weapon is lighter than usual, even when swung, and when it hits the target. It's much heavier than it seems. Drexler feels the pressure of the strike, then pushes the protagonist away from him. Tiny thinks that after manipulating the senses of the mana body, it's just a matter of applying it in the fight. While his opponent realizes what's coming, the protagonist executes the level 1 combat method, nicknamed by him as Lightning Hammer. When it strikes Drexler's shield, the impact causes a massive explosion. From the outside, some wonder if this is the strength of a specialist. After that, Drexler says they don't need to fight anymore. Tiny thanks him for the help. Drexler claims he held back on him. However, Tiny also says he didn't show everything he knows. This surprises the vice captain. The protagonist reminds him that he's an elementalist, and by summoning his wolf, he makes Drexler realize he didn't even use it. Then the vice captain says the protagonist passed the test and welcomes him to the Blue Wing. However, Tiny says his wish isn't to join the Knights, and asks if the Duke didn't inform him of the situation. Drexler didn't expect to hear that, and is surprised the boy doesn't want to be a knight. Later, in the Duke's office, he tells the protagonist that he forgot to inform the Blue Wing, and says that if the protagonist plans to travel the continent, it's better not to belong to any family. Either way, he says he did an excellent job, and exceeded his expectations, but Tiny knows what he had to go through and doesn't like it at all. In any case, the Duke says they're almost ready to face the first catastrophe. Tiny asks what's missing. The Duke replies that they still need to create a Warhammer artifact for the protagonist to use, an artifact infused with nearly permanent magical power. Its value can vary greatly, but it would take at least a few years' salary of a knight to buy something like that. Then the protagonist asks if it wouldn't take too long to produce one. The Duke replies that one has been in progress for a few months. It was a secret because it was originally meant to be a gift for Drexler's loyalty and service. After that, the protagonist goes to Valentia's best forge, called Rendal's Hammer. He then requests an adjustment, but Rendal, the dwarf craftsman, finds it odd that a boy would ask for something like that. He states that he would rather cancel the contract and pay the penalty than have his work treated as if it were a children's toy. The protagonist knows that the dwarven artisans want the weapon to find its rightful owner, even if it means taking a loss, so he knows he needs to prove his worth. He quickly asks if the dwarf thinks he is better than an average knight. Rendell takes a good look at the boy and notices that he is an expert, even though he seems very young for it. Then he asks if this is some kind of trick. However, Rendell has a unique characteristic of dwarves, his right eye, which allows him to detect truth and lies based on the emotional waves of words. Thus, he confirms the boy's honesty and agrees to do what the protagonist asks and tells him to wait. When he returns, he brings the hammer. Tiny asks if it is ready. The dwarf says it's not completely sharpened yet, as it still lacks impact amplification, automatic repair functions, and protective magic. The protagonist asks if it couldn't include offensive magic. The dwarf thought he wanted protection, but Tiny clarifies that's not the case, arguing that a warhammer isn't common as it's not very popular, and anyone would be foolish to reject a third circle spell. Rendell then says there is, in fact, only one other warhammer, describing it as made of compressed black steel and covered with weight amplification runes. However, he explains that it ended up being too heavy, so he abandoned the project. But Tiny says he really likes the sound of it and asks about its other specifications. The dwarf explains the other features, and the protagonist becomes eager to see the hammer. Due to his insistence, Rendell takes the boy to the weapon, and upon seeing the hammer, Tiny's eyes light up. However, Rendell says it's not as grand as it looks because the hammer weighs over 100 kilograms. Before he knows it, the boy already has the hammer in his hands. Even realizing the weapon is heavy, Tiny can still wield it. He even strikes the ground with it, alarming the dwarf, as it could have collapsed the house. The dwarf notices that the boy has fallen in love with the hammer. In turn, the protagonist says the hammer is a bit small, but resembles the nocturne he used in his previous life. Tiny then asks if the dwarf could help him with the dagger, so he can still use it as he grows. Rendell says he doesn't even need to ask. The protagonist then tells him to charge the Duke double, but asks what the warhammer is called. Rendell replies that its name is Stamp. Upon seeing the hammer, the Count is surprised that something like this exists and thinks it's great that Drexler will get his own too. Tiny says it will take about 2 weeks to make the necessary adjustments, and he needs to train in the meantime. He states that he is still far from becoming invincible. Upon hearing this, the Count asks where that idea came from. The protagonist explains that he learned some Eastern languages because of his appearance and mentions that he's often told he looks like a demon. The Duke says the boy is very amusing and made a good choice. He also tells him to use more of those Eastern languages, as sometimes he comes off as a bit dim. After that, the Duke says that since Tiny has to wait 2 weeks, he will participate in Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony. Tiny asks if he will make that announcement. The Duke says it's about a connection with the imperial family, and asks how Chloe could refuse an engagement with the Crown Prince. As he mentioned before, the Crown Prince died on his wedding day. Thus, the protagonist asks if the Duke will go ahead with it, knowing this. By next summer, all direct members of the imperial family of Aslan will die, marking the second catastrophe. As a result, the Empire, once considered the strongest human nation, will suffer from internal conflicts, and the nation's power will fragment. The princess will become a widow and the sole survivor of the imperial family, earning the title of the heiress princess of misfortune. Now knowing all this, the Duke says the protagonist doesn't need to worry, as he will take care of everything. Tiny says that all he knows is that there were rumors the second prince was responsible, but he also died. He recalls Chloe telling him to call her sister, and begins to worry about her. He states that even her father couldn't figure out what happened in the previous life, as everything was shrouded in uncertainty. The Duke says his daughter is brilliant, being someone whose personality shines brighter than her appearance, yet people still fail to see it. However, the protagonist says that later the entire world will see it. After all, even if the Duke helped her, it was she who managed to rebuild the ruined empire. Nevertheless, she didn't seem happy. Then the Duke says that, for his daughter and for the entire world, he will choose the best path, claiming that he can prevent all of this from happening precisely because he is Esgard von Valentia. If that's the case, the protagonist states that he will not stop him. Instead, in the end, he will save Chloe his own way. However, jealousy overtakes the Duke, as he claims that the protagonist is too close to his daughter and doesn't seem to have good intentions toward her. The protagonist knows the Duke loses his temper when it comes to his daughter and says he misunderstood him, trying to calm him down. Outside, 2 men are talking, and one wonders if everyone is there because of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. The other says that everything is now ready and that he has taken care of everything. Thus, his companion can have fun safely. The big day has arrived. The commander of the Blue Wing Knights tells the Duke that they have received more guests than expected, saying it shows how influential Valentia is. His name is Genus Freewell, and he claims they will make this day unforgettable. By the way, he also mentions they've received a guest from Rockter. It's the third son, known for being a parasite. The Rockter Duchy is a major power in the empire, and a family that has competed with Valentia for generations. To the Duke, this is a terrible time to have someone like that around, and he asks them to ensure everyone knows this is Valentia, not Rockter. The commander says he has already taken all necessary measures, and the Duke says that's good work. However, something else worries him. Then the Duke asks Genus if he has any illness he hasn't disclosed. Genus asks what his lord is talking about. The Duke takes on a serious demeanor, but decides to leave it for later, and says he just wants Genus not to handle everything in the ceremony alone, but the commander says it's fine since the princess is like a niece to him. The Duke remembers that, as a child, Chloe used to follow him around, and there was even a time when she thought she had 3 older brothers. Then he changes the subject, and asks if Genus plans to marry. The commander replies no, and reminds his lord that he promised not to ask that again. Thus, the Duke apologizes. Janus says he seems a bit strange today, and the Duke simply says he's becoming more nervous as the coming-of-age ceremony approaches. Then he says his commander must be quite busy and dismisses him. His name is Genus Freewell, just a child who became commander after his father passed away. The Duke had asked the protagonist about him, but Tiny didn't recognize him or have any information about him. This makes the Duke wonder if Janus won't be by his side in the future. Moreover, it won't be because of a chronic illness or a marriage. However, Janus is a level 6 mana user and won't die in any ordinary battle. It will probably be because of the second catastrophe, at least that's what the Duke thinks. Back to the protagonist, he is training, and remembers talking about Janus. Thinking that the Sword Emperor's theory makes sense, there's a high probability something will happen on Chloe's wedding day. Perhaps more than one person is involved in it. Then, the princess appears alongside Vivian. Tiny asks if it's okay for her to be there since many guests are arriving, and he also asks if it's against etiquette for her to talk to him. Vivian even tried to warn her, but Chloe says it's boring being stuck in her room, and says that when she's with Tiny, she can hear interesting stories and even see the lunar wolf. The protagonist then offers her the wolf to borrow for a while, and the princess says that with the wolf by her side, she'll be able to endure much more. Suddenly, someone appears, calling her the Angel of Valentia and saying she is truly beautiful. The man apologizes for his boldness, but claims the princess is the most beautiful woman he, Thybron von Rockter, has ever had the pleasure of seeing. The princess is startled upon hearing that name, but Thybron says he comes from a prestigious family that has been competing amicably with Valentia. Chloe maintains her polite demeanor and says it's a pleasure to meet him, and Thybron wishes they could find time to celebrate their first meeting. She seems a bit startled, but Thybron tells her not to pretend she doesn't know, claiming that he will become her life partner, and now that they've finally met, they should have a conversation. Thybron even mentions that he brought an excellent wine from his estate. Angrily, Tiny wonders who this lunatic is to offer alcohol to a minor before announcing an engagement. Vivian steps forward, saying that Thybron must step back, because the princess is not allowed to interact with guests until the coming-of-age ceremony. Thybron is surprised to see a female knight beside the princess and asks how a woman dares to interrupt him. His guard then tries to intimidate Vivian, saying she should step aside, as this is a conversation between young aristocrats. However, Vivian responds that this situation goes far beyond what he imagines. Thybron's guard says his master is being sincere and that he was ill for a few years. He hopes the princess can understand, even if his master seems a bit rude. Thybron agrees and asks for at least a chance. From afar, the protagonist observes everything, and he thinks that this guy is even stranger than the last idiot. Determined to make him pay for this, Tiny calls Chloe his sister, and, adopting a completely childish demeanor, asks who these strange people are. Thybron immediately asks who this insolent boy is, and orders Griam, his guard, to get rid of him at once. Without warning, Tiny advances and delivers a solid slap to Thybron, calling him trash and throwing him far away, claiming that he is an expert. Seeing his master attacked, Griam prepares to act. However, he too is struck and even loses a few teeth. From a distance, the fight between them can be seen. An aristocrat notices that a boy just knocked down a knight with a mere slap and is incredulous at the sight. Seeing the boy leave his opponents on the ground, the man wonders who this boy is. After being struck like that, Griam wonders how it ended up this way. He remembers receiving the order to bring Thybron to the princess because his master said it would cause a scandal in Valentia. However, at the time, Griam pointed out that it would also tarnish the Rockter name, but his master said Thybron would soon be expelled from the family. This information left Griam deeply surprised. His master explained that if everything went well, it might even be good for that piece of trash, and instructed Griam to act like he knew nothing and just follow the plan. He even added that he would look forward to seeing Griam complete his task. Back in the present, after being hit with just one slap, he fell. From above, the aristocrat observes a high-ranking knight and an expert, wondering who that boy is. His companion says he is a legendary genius, or rather, a monster. The aristocrat is soon amazed that the Duke of Valentia has someone like that under his protection, and says he must meet that boy one day. Speaking of which, he asks if Duke Alon von Rochter is really doing everything to get closer to the imperial family. His companion replies that Rochter obviously wouldn't want to stay away from the imperial family's view, and is probably trying to end the relationship between them. The aristocrat quickly realizes that Rochter is trying to tarnish Valentia's reputation, and notes that it has been many years since the Duke of Valentia became an Auror. His companion says that Alon just doesn't want to be left behind by Valentia. These words make sense to him, so he concludes that his companion is right. He then wants to deal with those idiots first, and says that at least they didn't have the decency to arrive quietly. However, his companion says his lord won't need to go there, because it seems that the children of Valentia care a lot about their youngest, and they are all already back. Later, the Duke speaks with the protagonist and says that Thebron has been expelled from Rochter, and thanks to that, Tiny won't need to come up with an excuse for hitting a noble. The protagonist says that's good, but the Duke disagrees. He calls it an unfortunate event and asks the boy to control himself. The Duke asks if he's trying to end up in prison before the Demon King's army attacks. Tiny tries to justify himself, claiming the two behave poorly, but the Duke says he already knew that, and states that he himself would love to beat up that idiot Thybron. Furious, the Duke asks how he dared to enter Valentia and go after his daughter, saying he deserved what happened. Tiny wonders if this is the same man who just asked him to control himself. Outside the room, he sees two men approaching. They run down the hallway, shouting how dare that bastard touch Chloe, saying he deserves to be taught a lesson. The protagonist thinks he has seen them somewhere before. However, one of them ends up bumping into the boy and immediately falls to the ground. The other one is surprised by this, because he sees a specialist being pushed by a child. But upon seeing the protagonist's aura, he asks if the boy is Tiny, the boy who fought Drexler. Tiny replies yes, but says that Drexler lost on purpose and didn't even use his spirit weapon. They then say the rumors were true, and that it makes sense for his father to have given him his vision. They also say it's a shame they met under these circumstances, but they are busy now, so they will meet him later. Soon after, they continue running after Thibron, saying they won't let him leave Valentia alive. Aaron says he wants to be the first to punch him in the face. Thus, the protagonist realizes that he is Aaron, the heir of Valentia, which is why he seemed familiar. However, he wonders who the other guy with him was, since there was only one young master in Valentia in the future. Then he wonders if the same thing happened as with Genus. This issue with the imperial family of Aslan irritates him, because the imperial family always considered Aslan's lineage the most noble. Only those from Aslan's lineage were allowed to attend the banquet. Even Valentia's guests had a very limited and small number, without even imagining the consequences. The protagonist knows that the blood of the noble golden dragon froze to death, but then his thoughts are interrupted, because the aristocrat from earlier appears and says it's always good to check the surroundings for the slightest noise. Tiny asks who he is, and sees that his face is fake, created by magic. The noble says he hasn't introduced himself yet, and says he is Baron Redley von Narsa, a guest at the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. He also says he heard rumors that Tiny defeated a knight and wanted to meet him, so he asks if the boy is from Valentia. In turn, Tiny replies no and says the Duke is just looking after him for a while. Redley says the Duke of Valentia really has a good eye. Seriously, Tiny says this is Valentia, and the Baron should be careful about what he says regarding the Duke. Baron Redley says he deserved that and asks if they are even now, making the protagonist question his age. Redley says that if they are even giving each other advice, he thinks they can already be considered friends, and he asks if he can treat Tiny to dinner to celebrate their friendship. He tells the boy not to refuse, claiming that if he agrees, the two will have fun and build a loyal friendship. Tiny thinks he should just beat him up and uncover his true identity, but he remembers that the Duke told him to control himself and stay calm. However, the Baron then mentions that he heard the protagonist is close to the princess, and asks if he thinks the two of them could meet. Before he could say anything more inappropriate, Tiny wastes no time and lands a solid slap on the arrogant man's face. Like the others, he goes flying out of there, and lands straight onto his servant. This leaves the protagonist satisfied, not caring at all about the consequences. After the Baron is sent flying, the protagonist realizes he might have overdone it. This angers the servant, who immediately charges to attack, calling the boy insolent. While he fights with a sword, the protagonist defends himself using only mana. Furious, the servant says he will break him into pieces. Tiny notices that the opponent is stronger than he expected, but looking closer at him, he realizes the man is controlling space with mana. This makes him a challenger. The opponent only wants to rip off the boy's hand for his insolence. Tiny, however, defends himself with his mana armor and seizes the opportunity to summon his lunar wolf. But the opponent is determined not to let that happen. Upon seeing the wolf, he realizes the boy is an elementalist. However, the opening left by the opponent allows Tiny to attack, and he manages to land a punch on him. However, he is surprised after that, because the opponent stopped the punch with just his forehead and didn't even budge. Then the man grabs the boy and throws him far away. As he falls, Tiny manages to land without injuring himself. But soon he realizes the opponent is approaching, ready to attack again. Then he turns to his wolf for help while shielding himself with mana. Even so, he is struck. However, he manages to soften the blow. His opponent comments on his resilience and declares he won't hold back anymore. With his sword, he moves to attack, but receives the order to stop. The Baron rises from the ground, claiming that the fault was his and not the boy's. After that, Tiny encounters Genus, who says he thought it would be good to meet him, but didn't expect it to happen like this. Tiny apologizes, and Genus comments that he did seem a bit suspicious. The Baron, who is also present, asks for forgiveness. Genus says he'll let it slide this time. However, he warns him to keep one thing in mind, stating that Valentia is not such a forgiving place. He also tells Tiny that the person with the magical disguise has permission for it, leaving the protagonist feeling oppressed. Genus expresses high expectations for him and claims that if he's a bit more cautious, he believes Tiny could become very promising. He then says he's a little busy, but Tiny wants to ask him something before he leaves. He questions him about the Baron. Genus replies that it's still confidential, unfortunately. The protagonist asks if he's someone connected to the Imperial family. This makes Genus think he said something he shouldn't have. Tiny concludes that it makes sense since Challenger-class knights are so rare. Genus, however, tells him he must never repeat this. Tiny thinks to himself that he already knew about the arranged marriage and assumes the Baron must be some kind of Imperial inspector. After all, Chloe's coming-of-age ceremony has finally arrived, and they will likely announce her engagement to the Crown Prince. A week after the coming-of-age ceremony, Genus reflects on Chloe not as a princess, but as his younger sister, and vows to make this day the most beautiful of her life. However, he grows irritated hearing Tiny talk, as the boy is savoring the food and not paying attention to anything else. Tiny even tries to speak with Genus, but he's only focused on his duties. Genus tells Tiny to eat more slowly because there's plenty of food. Tiny tries to respond, but his mouth is full. Genus then tells him to stop eating before he breaks his jaws. The protagonist is startled by this, but Genus just thinks he's a growing boy lacking discipline. Soon after, the Baron approaches again and asks if Tiny has time to speak with him instead of the busy Lord Genus. Tiny is surprised that the inspector showed up at the party and admits he was a bit rude last time. He thanks him for his generosity in forgiving him. The Baron replies that it was his fault for asking the impossible and admires Tiny's defensive reaction at the time. He also says that if he's rude again, Tiny has permission to hit him because no one would dare retaliate. Feeling a little awkward, the protagonist wonders if this guy is some kind of masochist. After that, the Master of Ceremonies announces the star of the event, Princess Chloe von Valentia, who enters alongside her family. Her father accompanies her along with her siblings, and the princess's charming smile lights up the room. Upon seeing this, the Baron is awestruck, remarking on how beautiful she is. Tiny doesn't like this at all, and doesn't want to let it slide unnoticed. As the princess approaches, the guests call her the Angel of Valentia, due to her captivating beauty. Chloe, however, feels uneasy and wonders if everything will change after today. Among the crowd is the protagonist, who is concerned about the princess, remembering her saying she considers him her brother. He then summons his lunar wolf, wishing her happiness in her new life. The wolf approaches the princess, brightening her day. The Duke and others are surprised by its appearance, except for the princess, who is enjoying herself and trying to keep the wolf calm in her lap. Her father feels relieved that it isn't a threat, but suddenly the wolf begins to transform and shifts from its small form, growing larger and assuming its adult persona. Even so, it remains by her side. Seeing a spirit next to the princess, some guests think she's no different from a goddess. Even the Baron is impressed upon seeing the spirit's true form and thanks the protagonist for the beautiful distraction. Tiny wonders why this guy is thanking him, finding it all too strange. Back at the ceremony, the Duke once again thanks Chloe for growing up healthy. He also says that if her mother were there to see her today, she would be very happy. The father's words to his daughter move many of the guests. However, not everyone seems to know the Duke's story, as one of them appears confused about it. In any case, the ceremony continues. The Duke places a necklace on his daughter, and all the guests are dazzled. The Master of Ceremonies announces that now comes the highlight of the evening and says it's time to present the princess's fiancé. The Duke then declares that his daughter's fiancé is this person, pointing to the hall, but not to someone physically present. Instead, it's a magical projection displaying the fiancé for everyone to see. His name is Bradley Van Asran, and he says he's very happy to receive the Angel of Valentia as his companion, but he regrets not being able to attend this wonderful day in person. Vivian, who was present, is impressed because this young man is the heir to the throne. Meanwhile, the protagonist remembers that in his past life, Bradley died for nothing. The Baron says it's his turn, but the protagonist grabs him and asks where he's going, stating that it's not time to leave yet. The Baron says he knows about his concern for the princess. However, he insists the protagonist need not worry about him and tells him to read his name, Narsa, backward. The protagonist quickly realizes that he is Asran. Then Bradley reveals his true identity and bids farewell to the boy. Tiny now understands who he was all along. Not only that, but he realizes he once hit the heir to the throne. Thus, he concludes that he's in deep trouble, and even considers letting him die at the wedding next year. Janus approaches and asks what Tiny is thinking about. He deflects, saying he's just feeling warm, but Janus reassures him, saying that His Highness has already forgiven him, and even if there's some resentment, he assures that as long as Tiny is within Valentia's territory, he will be safe. It was the Crown Prince who sought this engagement to go against the wishes of His Majesty, the Emperor, who preferred the Rockter family. Tiny then understands that the prince favors Valentia. Janus has more to share and reveals he has a message from his master. He says everything is ready and instructs the boy to meet with the Duke after the ceremony ends. That's what happens, and the protagonist goes to the Duke's office. The old man thanks him for revealing the spirit, as it seems to have relaxed Chloe. Tiny says he didn't do anything significant and asks if everything is ready. The Duke replies yes, but honestly, it's still a bit hard to believe. He explains that Humanitas, the sacred relic of Karun, has disappeared, and Orthus, the capital, was destroyed by the great demon Kraken's attack. Then he asks how it could possibly be Kraken, of all demons. Tiny says he needs to find out. The Duke says the agreement is over, and he can stop by the blacksmith to pick up his weapon. The next day, the blacksmith explains that he enhanced the weight and impact, added self-repair, and optimized the mana waves for him. Thinking about it, he says these specifications are quite unusual and asks what the protagonist intends to do. Tiny simply takes the hammer and asks if he can test it. The dwarf tells him to try hitting something with it, so the protagonist gets excited and says the weight is perfect. The story then cuts to a battle where, with just one strike, he manages to defeat his enemy. He then says the hammer turned out better than expected and thinks he needs to thank Master Rendell for the excellent work. After that, the lunar wolf signals something and rushes into the forest. Tiny asks if it wants a moonlit race. He even remarks that the lunar wolf is in its best condition. For Tiny, this is perfect because they can reach their destination in a week since they are heading to the port of Anaxen, elsewhere, far from there. One of the cultists reports that the Morse child has left the duchy, mounted on a superior class spirit beast, and is moving 4 times faster than usual. Another asks what the route is. The first replies that the nearest port is Karun's in Anaxen, which shocks the others. Their leader says this is more than irritating, and this time he wants to handle it personally, and orders the others to call the trainer. On the road, the protagonist encounters an ambush and asks who these idiots are. The men don't like being called that and ask if the boy still hasn't fully grasped the situation. They know the boy is at an expert level but claim he's just an elementalist against 5 of their best men. They also say that this boy needs a wake-up call because they, the Black Knights, will teach him a lesson. At that moment, an archer shoots an arrow at the protagonist. Meanwhile, Tiny mocks the entire group. He deflects the enemy's arrow with just his hand, surprising everyone else, as they believe such a defense is impossible. But one of them shouts to the others not to be afraid, claiming it was just a cheap trick and that they have the numbers advantage. Hearing this, Tiny says the best remedy for foolishness is a good beating, and with his hammer, he strikes one of them. The others are terrified of the boy's strength and wonder if this is truly the power of an expert. The one who was struck is sent flying. Meanwhile, the protagonist remarks that real knights are amazing, but they are just followers of the demon. The leader of the group is in shock and starts running, claiming they weren't paid for this. Tiny, however, doesn't want to let them escape, so he dismounts his wolf and, with a single strike to the ground, intends to kill them all. Immediately, he hits the ground with his hammer, causing a massive impact and cracking the earth. In this way, the enemies are swallowed by the ground. Tiny, still standing, watches his enemies defeated and fallen. Ironically, he says his hammer turned out amazing and plans to use it even as he grows up. However, he still doesn't know how these idiots knew where he was heading and thinks he should have spared one to interrogate. Just then, he hears the sound of a tree falling beside him that nearly hit him. His wolf managed to dodge the attack. After that, Tiny notices something gigantic approaching and realizes it's a 2-headed troll that is furious about an intruder in its territory. It quickly starts chasing the boy, And, while preparing to flee, Tiny wonders why a high-class monster is there. Monster classification is determined based on their partnerships. This means a Class 5 monster is cooperating with a 5th Circle mage or a superior mana user. Knowing this, the protagonist is puzzled about how and why such a troll is right in front of him. He then tries to escape with his wolf. While running, he sees that the troll is being controlled by someone who refers to the protagonist as trash that only gets in their way. The mage orders the troll to crush the boy like a worm. This makes Tiny realize that the reason a monster like this appeared is that it has a mage as its master. So, he orders his wolf to go after the mage and leave the troll to him. However, the mage won't let that happen, so he uses the troll as a shield. The giant then attacks, preventing the protagonist from advancing. Not only that, but it ends up cutting down several trees, making Tiny's situation even harder. He realizes the monster is of the berserk type. Before he can react, the troll appears behind him and tries to catch him off guard, but Tiny narrowly escapes. He knows that Class 5 trolls have strength enhancement and regeneration abilities. But the berserk mode has its limitations, and he just needs to hold out until an opening appears. The giant tries to attack the boy with some kind of acid breath. However, Tiny uses a mana shield. He also notices that the enemies are alone, so they shouldn't be using up so much mana. Before he can think further, the troll attacks again. Tiny tries to counter it with his hammer, as it's too late to dodge. In doing so, he manages to push the giant back, and as soon as the troll hits the ground, Tiny jumps to try to attack it by surprise. He lands the hit, making the troll scream in pain because his hammer has weight and impact amplification. Afterward, the troll manages to get up, despite being struck in the knee. It resumes its attacks. Tiny dodges the enemy's blows and moves in to counterattack because he doesn't want to give the giant any respite. From a distance, the mage observes everything and wonders how long the protagonist will keep running, claiming that the moment he's caught, it will all be over. Back in the fight, the protagonist ends up in a dead-end path, finding himself cornered. The troll is about to strike him when suddenly the magic controlling it is interrupted. Seeing this, the mage becomes desperate as the berserk mode ends. Tiny asks if he really thought he wouldn't retaliate, claiming he was just waiting for an opening in the enemy's frenzy. The mage hadn't expected such intelligence from the boy. Thus, he becomes vulnerable, and the wolf manages to grab him and attacks him, preventing the enemy from fighting back. Tiny tells his wolf it did a great job. He also tells it to hold the mage tightly. Meanwhile, he charges at the troll, attacking it with all his strength. As a result, a massive explosion occurs, leaving the troll's 2 heads in the protagonist's hands. He approaches the mage and asks if he wants to play too. After a few questions, Tiny learns that the organization's headquarters is in the lawless city of the Alliance and asks if the mage's boss is the mayor there. The mage answers yes. Tiny says that it definitely isn't those two, but the mage doesn't understand the statement. He knows his wolf is a spirit beast and has a spell for explosions. Tiny says he can't let a 5th-class beast-taming mage go so easily, and asks if they're planning to steal Karun's relic. The mage insists they are not, which makes Tiny think he was right. He only wants to know one more thing and asks the name of the person who gave this mission, claiming he'll let the mage go afterward. The enemy hesitates to respond, but the protagonist tells him to think carefully and asks if he's ever heard of a head suddenly exploding. The mage responds that he thinks he has. Tiny asks if he thinks the chances of that happening to him are low, just because he's in Tiny's hands now. The mage panics at hearing this and doesn't know how to react. A little later, the protagonist is walking in the port city of Enixen. The people around are wondering who set off fireworks after seeing a massive explosion in the sky. Tiny remembers the Duke telling him the agreement was over and that he'd wait for him at the bar in Enixen. After walking for a bit, he finds the place. Then, upon entering the bar, he is surprised, because he didn't imagine he'd have reinforcement, the Sword Emperor himself. The man apologizes to the boy and says his shop doesn't sell alcohol to children. The protagonist notices the change in his face and is incredulous. He wonders if it's magical makeup, but he can't sense any mana. Some drunks tell the protagonist that this isn't a place for kids and even laugh at his hair. They even say that all the other customers have already left. However, due to their mockery, the lunar wolf scares them and puts them in their place. It then returns to the protagonist. With this, Tiny says they can't ignore him. The shopkeeper sees a black-haired spiritualist and concludes that the boy wants the house's special menu. He apologizes for not recognizing him sooner, and then takes him to another room. Alone, the protagonist shows his badge. The man recognizes it as the Duke's certification, with the symbol of Valentia's secret organization, Black Wing. Not only are they the best warriors, but they are also the best at handling information and personal connections. The man introduces himself as Jay and says he is the commander of the Black Wings. Tiny understands this means Jay is literally the chief and has a question. He says that if Jay is the leader, he should at least be a Blader class, but he didn't sense any mana from him, and asks how the leader manages to hide it. Jay replies that he hasn't awakened the use of mana. He also says that sometimes the tricks for hiding mana become the hardest disguises to detect. Then he uses the Duke's face again, leaving the protagonist thoroughly impressed. Jay explains that it's just a simple disguise. Tiny then thinks he wasn't wrong and asks Jay if this isn't very dangerous. Jay replies that's what makes it all so exciting, making the protagonist think he has strange tastes. Then Jay says they should focus on their work, not on his personal preferences. Jay reveals that Gale Anderson, the Tsunami Mage, who was supposed to receive a recommendation letter, is missing. This information leaves Tiny quite surprised, because Tsunami Mage is a title given to a 7th Circle Mage. The protagonist asks if he shouldn't be especially stronger since he's near the sea, given the title. Jay says they lost contact with the mage during his voyage, and it's been 2 weeks since his expected return date. Tiny then says it's hard to make any recommendations in such a situation, but Jay says he had a plan B ready and tells the boy to meet his new identity, showing him a new crest. The protagonist asks if he's sure the Sword Emperor sent him for this. He also asks if Jay knows the name Hustle, but it doesn't seem like he does. Tiny then says that Hustle is the demon follower responsible for the Karun incident, and claims he received this information just before blowing someone's head off. After thinking for a moment, Jay says the name sounds like it belongs to an orc or beast, and decides to keep it in mind. Then one of Jay's servants calls him, telling him to hurry because they are here. Tiny asks who they are, but Jay just says he has to leave, because it means the big players have arrived. Soon, the protagonist imagines that something bad is about to happen. However, in the shop's hall, a grand party is taking place. Tiny comes across the so-called big players, who turn out to be a large group of hungry customers. The waiters are unhappy with the overwhelming crowd. This makes the protagonist wonder why a front restaurant is doing so well. 2 days later, aboard the ship Flaxen, the boatman says they'll depart soon, until a hooded figure asks if this is the ship to Karin. Afterward, a sailor identifies the figure as a child and asks where their identification is. Tiny, who had been keeping a low profile until then, shows the identification given to him by Jay. Immediately, the sailor realizes he's a noble and wonders why a noble is there without an escort. He quickly apologizes for his oversight. The protagonist says it's fine, as he's just a fallen noble now. Even though he doesn't fully understand, the boatman wishes him a safe journey. Meanwhile, Tiny recalls Jay mentioning a noble family called Moors that was accused of being demon followers and disappeared 40 years ago. Black hair and dark eyes were marks of their descendants, but with so few heirs, they couldn't recover over time. From now on, Tiny must assume the identity of one of the Moors who fled and had a child with an elf. Tiny has to take on this disguise now, but thinks that even as an elementalist, it's still a bit strange. Then, he starts to feel a bit different, and quickly realizes there is magic within the ship. The protagonist senses a presence, but doesn't see anything unusual around him. He knows, however, that there's more than 1 or 2 presences and wonders what their purpose is. He even considers that they might be planning to sacrifice everyone aboard. In a moment of distraction, a man tries to catch Tiny off guard, but his instincts won't let that happen. The protagonist quickly grabs the man's hand and breaks it, stopping the attack. The man's scream immediately draws everyone's attention, and the ship's crew becomes terrified, especially when they see blood gushing out. One of the sailors asks the boy what he's doing. Meanwhile, the man demands to be released. His knife falls to the ground, but Tiny uses his foot to lift it and then kicks it mid-air, hitting the man squarely with his own weapon. The others are left speechless at the sight as they watch the man writhing in pain and bleeding profusely. However, knowing the man's evil nature, the protagonist feels no pity. As soon as it's over, a dark aura of magic begins to emanate from the corpse. This confuses the others even more. Not just the smoke, but a foul smell also starts to spread among them. They quickly realize the man was a demon follower. A sailor thanks the protagonist for getting rid of him, but says his methods were a bit extreme. Tiny, in turn, grabs the sailor's hand as well, and ironically asks if he was talking about this. Then, he repeats the same move as before, taking this man down onto the ship's floor. Not just him, but another one was also struck. The protagonist doesn't stop attacking them, as he suspects there are more demon followers around. He even uses human bodies as weapons. People start fleeing, thinking he's a serial killer. However, one of the crew members finally realizes that everyone the boy attacked was also a demon follower. Tiny, with a serious expression, looks at his last target, the one who seemed to be the ship's captain. The captain comes up to the deck and asks what's happening. Seeing the bodies, He asks how this could have happened. Then, he spots the protagonist and immediately apologizes for the inconvenience. It seems this chaos was caused by demonic followers, and he would like the boy's cooperation in a future investigation. Tiny laughs and says he is a great captain, and also an excellent actor. Without wasting any time, he attacks the captain with his hammer, hurling him away and crushing him with the impact. The people, already shocked, become even more terrified. They look toward where the captain's body landed and see that he, too, was a demonic follower. In the city, someone reports what happened, saying these demonic followers were responsible for the Flaxen operation 5 years ago. 5 low-level sailors, 2 specialist-level navigators, along with the captain, who was a Blader-class knight. King Emid Van Karen is impressed by this information. Tiny hears the reporter speculate that hundreds or even thousands of people may have been sacrificed to the demon, and wonders which demon the demonic followers serve, as some demons can even cross dimensional walls and spread their power. The sacrifices are used in rituals that both strengthen the demonic followers and grant significant power to the demon they serve. To Tiny, people who submit to this are the vermin of humanity. The king says they have been in hiding for 30 years, and even he let his guard down. But he says that, thanks to the elemental spirit user with elven blood, a great disaster was avoided. He also mentions knowing that the boy's spirit can track demonic followers, and asks if he can see this spirit. His servant says that, even if he is an elf descendant, it's still very dangerous. However, this is not a problem for the protagonist, as he summons his spiritual wolf and reveals it before the king. Upon seeing the spiritual wolf, the king is astonished, saying the creature is incredible and magnificent. Now that he sees the spirit with his own eyes, he can believe it. He also says he would like to speak with the boy in private and asks his servants to leave, surprising them. Even the protagonist didn't expect this, as it's not common for a king to meet alone with a stranger, leaving him very intrigued about what will happen next. The king's servants ask his majesty to reconsider, as they don't want to leave him alone with someone unknown. However, the king insists and says it won't take long. Thus, they comply with the order and leave. Now Tiny is face to face with the king alone. The king tells the young hero they don't need to worry about others overhearing, and asks if it's a lie that he is descended from elves. Already suspecting the answer, the king says he would like to know the protagonist's true purpose for being there. Hearing this, Tiny wonders where he went wrong. The king says that, after living for so long, one hears plenty of information. For example, that elves don't actually have black hair. The king tells the protagonist not to worry, claiming only members of his family know this information. Embarrassed, Tiny apologizes for the lie, and says he was hunting demonic followers, because he's trying to stop them from stealing relics, and causing further damage in Karun. The king says that apparently, the protagonist truly is worthy of the empire. He also mentions that Karun is a neutral country, but still part of the Union of Kingdoms. The king states that it's very difficult to trust an empire that goes against the Union. He then asks if that's why the boy hid his identity, even though his intentions were good. In any case, the king decides to trust the boy's words, making Tiny remember why he is known as a wise king. The king says the boy is a spirit user with a pure soul, which makes Tiny think even a wise man cannot avoid prejudice. Because elemental spirit users deal with the essence of mana and spirits, they are natural enemies of demonic cultists. But just because of this, they are labeled as good people. In his past life, there was one who was entirely the opposite of this concept of goodness, and this bothers the protagonist a little. However, setting that aside, he wishes to ask the king for a favor. He asks to be sent to the sanctuary guard to try to resolve Karun's catastrophe. The king agrees, and even says he'll give the boy some credit for defeating those demonic followers on the ship. With that, one of his servants presents a sword and a crest. However, the king says that since he doesn't like long ceremonies, he wants to skip all the sword ceremony formalities because the protagonist has already proven his worth as a knight. And, in the name of the royal family of Karun, Tiny von Morse is appointed as a knight. He is ordered to serve as a protector of the sacred relics. The protagonist thinks this is the first knightly title he's earned in this life. He then tells his sister Irina that he's starting anew, but this time, he'll certainly do better. Before leaving, he has something to say to the king. He mentions a man named Hustle as being behind this case, claiming that he heard this name being used among beasts and orcs. With that, he asks if the king knows anything about it. The king asks if he's sure about this information, but the king's expression surprises the protagonist. Tiny explains that the information came from a fifth circle mage right before he exploded his head. After that, the king simply tells Tiny to leave, as he needs to think more about it. Elsewhere, far away, a mage summons a creature. Seeing this, another man appears, saying it's perfect because it looks like a tsunami mage. The mage who performed the summoning seems to have done so forcibly, But standing before him is Hustle, stating that a child managed to see through the veil, and things won't go as he wishes. Back at the king's castle, the protagonist is introduced to the other knights as someone who dealt with the demon followers from Flaxen. Mason, the sanctuary guard and member of the army, states that the boy is half-elf, so they shouldn't underestimate him just because he looks young. And despite being a knight who has barely left his cradle, this is because he proved his power and was knighted for it. The other guards are confused. Even the protagonist doesn't fully understand what just happened. Earlier, he had asked the king if it was really okay to send him there so easily, as it could provoke opposition within the palace. But the king told him not to worry, as for hundreds of years, it's been Karin's army, not the Sacred Relic guards, who protect Ortis. The Sacred Relic is now just a symbol, so guarding it shouldn't be more than a tedious task. This leads the protagonist to conclude that this is a job for a bunch of failures with no future. Even though there may not be any external resistance, within the unit, it's a different story. He then tries to speak with Lord Mason. However, the guard says they are a single unit and there is a hierarchy there. Before Mason can continue, the protagonist summons his lunar wolf to intimidate the others. He says he doesn't know much about this hierarchy stuff, but he does know how to burn a demon follower if necessary. He then asks if the others know how to as well. No way, they reply. Thus, the protagonist says he hopes to get along well with everyone. Speaking of which, he's still concerned about the king's reaction, which might indicate he knows who Hustle is. Soon after, someone appears, asking if the boy is the elemental specialist who defeated all those demon cultists. The man approaches the protagonist and says it's a pleasure to meet him, introducing himself as Truman, the sanctuary guard captain. Tiny also says it's an honor to meet him, but upon analyzing Truman, he realizes the man is just an expert, weak for a captain. Regardless, Truman heard that the boy volunteered to join the guard and asks if it's because of an interest in divine artifacts. The protagonist decides to confront him to figure out the old man's intentions and wonders if he's connected to the Karun calamity. However, Truman reacts entirely differently, becoming excited and saying the protagonist came to the right place, leaving Tiny completely taken aback. Truman explains that the artifacts are merely symbols, and their sole purpose is to repel evil creatures, but they only work within a 1-kilometer radius and rarely block demonic energy above level 1. Yet the more one studies them, the more one realizes they go beyond that. He recommends some books for the protagonist to read and asks if he's ever heard about the promise of mythological times. Claiming that the divine artifacts are treasures safeguarded by humanity since ancient times, Tiny realizes that's why he didn't sense any demonic energy in the old man, and almost accused the wrong person. Truman continues his lecture, explaining that even the most evil creatures are subjected to the power of the artifacts created by the gods. But seeing the boy nearly falling asleep, he says he understands it's much better to see the artifacts than to read about them. The old man then stands up and tells the boy to follow him, as he's going to show him a divine artifact in person. Thus, they walk toward the location. In the interior of the castle, in the central section, as they approach the door, the old man asks Tiny if he knows why the sanctuary guards are considered obsolete. The protagonist asks if it's because they claim artifacts are just worthless symbols. Truman says the real reason is much simpler. Then he opens the door, and Tiny is awestruck. Both head toward the divine artifact called Humanitas, and the old man explains that the reason is that the artifacts don't need protection. Tiny is deeply impressed by the artifact as he sees it up close. The old man says the artifact floats, but they don't know why. There's also a legend that says, "The unworthy shall not touch it," and that alone is enough for the artifact to require no protection. Then he tells Tiny to try touching the artifact to see if he's worthy. But to the old man's surprise, the boy succeeds. Not only that, but Tiny realizes that it's a 7th-degree artifact, a mass of light that harms absolutely nothing in the world, and its power rejects everything not of this world. Tiny notices the barrier is speaking, and that only he can hear it, so he asks if it's due to his sensitivity to mana. The glow makes the protagonist realize that the barrier itself is also an artifact. It even moves. Truman is very impressed by all of this, because he realizes the boy is communicating with the artifact. Back in the training grounds, the old man says the protagonist has a talent for surprising people. He also says he's been there for many years and has never seen anything like it. Tiny thinks the old man may not be strong, but he loves his work and performs it diligently, making him very different from the other members. Soon after, they encounter a knight from the Imperial Order, Greg Simbo. Truman asks what he's doing there. Greg replies that he didn't come because of the captain. He then approaches the protagonist and asks if he's the much-acclaimed half-elf saint. The protagonist says he's just a quarter-elf and not truly a saint. Greg refuses to believe in a hero who punished the dark mages. and asks how the boy dares to spout such nonsense. Then he declares he'll expose the boy's mask and charges to attack. Tiny had been expecting some resistance anyway, so he dodges the attack and grabs the knight's hand to throw him down, just as he did to the others on the ship. And so he does, slamming a knight twice his size and weight to the ground, causing a loud noise with his fall. Still, Greg refuses to give in. Tiny, in turn, thinks that if the knight can still talk, it means he went too easy on him, so he grabs the knight's arm again, swinging him side to side and slamming him into the ground. From a distance, the old man observes everything, making Tiny wonder if he should maintain decorum or not. He tries to keep his composure, thanking Greg for teaching him so much, leaving the old man even more confused. But he wasn't the only one observing the protagonist. Further away, another knight saw everything and found it interesting. Other knights attempt to challenge the protagonist. One of them, named Robert Dumbbell of the Imperial Knights, heard that Tiny defeated Greg and wanted to verify it, but the way he found out wasn't ideal, as Tiny landed a solid punch on his face. Tannen Royer and Edgar Albert, also from the Imperial Knights, present themselves to challenge the boy. However, they stood no chance, as the protagonist didn't spare them from public humiliation, until another challenger appears. His name is Randolph Granches, commander of the Imperial Knights Order, and he proposes a duel against Tiny. But on the first hammer strike he receives, he's already sent flying. The protagonist says that, at least, he's a little less useless than the others. He also says he did him a favor by not finishing him off, and now wants a favor in return. Tiny then asks if he knows someone named Hussel. Randolph replies that he doesn't know anyone by that name. This leaves the protagonist slightly puzzled, because no one he interrogated knows Hussel. Afterward, another knight appears, saying he's impressed that the boy defeated Randolph. Tiny asks who he is, thinking this might be someone of a higher class or a beginner-level challenger. Either way, the man introduces himself as Liam von Peterson, Grandmaster of the Imperial Knights. Maintaining his composure, Tiny apologizes for his rudeness, addressing the Grandmaster as Your Excellency. Liam says he doesn't need to be so formal, claiming that an old man like him is just happy to see such a talented young man in action. And he asks if the protagonist would duel him as well, to relieve his boredom and provide information about Hussel. The Grandmaster says that a duel is sufficient compensation, surprising Tiny with this proposal, because he didn't expect a martial artist with challenger-level mana to challenge him to a duel, let alone offer the reward he's been seeking all this time. Liam says he'll go easy on the boy, but tells him to do his best. Tiny smiles, as this is exactly what he wanted, and says he'd be an idiot to refuse. He immediately leaps toward his opponent, ready to strike him with his hammer, thanking him for the duel. However, Liam manages to defend himself, and the impact of the blow even shakes the ground. Tiny warns him that if he underestimates him, he might get seriously hurt. The Grandmaster notices that the boy has become lighter. When Tiny tries to sweep him off his feet, he can't, facing greater resistance, and realizes his opponent has a stone attribute. Liam looks at the boy and says he's quite entertaining. Tiny doesn't falter and creates some distance between himself and his opponent. He had anticipated that this is a defensive ability of an entry-level challenger class. The heavy, resilient knight, clad in shining armor, declares that he's taking back his promise to go easy on the boy. Now that he's seen what Tiny can do, he won't hold back his strength when attacking, saying that it'll be more fun this way. The protagonist doesn't feel differently from his opponent and doesn't intend to hold back either. He swings his hammer and thinks there's no advice he could offer about Liam's skill, only that what might be lacking is experience and accomplishments. The way Liam shifts his center of gravity to gain momentum, and the way he channels strength into his weapon, makes the protagonist think that he should be taking tips from his opponent instead. Liam says that the title of genius isn't enough for the boy, claiming that he's actually a monster. To Tiny, that's a genuine compliment, as he already sees himself that way. Liam then states that he thinks this is enough. He strikes the ground, causing the protagonist to lose his sense of balance, making him more vulnerable to attacks. However, even with difficulty, Tiny manages to defend himself, but he ends up being thrown by his opponent. Liam then says they should stop, as things have gone far enough. Tiny thanks him for the duel, but the Grandmaster says this was a new experience for him, even at his age, and that he should be the one expressing gratitude. To show his appreciation, he agrees to provide the promised information, leaving Tiny excited to finally get the answers he's been looking for. Liam explains that there's a man named Litman who belongs to the Imperial Knight Order, but only takes orders from His Majesty. The protagonist is surprised because he wanted information on Husel, not Littman. The Grandmaster says that's all he knows about Littman's duties, but it seems he's been wandering through various places, so perhaps he knows this hustle that the boy is seeking. He asks if Tiny would like him to arrange a meeting, but before he can answer, one of the guards calls for Tiny, saying that His Majesty is urgently looking for him. This catches the protagonist off guard. Regardless, he goes to the king, who says that the man beside him has found the person Tiny has been searching for. The king introduces him as a specialist from the Eastern Continental route, Lord Littman. Tiny is confused because they've already found him, and he hasn't even asked about him yet. Moreover, if this is Littman, the protagonist wonders if he's the same man Lord Liam just mentioned. Littman greets Tiny, saying it's a pleasure to meet him and calling him the hero who massacred the demon followers, asking if the boy has been looking for him. Tiny says yes, and replies that it's a pleasure to meet him as well. The king notices that something is off with the boy. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks that if His Majesty was going to stage this spectacle, he could have at least warned him beforehand. Littman tries to speak with the protagonist, but Tiny quickly says that, given his appearance, he thinks his roots might be from the Eastern continent. So when the king asked what he wanted, he answered that he wanted to go there at least once. Soon, Littman says that His Majesty gives very generous rewards. He also mentions that over the past decade, every time they discovered a new route, he also received undeserved favors. Even so, the king tells Tiny not to leave for the east immediately, claiming that he must keep his promise to eliminate the base of the demonic cultists before departing, something Tiny intends to fulfill. Tiny is puzzled by how suddenly the king mentioned the demonic followers. He immediately becomes suspicious of Littman and analyzes him from head to toe. However, he doesn't detect any dark aura in him. Then he concludes that Littman is clean, and, in any case, if he were a demonic follower, his lunar wolf wouldn't have stayed idle and would have acted already. However, upon closer inspection, he notices a type of mana that seems like a mix of beast and human. Thinking about what Jay said, it starts to make sense. Littman says that to respond without hesitation, one must be a competent saint. The king declares that Littman will assist Tiny in eradicating the demonic followers. Littman asks what the king means by that, since he was supposed to begin searching for Sir Gale the following day, but the king tells him to cancel that mission, claiming that eliminating the threats in front of them is more important, and that the best person he can mobilize right now is Littman himself. This leaves Littman slightly frustrated, but even though he's concerned about Gale, he understands that he must obey the king's orders. Tiny observes him and detects no demonic energy, but he believes Littman is Husel. Later, he meets with the king and says that Littman is not a demonic follower. The king understands, but still says it's good to be sure, and asks Tiny to confirm it himself while working alongside Littman. The protagonist asks why the king didn't say so earlier, and the king replies that he had no choice. Tiny then asks if it's due to a mana oath. The king confirms it. This type of oath is bound with mana, creating a lightning discharge equivalent to the circle level of those who break their promises. A promise made in the third circle causes a small shock, but it can become a burden if one doesn't have much time left to live. Tiny then asks why the king is doing all this, considering that Lord Littman has been loyal to the king for decades, while the protagonist is only meeting His Majesty for the second time. The king says that they of Karun's blood, upon living to such an age, begin to experience strange premonitions. A dream where the sacred relic vanishes, and demons destroy the entire capital. A dream the king has repeatedly had, day after day. Tiny appeared out of nowhere and said the sacred relic would disappear. That was enough to raise suspicions. It would be great for the king if it were just an old man's random dream. If this ended only with the resentment of a loyal subject, then the protagonist feels something different and realizes Husel is no longer there, wondering if he left the palace. Tiny rushes off mounted on the lunar wolf and thinks that not even his wolf could detect demonic energy, so he wonders if the real Husel is somewhere else. But if that's the case, why would he flee at such a time? To the protagonist, the answer is quite obvious, and he just needs to gather some evidence to prove his point. At the city's port, some men are loading equipment onto a ship. One of them tells the others to move the boxes quietly, as they work at night specifically to avoid drawing attention. Then a hooded man appears and catches their attention. The man removes his hood, revealing himself as Littman, but the men recognize him as Lord Husel and ask what he's doing there since they were expecting him only the next day. Husel explains that some things happened. He says the king has put the boy on his trail. One of the sailors says the boy hasn't seemed to be around for a while, but Husel admits he doesn't know what's on his mind. He orders the men to hurry because he wants to leave immediately. The sailors comply and rush with the preparations. However, what they didn't expect was for their ship to explode out of nowhere. Not only that, but it's rendered incapable of departing, as it's split in half. And standing on the ship's bow is the protagonist, asking what they're up to in the middle of the night and calling them demon worshippers. The others immediately recognize it as an ambush. But before they can do anything, the protagonist strikes the ground with his hammer. Hustle sees that the boy has already taken down 4 of his men. Ironically, Tiny asks if anyone else wants to enjoy eternal sleep. Those still alive call him a monster. In turn, Hustle remarks that the boy may be a follower of God, but he's only at the expert class level and must already be exhausted from all the fighting. He also tells his men not to fall for it, claiming this must be the protagonist's plan to recover mana. Tiny admits he's been found out, but says he doesn't care. Hustle comments that he didn't expect the boy to face him alone, and declares he will end him right now, but the protagonist tells him to try all he wants. Thus, the two begin their clash. Hustle attacks with his sword. Tiny counters with his warhammer. He manages to block an enemy attack, leaving his opponent very surprised. While Tiny holds the enemy's sword, he orders his wolf to attack. The lunar wolf strikes the opponent, drawing blood with its blow. Hustle, enraged, asks how they dare to leave a scar on his body. He also declares he'll tear the wolf apart right before the boy's eyes, claiming that when a spirit is forcefully summoned, even tamers like him are shocked. Tiny refuses to let this happen, but Hustle rushes toward the wolf, claiming he'll deal with it first and then finish off its master. The lunar wolf stands its ground while taking the hits. Tiny grows deeply worried for his companion. Yet, the wolf walks toward him, still able to fight despite its injuries. Hustle notices this and is incredulous, believing his blow should have been devastating, but the wolf survived. He wonders how it resisted a reverse summoning. Not only that, but looking at the protagonist, Hustle realizes the boy is conserving mana by healing only the injured parts. Hustle calls it a terrifying talent and resolves to kill him today. Hustle's men refuse to let him fight alone and charge at the protagonist, but with just one swing of his hammer, Tiny takes them all down. This allows him to refocus on the main enemy. As he advances, he calls Hustle a lunatic beast man. Tiny tells his wolf they're running low on mana and advises it to focus only on moving. Hustle realizes the king must have told Tiny about him, claiming that old man doesn't know how to be grateful. Tiny takes offense at how the enemy speaks. A flashback shows that when Tiny discovered Hustle had left the castle, the king warned him that Hustle was a man with many stories. Lobists usually inherit the powers of terrestrial animals, but sometimes mutants are born among them. However, wolfmen kill these children immediately because they remind them of the ancestral sirens who defied their god. Tiny asks why the king is suddenly telling him this. The king explains that he once encountered a mutant who somehow survived and concealed his true identity to live outside his native village. Since the king needed his abilities, he swore on his mana to keep the mutant's identity a secret, but while sharing this, the king suffered severe damage due to the oath. Back in the present battle, Hustle asks if the king didn't mention anything else about him. After that, he uses magic to manipulate the seawater. At this moment, Tiny recalls the king's warning that if Hustle ever became his enemy, he should never fight him near the ocean, a crucial detail the protagonist forgot to consider. Now he realizes Hustle is a mutation of a killer whale. By the sea, Hustle prepares to attack. He fights by launching water blasts toward the protagonist. Tiny, struggling, manages to dodge, but Hustle continues his relentless magical assault. With each strike, the water blast grows stronger, heading straight for Tiny. Amid the fight, Tiny notices that Hustle's aura weapon grows more powerful with water. Eventually, Tiny gets hit, and Hustle declares that it's over. But what seemed unlikely happens. Tiny, along with his wolf, emerges from the wave, ready to fight again. As he attacks, the protagonist tells Hustle that he's the only one who will die today. Still shocked, Hustle tries to defend himself from the boy's relentless strikes. He also notices that Tiny's regeneration is abnormal. Hustle grows frustrated, realizing reinforcements should be arriving soon, but he knows he can't let this drag on any longer and tries to hold his ground as best he can. Hustle moves away, and the protagonist assumes he's fleeing, especially upon seeing the enemy diving into the water. This leaves Tiny quite frustrated. However, he soon realizes it's not exactly the case, as Hustle reappears, stating that he's not just any ordinary specialist, and claiming he will delay his death a bit longer. Then he dives once more. In his whale form, Hustle moves through the water. Tiny realizes he cannot pursue him into the ocean, but then he has a vision. His wolf shows him something. The protagonist sees the wolf walking through the air and had no idea it was capable of doing that. He asks the lunar wolf if this is one of its abilities. Receiving confirmation, Tiny asks if the wolf can use it now if he assists, but upon further thought, he realizes he doesn't know how to do that and thinks there might be another opportunity. He then remembers Hustle saying he would delay his death and wonders what the enemy is trying to achieve. In a nearby cave, Hustle walks deeper into the location, saying that, as always, it was perfect. Then he encounters the Wave Mage, whom he keeps imprisoned. Furious, the mage hurls insults at him non-stop. Hustle asks if that's how he treats the person helping him, claiming that despite appearances, he still cares for him. He also says that if the mage doesn't eat and faints, the monster he's controlling might escape. At the back of the cave, they see a massive sea monster, which the mage keeps under constant watch. This monster doesn't seem at all happy to be confined. It even tries to escape, slamming against the prison holding it. Hustle says it's incredible, calling it a precious miracle his organization acquired. He adds that if the monster escapes, it will send a telepathic message to its mother, and if it's killed, the mother will know immediately. To him, it's only a matter of time before Karun is destroyed. He then tells the mage that if he wants to save his hometown, he must put more effort into keeping the monster trapped. Angrily, the mage says Hustle will face divine punishment. Hustle merely laughs at this provocation, claiming he already received such punishment at birth and stating that what's about to happen is just settling old scores. As soon as he leaves the cave, the mage feels a bit relieved. Still, he remains focused on the monster, keeping it trapped within his magical cage, because he says he won't let Hustle's desires become reality. Sometime later, the protagonist returns to the royal palace. Liam accompanies him and, before the king, confirms the report that all the sailors were demonic followers. The king asks about the cargo. Liam replies that it consisted of items used for magical rituals and that the combined value was equivalent to half the kingdom's annual provisions. This makes the king think he should have suspected Hustle sooner. Hustle had told the king he would show how mutants could contribute to the world. He was a man of great ambition. He also proved to be competent, so the king wonders why he switched sides. Tiny apologizes to His Majesty, but says he heard from Liam that almost no one knew about Littman or his duties. The king says that's exactly what Hustle wanted, since he was trying to avoid the killings of beastmen. The protagonist states that they should have suspected it, asserting that those with ambition don't hide. Liam doesn't appreciate Tiny's tone, but the king says he's right, and that they of the royal family should have noticed Littman's malicious intent. However, he affirms that crying over spilled milk won't change anything. Then he calls Tiny a little hero, and now that they've lost Hustle, he asks if Tiny has a way to track down the demonic followers. The protagonist replies that he does, and asks for the king's help with something specific to carry out his plan. After that, Tiny heads to another location. He knocks on the door of an establishment. Jay answers, saying they're still closed. However, the protagonist introduces himself. Jay doesn't recognize him due to his hood, but nonetheless, he asks what's accompanying him. After some conversation, Jay understands what happened and realizes Tiny encountered a demonic follower who was difficult even for him to identify. Now he understands why things became so complicated, but Tiny says the man didn't have any apparent demonic energy. Hustle is simply working with the demon worshippers. Jay concludes that there really are people who make such choices, and he is truly speechless, as he didn't expect Tiny to approach him so directly. He says he has long wanted to show him the potential of the Black Wings. Tiny asks what would happen if he still had a chance. Jay asks what he's talking about. The protagonist then picks up one of the boxes he brought and says that His Majesty has ordered him to collect all the remaining artifacts. He adds that if Jay truly belongs to the Black Wings, they must at least have a specialist in tracking magic. He also says that now is the time for the Black Wings to shine. Tiny tells Jay to find a tracking magic specialist to examine all the artifacts so they can get rid of them. Tiny then asks where the tracker mage is and tells Jay to bring them immediately, but Jay says that will be very difficult. Desperate, the protagonist asks why. Jay explains that they've tried before, but the enemies must be very cautious as they get rid of all evidence. The protagonist thinks he's doomed now and wonders if he went through all those trials for nothing. However, Jay says that's not entirely true. He explains that the shipment of demon worshippers' goods Tiny brought to his establishment is massive. It's not the kind of quantity they'd gather at once without a good reason. Indeed, Jay says that ordering such a large amount can only mean they're preparing for the ceremony. Tiny doesn't quite understand what that means. Jay elaborates that if Karun is to be burned all at once, they will be very selective about magical items. But with the ingredients, it's different. At least 3 and at most 10 ingredients are required to perform a single ritual. They'll try to acquire ingredients that don't draw attention. And to amass such a large quantity, it will take time. But if there's a shop in Karin that sells all the ingredients, they will certainly go to that place to save time. Tiny says that's impressive and tells Jay he's not just good at business. A waiter approaches, and Tiny asks what this is. Jay says he arrived at the perfect time because he wanted him to try it. It's the popular menu item from his restaurant, roasted chicken with vegetables. Tiny thanks him, but wants to avoid it. Jay insists that he try it before passing judgment. Cautiously, Tiny picks up a piece. After taking a bite of the chicken, he's shocked at how good it tastes. He wonders how that's possible, as he didn't expect the dish to be this delicious. After finishing everything, Jay asks how it was. Tiny asks Jay why he doesn't work as a real chef. Jay feels proud of the compliment, as it shows his dish was truly excellent. Now, he says he can move on to the next mission without regrets. He's eager to start hunting those demon worshippers, as he's certain an opportunity will arise. 2 months later, some cultists walk through a dark alley. One of them asks if this place is really safe. The other responds that the store owner's background check has already arrived. He did his part in the business and probably did it for money. The first cultist asks if his colleague disobeyed the elder's instructions, but the colleague replies that the investigation has already been concluded. They need to use their time wisely in circumstances like this. As soon as they enter, the store owner greets them and asks if they are looking for something. One of the cultists says that this place deals with all kinds of items and asks the seller to bring everything on this list. The seller takes a look and thinks that these men have no idea he works with Tiny. Earlier, they carried the boxes that the protagonist brought and set up the items in the store as requested, making this place pass as a real store of various goods. Jay thinks that 2 months of hard work are finally paying off and tells the men he will prepare the items immediately. He just asks them to wait a moment. The most nervous cultist asks his colleague if everything is really fine, and his colleague responds that the first elder told them to take care of this, and in this way they will save a lot of time. He is sure the elder will like his work. However, the two are startled right after. Another one enters the store saying that this story is quite interesting and asks if the others want to hear his. The two are shocked when they see the elder and ask how he got there. Jay realizes they are a group and wonders what they are talking about. Back to the elder, he says he can no longer just sit back and watch. Mediocre people taking on great responsibilities and failing. Soon the two become extremely frightened. One of them even tells the elder not to worry about the owner's identity because he has already arrived, but that does not stop him from being obliterated by his leader. He begs the elder for forgiveness and dies right after, those being his last words. The one still alive is given the task of cleaning up his companion's remains. Meanwhile, the elder turns to the seller, apologizing for the inconvenience, but says he is a little intrigued because the chronological order is just a big coincidence. After that, in the same way he did with one of his own, he attacks the seller with his magic and observes him sadistically. Sometime later, Jay regains consciousness and sees the protagonist trying to revive him. Tiny finds Jay in that state and asks him what happened. Jay responds that he was just lucky. The protagonist still doesn't quite understand. Earlier, as soon as the elder attacked, the seller realized that he couldn't use even a bit of mana and concluded that he shouldn't have done that. He looks around and says the seller seems to have a very nice store. Then he withdraws his magic from Jay. Even so, he leaves the seller on the ground in a lot of pain. The elder simply throws a bag of money onto the counter saying he will pay enough, but warns the seller that he must bring certain items more often, and threatens him, saying that if he dares to speak about what happened there today, he will not be able to recover safely. After telling the protagonist everything, Jay says it is a relief that he hasn't awakened his mana, so he was lucky. Tiny asks if the elder just left after that. Jay responds that the elder is confident he can kill him at any time, just like that recent attack. The protagonist says that the enemy blatantly ignored Jay because he is not a mana user, and even left traces of his visit. That's why he says they need to call in a specialist in magical tracking. However, Jay is still worried about something, and says that before that, he would like to check one thing. Tiny asks what exactly that would be. Jay says that at the moment, it is probably more dangerous than the protagonist thinks. He claims to have had the same feeling as when he was trained by the Duke, the aura of a superhuman, which he felt the same way with the Dark Mage. Thus, Jay says that maybe he is at the same level as a 7th Circle Mage. Tiny, however, says that no matter how dangerous this is, he needs to do it. Even if it doesn't work, he claims he will find a way to make it work. Jay says that was expected coming from the protagonist, and now he knows why His Excellency praised him so much. Then he gets up, saying that he will trust Tiny, a month after all these events. Tiny checked the movements of the demon worshippers and believes that in a few days, on a nearby island, they will perform a great magical ritual, so he plans to invade the scene along with Blackwing. He has already transmitted this information to the royal family and expects to receive reinforcements soon. His Majesty has also sent reinforcements. Then he notices someone approaching. The senior knight says that several of the other knights are on vacation. Even Lord Liam is on leave. Tiny asks if he has a good relationship with Lord Liam. The senior knight says they are friends and always drink together. Then he asks if Tiny would like to have dinner with them for a while. The protagonist apologizes to the Grandmaster, but ends up declining the invitation. With that, the old man asks if Tiny will take a vacation as well. He responds that he will. Soon the Grandmaster understands that this cannot be avoided, so he just wishes Tiny a good rest, and Tiny thanks him. A few days later, on the scheduled day of the operation, some knights say that the main members of their order are absent and they cannot miss this opportunity, because tonight they will take the relic. Tiny, however, was already waiting for them and says they did a good job taking leave, but claims that their despicable behaviors are too obvious. Even so, he looks at one of them and says he didn't expect to see him there, the Grandmaster Truman. Tiny asks if he can explain why he is there. The others say that the protagonist is just an outsider and ask what he knows about the Grandmaster to slander him like that. One of them claims that the old man is the one who trained several royal knights and is also responsible for reforming the Order of Knights. Then he asks if it is justifiable that he is destined for a unique task of protecting the religion. Tiny asks if the Grandmaster was really from the Order of Knights. He replies that it was a long time ago. He says that back then, he realized his limits early on since one of his companions was an unparalleled genius. After realizing his situation, he tried to earn merits through training, and what he got after all that hard work was a barony without land and just a transfer notice. The old man claims that this was not fair at all, and that His Highness, the current king, did nothing about it. At that time, Lord Littman was the only one who contacted him, because he was also neglected due to his origins and showed him a new purpose in life, a world that valued knowledge and not just individual strength. It was a dream of creating a new kingdom. Tiny asks how he intends to create a new kingdom by being an accomplice to a demon worshipper. The Grandmaster says that it is too late to turn back now. Thus, they advance to try to capture the protagonist. Being honest, Tiny says that this is good. Then he attacks them with his hammer, and the old man is astonished to see all the others being defeated so easily. Tiny says that this way is better. After that, only the old man remains. He tries to help the fallen, but cannot believe this really happened. The old man then says he will end this quickly and throws a sphere. However, the protagonist easily defends himself, and the sphere that the old man threw ends up going in the opposite direction. After that, it disintegrates, revealing that it contained dark magic. Soon, the sphere bursts, and its contents leak into the air. Tiny tries to defend himself from it, but realizes that this sphere is nothing ordinary. It starts to transform into something even more bizarre. Suddenly, it turns into a creature that, as it rises, reveals itself to be a demon. Seeing it right in front of him, the old man wonders how a demon could emerge from a divine artifact. However, he is the first to be attacked by the demonic creature, which grabs him and squeezes him to drink his blood. The old man screams loudly due to the pain he feels. Tiny even tries to help him by attacking the demon and cutting off its arm, but the enemy's arm smashes the old man to the ground after falling from its body. In his final moments, he hears the protagonist ask where he got that sphere. He responds that he received it from Lord Littman, who warned him to use it in an emergency situation. The demon becomes furious after losing its arm, but the protagonist notices that it is trying to merge with the sacred barrier. Tiny thinks that there is no way they didn't know about this and blames the old man. Then he tells the Grandmaster that he still has a lot to explain, so he should wait patiently. Then the protagonist sees the enemy trying to approach the sacred barrier. However, he has no intention of letting him succeed in doing that. That's why, with his hammer, he attacks, and this time, he pierced the enemy's abdomen. The force of the blow was so great that, in addition, the demon was thrown and crashed into the wall. Tiny tries to deliver the final blow, but as he sees him approaching, the demon flees with its wings, leaving the protagonist frustrated. Thus, the enemy manages to get closer to his objective. Far from there, near a boat, allied forces of the protagonist put an end to a ritual. A hooded man says that apparently, the ritual is being performed on other islands as well, and asks his companion if he can tell what kind of ritual it is. He responds that it is a large-scale concealment magic. The hooded man asks what he means. His companion says he doesn't know much about it, so it's better to get back to work as soon as possible, because if they are using magic for concealment, then their true purpose must definitely be Karun. Through this, the hooded man concludes that Tiny is in danger. Back to the protagonist, he becomes worried upon seeing the enemy approaching the barrier, but he knows that above all, he must prioritize command. So he moves to stop the demon, and before it could touch the barrier, Tiny arrives at full speed and stops it, knowing he must keep it away from that source of power, ordering it to take its hands off the barrier. With his hammer, he strikes the enemy on the head. The impact of the blow is so great that the enemy falls to the ground and becomes furious immediately after. Tiny, who was still in the air due to the force of the strike, takes advantage of the enemy being immobilized and attempts to deliver the final blow. As soon as he lands the hit, Demon is shattered into pieces. Tiny says he didn't know a demonic beast of this class could move that way inside the sacred barrier, and sees that those demon worshippers are using far more advanced magic classes than he had imagined. However, he soon realizes that old Truman is no longer there. So he runs off in search of the Grandmaster, saying that he was saved but repaid by escaping. The protagonist does not want to let him get away under any circumstances, so he runs with his wolf following the blood trails. Truman is fleeing through the sewers. He can barely walk due to his injuries. However, he knows of a secret passage nearby and tries to reach it, but as he reaches the door, he remembers the monster and thinks that not even Tiny could defeat that demon. Believing he is in his final moments, the Grandmaster wonders if this is truly what he wanted, for he sacrificed his subordinates for an absurd dream. Even the sacred relic that once gave him comfort may have truly met its end. However, the protagonist arrives just in time to find him still conscious. Truman didn't expect to see him, as he never imagined he would defeat the monster. Tiny, however, asks why he looks so surprised. He also asks if it's because he is still alive, or because he found the secret passage the old man had hidden with magic. The old man realizes that this boy is truly courageous. Meanwhile, the protagonist is surprised that the old man created such a space beneath the capital, without even drawing attention. Truman now says that it truly seems like his end, but Tiny tells him it's not over yet, as he still needs to be interrogated, and asks the old man what the cultists are planning. The Grandmaster does not know the answer, but he says he does know one thing. He stands up and tells Tiny, "Do not forget Sock." The protagonist did not expect this response. However, before he could ask anything else, the old man died right in front of him. Tiny realizes that he was already at his limit, and says that if he had not joined the demonic cultists, his end would not have been like this. Soon after, his wolf appears, and through their mental connection, Tiny understands that a powerful mana is coming from behind that door. So he decides to open it to see what it is. And when he opens the door, he sees a man lying on the ground, recognizing him as the Wave Mage. However, as he approaches, he realizes that the man is already dead. Then he wonders where the mana that his wolf sensed is coming from. Looking further inside, he sees a baby kraken and wonders why an ancient monster is there. But soon after, his mind is invaded, and he sees some memories through telepathy, wondering what these images in his mind are. Immediately, he remarks that he should expect nothing less from a Wave Mage, as he sees that he was protecting Karun even after his death. Then, Tiny senses a sinister aura approaching, carrying an immense amount of energy. He then deduces that it must be of the same rank as a glutton. He doesn't have much time. Even so, he knows that 2 spells are still missing. First, he will insert mana into the first spell that stopped working. Then, a beam of light appears, illuminating the sky above, which can be seen from afar, forming Gale's letter in the sky. The king, upon seeing this, is in shock and is unsure of what is about to happen, until his son appears. His name is Henry von Karen, and he says they are in trouble. The prince says that a massive tsunami is approaching, and a standard evacuation announcement will not be enough. So he wants his father to declare the highest level of alert. The king thinks that if it really is the Kraken, not even the power of the sacred relic will be able to stop it, and he wonders if this will truly be the end of Karun, until Tiny appears and asks if he is already giving up. He enters the room carrying the mage's body, until one of the king's servants calls him an ill-mannered brat and says he cannot be there. In turn, the prince recognizes the body and asks if it is really who he thinks it is. Tiny replies that this is Lord Enderson. He fought for Karun until the end and perished. The prince asks who would dare attack a 7th Circle mage, and Tiny responds that the mage fell into the scheme of the demon worshippers. The prince is outraged that they have destroyed Karun's last pillar. However, Tiny says they still have hope. Even in this situation, Enderson left them something because he cared about the kingdom. He left behind the shield that will save Karun. The prince is surprised to hear this, but the king says that even if Gale had a plan, it would still be the end of Karun. He didn't have time to explain this to the protagonist earlier, but now he talks about the barrier's limit. He mentions that the sacred relic can indeed stop monsters. However, a high-class demonic creature like the Kraken, not even the sacred relic will be of any help. The prince says that the Kraken is just a mythical monster, and asks if the king really believes it is responsible for this tsunami. Before he can answer, protagonist says that the sacred relic will work. Tiny tells the king to think about the promise from the mythological era. Sacred relics are humanity's treasures, passed down from generation to generation since ancient times, and anything that is a divine creation will be affected by them, even a monster. The Kraken is a monster from the mythological era, created by deities. If the promise is remembered, even it will be able to break the sacred barrier. His Majesty says that this is correct. Since the Kraken is different from other types of monsters, it might work. Then he orders the people to be gathered inside the palace immediately, and for all mages capable of stopping the tsunami to be summoned. He doesn't care if everyone fits inside the palace or not because there is still a mansion near the main building, and he can take the rest by ship to the continent. He also says that the imperial family will provide resources and that everyone must be evacuated without exception. However, a servant appears and says they have a problem and claims that all the ships have been destroyed. At the city's port, not a single ship remained standing. The cultists ensured this happened. One of them tells the elder that they destroyed them all. The elder says that this has blocked all escape routes, but asks what happened to the invisibility magic circle. The subordinate says they received a report that a knight came to the barrier. After that, they lost all contact. Soon, the elder concludes that the imperial family is stepping on their tail, so he orders that all possible reinforcements be sent to buy some time. However, the elder thinks that this is not so bad, claiming that facing someone of the challenger class within the sacred barrier might be difficult even for him. Things will be easier without the barrier knight. Now the stage is set. Karun will not be able to handle the approaching tsunami. The imperial family's mages have spent all their power trying to stop the tsunami, and amidst the chaos, they unleashed the disaster of the seas. The imperial family's bloodline and the light of the sacred relic will be severed, bringing destruction to Karun. The elder tells his followers that after so much time, they are finally there to spread Malam's name across the world. 2 days have passed, and the water has already engulfed much of the city. Everyone who tried to help is already exhausted. The king says this is due to their efforts to prevent the tsunami from advancing. Tiny tells the king that he doesn't look well and should rest. But soon, Tiny himself feels something wrong and kneels on the ground. The king becomes worried about him. However, Tiny insists that he is fine. He just thinks that he is already here. People begin to see something approaching. In the water, something emerges from the waves. The ruler of the depths reveals its tentacles, a monster that terrifies people, possessing the power to decide Karun's fate. The Kraken's tentacle is about to strike the city, and as soon as people see it, they start running and screaming. The authorities struggle to believe that they are facing a Kraken, until the protagonist approaches the king, saying that he carries the legacy of Knight Enderson. Then, he mounts the lunar wolf, sets off. The king tells him to be careful on the way. Tiny departs, carrying the baby of the mother Kraken. Meanwhile, the king remembers the mage's last words. The mage apologized to the king for leaving before him, said that until the end, he tried to serve his country, and as proof of his devotion, he left something, hoping it would reach the king. The protagonist approaches the enemy, and seeing it up close, he is quite impressed. However, upon witnessing the Kraken destroying various places, he realizes that it is still too far to be attacked. So he asks the lunar wolf if it has any ideas. Soon he has a vision from the wolf and starts to feel something that is not new to him. Feeling stronger, Tiny is now ready to fight. Then he enters Spirit Tamer Stage 3, increasing his power bond with his wolf. Tiny says this sensation of power is incredible, and now he wants to get closer to the Kraken. As soon as the monster sees the protagonist approaching, it becomes extremely irritated and lets out a massive roar. Tiny and the wolf immediately feel the pain from the sound of the roar. The protagonist is using the baby to lure the mother. However, due to the creature's reaction, he deduces that the mother might think he is responsible for killing her baby. Either way, he decides to get closer immediately. The mage said that he imprinted their image on the baby Kraken's body. Even if the Kraken is less intelligent compared to the legend, it should be able to identify who killed its baby. Once he gets close enough to the Kraken, Tiny attacks. The baby is quickly thrown far away, drawing the mother's attention, who does not like this at all. However, the baby is still under the mage's magic effect. The mother Kraken picks up the baby, and from a distance, protagonist asks if it worked. The Kraken becomes extremely enraged. Its furious reaction even scares the protagonist. But before it could do anything, one of its tentacles approaches, completely destroying the building Tiny was on. The protagonist manages to escape alive, but his wolf is not unscathed, as he realizes that everything he did was in vain. Without the wolf to protect him, Tiny is about to hit the ground until one of his allies appears to help and catches him before he crashes. However, right after, one of the tentacles reaches them, barely missing both of them. The ally stands up and carries the protagonist, until Tiny realizes that it is Grandmaster Genus. He asks if Genus is really okay being there, as he has work to do. But Genus tells him not to worry, and states that the Emperor himself gave the order. Tiny says that political issues might arise if he interferes with Karun's affairs. However, Gina says that he is in disguise, so it won't be a problem. He is a young challenger-ranked knight who possesses two elements, silver-light mana of wind and ice. A night like that is not normal. Genus looks at the Kraken and notices that it suddenly calmed down out of nowhere. He then asks if Tiny thinks there is a specific reason for this. From a distance, the protagonist sees something that indicates the presence of demonic cultists. As he approaches, he confirms it and wonders why they are there. Tiny remembers the Kraken's previous attack and wonders if it was actually aimed at the cultists and not at him. If that's the case, it means his plan, along with Enderson's legacy, worked. But soon after, they see the female Kraken becoming agitated again. Both are shocked by this, as Tiny sees no cultist nearby and thinks that whatever the reason, he needs to gather more information. So he asks Genus what happened to the magical ritual. Genus responds that it was a synchronized magic circle containing demonic energy, so he and Jay destroyed most of them. Tiny knows that even though he is the only one able to distinguish the cultists, this will be necessary for the sacred relic. So he gathers all his strength, telling Genus to show him the location of the sacred relic. Because using the magical ability he obtained from the wolf, he wants to identify the target. Then he sees the cultists walking through the city, and once again with the wolf, he charges toward the enemies. Genus follows him and asks if it's okay to leave the Kraken alone. Tiny says that the cultists are after the sacred relic, and his priority is to protect it at all costs, because only then will the promise of the mythological era remain valid. The Kraken is more violent than before. The people in the city are horrified as they see it getting closer and closer. Meanwhile, guards are protecting the sacred relic until they hear a noise coming from it. Some of them still feel safe, as the perimeter around the castle is secure, and they must protect this place until someone approaches, putting them on alert. A cultist comes forward and says that, as expected, the effects of the concealment magic are insignificant and asks if it's because of the barrier. Another one responds that it doesn't matter, because even if they are within the barrier, getting rid of insects won't be a problem. Then the enemy leader wants to take control of the guards by force. Using his magic, he attempts to do so, leaving the guards deeply frightened, but they cannot put up resistance strong enough to match the darkness. Soon, cultist leader is more than satisfied. Nearby, Tiny and Genus approach the relic, until a group of cultists spots them arriving and is ordered not to let the protagonist take another step forward. Tiny says that he was already busy enough without these nuisances. However, Genus takes the initiative to deal with the enemies, to create an opening for the protagonist to advance. Thus, he attacks from a distance, keeping the enemies out of Tiny's way. As expected from the Northern Wind Knight, with great speed he throws them off balance. Then Genus asks if the enemies are capable of touching the relic, as they shouldn't even be able to get close to the barrier. Tiny says that maybe they are not part of the demonic cult, because he has seen a case like this before. Even so, it is just as disturbing. Judging by the chaos they have caused, this might not even be the worst case scenario. Janus asks what that means, but before he can answer, they see someone. It's Lord Liam, who appears to help. He asks the protagonist what has happened to the world this time. The protagonist tries to explain, but he is interrupted by a Kraken attack. He wonders why this is happening so suddenly. However, he sees the answer right in front of him. A group of cultists emerges near the relic's location. Not only that, but they walk out holding the sacred object in their hands. They have obtained the core of the relic and sealed it with dark magic. Tiny realizes that they are actually stealing the relic, and understands that this is why the Kraken attacked, and the promise of the mythological era was nullified. Genus comments that this is definitely the worst-case scenario. Besides the Kraken, 7th Circle Dark Mages appear. With that, their leader says that the protagonist returned faster than expected and considers this lineup intriguing. The descendant of Morse, alongside 2 challenger-ranked knights. He also says he doesn't know the identity of the other one, but it is certain that he disrupted their grand cause. Then the elder of the cultists declares that he will kill them right there. Next, he uses his ability called Black Thunder, aimed directly at the protagonist. Genus sees this and thinks it's too dangerous for Tiny, so he makes the decision to intervene. The protagonist tries to warn him not to do it, but he realizes that even Lord Liam has stepped in to protect him. The enemy says they are struggling in vain. Even so, they hold their ground. Tiny realizes they won't last long and that he must retrieve the sacred relic somehow. He also notices that the other guy who had the relic has disappeared. However, he soon sees him escaping through the air. With his lunar wolf, Tiny gives chase, demanding that he return the stolen item. The elder says he won't just stand by and watch, and he tries to assist his ally with magic. Seeing this, Venus worries about the protagonist and moves to try to help him. He breaks free from the dark magic, leaving Liam impressed, especially for counterattacking a 7th Circle dark mage directly. Janus, in turn, wields his Sword of Valor in its first cutting form, alongside the ability Frozen Blade Song. He realizes that the enemy's resistance is immense, but Janus insists and manages to break through it, because for him, protecting Tiny is above all else. He received this order from the Emperor himself, who at the time said that if Janus could not trust Tiny, he should trust his Emperor. So he thinks that he cannot disobey his master's orders, and tells the enemy that he is his true opponent. Liam tells him not to forget about him either. The Elder says that they are wasting their lives, but Janus simply tells Tiny to take care of the main task, so he does, running after the relic. Faced with 2 challenger-ranked knights, the Elder wants to see if they are truly skilled, so he prepares to attack and uses his Black Thunder magic. The 2 heroes brace themselves to defend and endure the dark magic attack. Liam is the first to break free. Then, he charges toward the enemy, his sword energized by his ability. He strikes the dark magic practitioner, whose attack causes massive destruction to the surroundings. The Elder says that Liam is good, but claims that his abilities are useless against him. Seeing how easily the enemy defended himself, Liam is quite surprised. The Elder then asks if he really thought he could face him without a barrier. However, with all this talking, the Elder became distracted and did not even notice Janus approaching from behind. Thus, he is hit directly by his adversary, being thrown far away. Janus says that they were only able to endure thanks to the protagonist. Liam remarks that he never imagined that Knight Tiny had such a strong friend. Janus responds that it's something like that. However, soon after, the enemy returns, now aware that his opponent's magic is of ice and wind, so he states that he now knows who he is facing and cannot waste any more time with them. Then, he calls Janus a dog of Valentia. Janus had already anticipated that it would be difficult to keep his identity hidden for long. The enemy says that, as thanks for coming all this way, he will kill him with his own hands. The heroes prepare for an attack, as they see the enemy charging up his next move. Soon, the Elder attacks with the intent to kill them, launching a massive blast of dark energy. The knights think there is no way to stop it, feeling anxious about what comes next. So they simply dodge the attack, watching as it passes them but destroys everything in its path. Janus thinks that this power is devastating and concludes that it is best to act before the enemy attacks again. However, right after, he notices something. The Kraken has appeared right in front of him and is about to attack. With one of its tentacles, it strikes. Back to the protagonist. He is trying to stop the thief of the sacred relic until the moment comes when Tiny attempts to strike him, but the enemy escapes into the water. From there, he calls Tiny an idiot for trying to start another fight with him in the ocean, revealing himself as Hustle. However, Tiny asks if he is sure about that, as he tells the enemy that this time, things will be different. Hustle says that he can try. With his hammer, Tiny prepares to attack, and the enemy declares that he will make the ocean his grave. Then, he uses water typhoons to attack. However, Tiny is not afraid at all, as he manages to turn the situation around, and the enemy doesn't even realize it. The protagonist appears above him shortly after, leaving the enemy completely confused. Hustle wonders when the boy learned to do that. Then, Tiny says that it is his turn to attack and charges at the enemy. Tiny dodges the attacks along the way, and instead of going directly at the enemy, he heads toward the sea. Hustle says that if it's come to this, then he will dive and assume his whale form, declaring that at the very least he will protect the sacred relic. However, Tiny appears, asking where he thinks he is going. With his hammer, he strikes the whale right in the belly. Immediately, the relic becomes exposed, and Tiny rushes to grab it. But as soon as he takes possession of the item, the enemy, still in whale form, declares that he will not let him escape with it. However, he then sees Tiny approaching, saying that this time they must finish this the right way. And with his Thunder Strike ability, he lands a direct hit on the whale, causing the enemy to bleed from the blow and forcing him to retreat into the sea. The whale, Usul, is cast into the ocean, while Tiny boasts about reclaiming the relic. But soon after, the Kraken decides to appear again, disrupting his plans to return. Tiny realizes that at this point, he won't be able to return the sacred relic before Karun is ruined, and knows that before that happens, he must stop the Kraken. The protagonist fears the city's defeat. He knows he must stop the Kraken and retrieve the relic. With this absurd amount of demonic energy, Tiny feels like his head is about to explode. So he decides to remove the seal from the relic's core and orders the ancient beast to stop attacking, claiming that innocent lives are being lost. However, he hears the creature respond that it doesn't care. It also says that it is only doing this to exterminate the evil in this world. Not only that, but it claims that there is no longer a relic there, and killing a few humans is not against the contract. Tiny, however, tries to convince the Kraken otherwise, telling the creature to stop attacking, but the monster calls the protagonist a human with the Alliance contract. It knows that the protagonist is asking it to stop, but it asks if he knows the pain of losing a child. Tiny realizes that there is anger in the Mother Kraken's demonic energy, but he also feels her sadness, so he claims that he will find out who killed her child. However, he asks the Kraken to trust him and stop attacking immediately. Even so, Mother says it will not be possible because of the man's abilities with the relic. Tiny tries to convince her, saying he will make it happen no matter what. Thus, the Kraken says it will lend him a little of its power, so he cannot fail. Her attacks cease. Meanwhile, back to Janas. He and Liam are recovering from the battle. The knight says he was lucky not to have died, as he thought that would happen when he was attacked. However, Liam says there is good news and shows that the Kraken's tentacle is retreating, and beneath it is the enemy, who was struck directly. The Elder says that the two of them really don't give up, but neither does he, and he is ready to keep fighting. With his dark magic, he prepares, and from above, he causes a massive explosion. Janus says this is a huge amount of demonic energy, and that it is spreading rapidly. From above, the Elder declares that he will burn everyone with this absolute darkness. The heroes sense something different and step back. The enemy mocks them when he sees this, calling them both pathetic. However, he doesn't notice a tentacle approaching and is struck directly once again. After the tentacle rises, the Elder thinks that 2 consecutive attacks cannot be a coincidence, until he sees a third attack approaching, and once again is struck by the Kraken, being thrown far away this time. The heroes see that the enemy is being attacked by the Kraken, and wonder what is happening. Even from afar, the Kraken demonstrates its fury, and the Elder starts to realize that all this anger is directed at him, until he is not just attacked physically, but is also taking damage from demonic energy. The heroes notice this as they observe the enemy, and upon seeing the demonic power spreading, Liam tells his comrade to run. Janus, however, does not do so, leaving Liam confused. He says that this demonic energy is harming only the enemy, being harmless to them. So he concludes that the Kraken knows who the enemy is, and deduces that the protagonist behind this. Back to the enemy, he is practically being tortured, and he thinks that since it has come to this, he might as well finish it. Then something bizarre starts to happen. Liam asks what that noise is, until they see some kind of root growing, and from it, a carnivorous plant-like creature emerges, which immediately attacks the heroes. Janus and Liam defend themselves, but they start getting trapped by the plant's roots. Meanwhile, the Elder is writhing in pain. However, the plant moves toward him and captures him. Liam is extremely shocked to see this, and immediately after, the plant leaves. He doesn't like seeing the enemy escape, so he frees himself from the binds. After that, he frees Janus. Now that they are free, they can continue. Liam says he cannot let the enemy head toward the castle. He and Janus run toward the enemy, arriving with full force at the castle. But as soon as they arrive at the place, they see that everyone present has been zombified. The guards have been brainwashed. Now they only want to kill what they see in front of them, which in this case are Liam and Janus. They received the order from the great man. The Elder is behind this, and he says that his great work has been ruined because of the two of them. But he still has something, as he claims that at least he can achieve one of his goals. And he tells the heroes to do whatever they can against these innocent soldiers if they want to catch him. The two become a bit nervous, and they wonder where the Emperor is. Liam says that the Emperor might be in danger, and that at the very least, he will bring him honor. He then asks Janus to go easy on the soldiers. With that, he charges into battle, but does not hold back his strength. Janus notes this, as he himself was instructed to go easy. However, Liam says that he is striking with the dull side of his sword, so they won't die. Then, he declares that he must reach the Empire, and orders everyone to get out of his way. Janus observes this, and thinks that he can take it easy. Near the Emperor's chamber, the Elder takes down his personal guards, killing them mercilessly. He says that it took him longer because of those who stood in his way, and believes that at the very least he must hurry to reach the precious Imperial family. The Emperor then realizes that this was the enemy behind everything. In response, the Elder says that as a reward for correctly figuring it out, he will put an end to the Karun Imperial bloodline today. However, someone appears, saying that before that happens, he will die. The Elder quickly notices that one of the knights has already approached him, but claims that their attacks will not work on him. Yet, because of this distraction caused by Janus, the enemy did not see Liam approaching and was struck. Liam apologizes to the Emperor for the delay. The Emperor is relieved to see that he is safe, but right after, the enemy rises again, and says that this will only add more bodies to the count. He declares that they will witness their own deaths approaching. Liam is shocked that the enemy still has so much strength, and realizes that even if he manages to dodge this attack, the Emperor will not, and there is only one thing he can do now. So he apologizes to Janus but grabs him as a kind of human shield, declaring that he will do anything to protect his majesty. However, he coats Janus's body with a type of armor, and then both are struck directly. Liam recalls the moment he became the leader of the Imperial Knights, personally appointed by the Emperor, who entrusted him with this role. As the dust from the attack settles, he thinks that he let his guard down too much and should have kept moving as if his life were at stake. And he tells himself if he were stronger, he wouldn't have to resort to such measures. However, someone approaches and says that the power of the devil infiltrates through weak minds. It was the Emperor, who also tells Liam not to give up. He adds that even he, who had been making the wrong choices, did not give up. Seeing the Emperor using his healing abilities, Liam tells him not to push himself too hard and says that he is already feeling better thanks to his majesty. Janus gets up and tells Liam not to forget about him and asks how he could use someone who came to help as a human shield. He also says that he won't forget this, but Liam claims that he will make it up to him somehow. However, he wants to finish off the enemy first. The Elder is outraged that they are still alive and prepares to attack again. Janus says they have only one chance and will try to break the enemy's magic. The enemy declares that this will be the end, but with the swordsmanship of Valentia, Janus prepares and charges his most powerful attack. He then hurls several magical swords at the enemy, using his ability known as Mad Mind's Melody. Upon being struck, the enemy wonders how a mere challenger could land a hit on him, but then he realizes that this is not all, because this time he sees Liam behind him, also preparing to attack. Liam unleashes his ultimate ability, alongside the Imperial swordsmanship of Karin, an ability called Stone Thunder, and hurls his sword. The enemy is hit directly, and a powerful explosion follows. Soon the prince asks if it is over, and the Emperor says that this is favorable, but then collapses, weakened. They realize that the Emperor has fainted, but Janus notices another problem. He picks up an arm from the ground and states that all they did was dismember the enemy. The Elder managed to escape, even though he was severely wounded, but still alive. However, on his way, he encounters something. Tiny, riding his lunar wolf, spots him from above and asks the old man why he has the sacred relic instead of his subordinate. The Elder falls into despair. He wonders why the shadows are not responding to him, because the number of people assigned to this mission was a third of their entire group, and on top of that, he was severely injured. The moment comes when he finally encounters the protagonist, sees the relic in his possession. A magical prison surrounds them both. Tiny asks the Elder what he thinks about the relic being in his possession. The enemy replies that he doesn't care how Tiny got it back, because it means nothing now. Then he attacks the protagonist, but Tiny instructs his wolf to counterattack, so he doesn't stay still and charges toward the enemy. Seeing this, the Elder doesn't understand. Tiny uses the Iron God's armor, adding more weight as he accelerates, but becoming lighter when he jumps. And with his iron body, he increases his impact power. Soon, he easily crushes his target. The enemy finds this absurd because he sees the protagonist breaking through his magical barrier. Tiny says he won't just break through, he will crush the enemy's head. He calls for his lunar wolf, and together charge once more, leaving the enemy even more terrified. Now, without his defense, he is vulnerable to attacks and is soon struck directly by the protagonist's hammer. The Elder is furious about this. Meanwhile, Tiny claims that the enemy has weakened and prepares to strike him again, but when he looks at his opponent, he realizes that he is breaking the magical field surrounding them. Not only that, but the Elder appears to be charging one of his attacks. Using all of his dark energy, he summons a sphere of demonic energy, claiming that the protagonist forced him to use this, and therefore he will show no mercy. The enemy's body begins to disintegrate, and Tiny realizes that this is a human sacrifice formed by pure dark energy, which is increasing exponentially. Before attacking, the enemy calls the protagonist trash, and accumulating even more of his energy, he declares that his opponent will burn in the most painful way possible. Then, with his energy fully charged, he tries to strike the protagonist. Tiny feels the dark energy closing in from behind him and concludes that a long-range barrier is useless against the Elder, so he uses the anomaly that the relic taught him. Only superhumans are capable of this, but the alloy of his soul is energy. Then he is struck by the dark energy. The enemy celebrates, thinking he has defeated the protagonist. However, he soon sees that this is not the case, because the protagonist holds the relic in his hands, once again surprising the Elder. Tiny activated the compressed barrier, allowing him to escape the enemy's attack. The Elder says that his opponent is just a specialist, and tries to belittle him since he cannot land a hit. But nothing shakes our small protagonist, because he sees an opening to counterattack, and he doesn't waste the chance. With his hammer, he strikes, shaking the enemy's entire structure. Then Tiny makes sure his strategy worked. But surprisingly, the enemy still resists and grabs him by the arm. The elder says he cannot accept this, and that he will have to study the protagonist piece by piece. However, he doesn't understand why the boy is smiling, until he looks behind and sees a kraken tentacle approaching. He tries to escape the attack zone, but Tiny grabs his leg, preventing his escape. The elder says that if that's the case, the protagonist will die too. But for Tiny, as long as the elder dies, it's fine with him. Soon, the elder realizes that because of the protagonist, he is going to die. Then, he is struck directly by the kraken's attack and is buried beneath the rubble of the ground. In freefall, Tiny has no mana left to summon his lunar wolf. Even with the iron armor, he concludes that he will die from this height, but he doesn't want his end to be like this. However, the kraken stops his fall with its energy. Tiny finds this both unsettling and comforting at the same time, and he wonders if the kraken's energy is truly demonic. Safe and sound, he hears the kraken thanking him for his help, claiming that through the protagonist, it was able to awaken its resentment. The protagonist is happy to have helped, and says that it's all fine. After that, the kingdom of Karun announced that it had been in danger due to an invasion by demon worshippers, but the young hero saved them. This young man crushed the enemies and made the kraken return to the ocean. The king showed deep gratitude and rewarded the hero with the title of Radiant Knight. 3 months later, the protagonist seemed like a different person. Genus approaches him and asks if this is really possible, because the Tiny he knew clearly no longer exists. Genus says that the protagonist has grown a lot in just 3 months. Tiny responds that it's due to his secret technique, and that he used it to focus on growth for a while. Even so, Genus claims that it is surprising, and in any case, he notices that it is very quiet there. The protagonist says that it must be because the coronation is approaching. Then, Genus says that they should go as well since it is a grand occasion, and asks if they should take a walk first. While walking, Genus says that the place was completely restored while he was resting in bed. Speaking of which, Tiny asks if he is sure that he is ready to walk already. Genus says that regarding his injuries, he experienced a post-rebound effect. Regardless, he is almost fully healed, and does not have to lie down for too long. That is, if Knight Liam doesn't use him as a shield again. Either way, he asks if Tiny is doing well, since he extracted the power of the sacred object with a specialist class body, fought against someone from a much higher class. Genus claims that the protagonist may have pushed his body too far. However, Tiny does not feel bad. He says that he only has the feeling that his will and movements are out of sync. His friend then warns him that this must be a lingering effect and that he should rest more, but Tiny says that he is almost healed. This information greatly surprises Genus, as it should have at least been a severe injury, but instead Tiny is completely fine. Being honest, Tiny says that thanks to this, he managed to gain something back. He learned the power of the soul. During the process of trying to heal his mana-depleted body, filling the empty space with his soul, he coincidentally acquired this power. It reacts to his mana, but its principles are completely different. Because this power replaced his depleted mana and stamina, he was able to minimize the lingering effects. Above that, without using mana, he can now do this. Immediately, he causes a small mana explosion in the sky as a demonstration, and claims that he did not know such a power existed, concluding that it was a good choice not to give up until the end, because this power represents a new possibility. Tiny imagines that the legend of the Aura Master controlling the soul must be real. Genus says that it is great that he has no issues, so he would like to hear about his decision. The protagonist asks what decision, and Genus responds that it is about his next destination. Currently, the Emperor wishes for them to go to Elvenheim immediately, but Genus would like to visit the Empire's capital and take part in Valentia's celebration. He tells Tiny that the time has come and he must make a decision. However, the protagonist knows that the second disaster is the wedding of the Assyrian imperial family, and he thinks that Elvenheim must just be an excuse the Emperor of Spain created. After hearing that Genus will not survive past the wedding, he must want him to be in charge of something unrelated to the second disaster. Tiny thinks that going to Elvenheim is not a bad idea. That is where the third disaster will appear. Not only that, but Tiny must meet Estina in this life as well. At the same time, he thinks about Chloe, as he sees her as his savior and part of his family, so he wants to help her as much as possible. In the past, even when Genus was in the castle, the disaster could not be stopped. so the protagonist doubts that they can handle it without either him or Genus. Then, he finally makes a decision and says that he must go to the city. Genus is pleased to hear this response. Later, they hear a speech from the king of Karun, saying that the rebuilding of the city is going well, and following the suggestions of the Radiant Knight, he has spread warnings about the sacred object and the devil worshippers. The king believes this is a good moment to wish safety and prosperity upon Karun. Thus, the coronation ceremony of Prince Henry now begins, declaring that he is a man worthy of trust. Liam appears and joins them at the ceremony, saying that the king will feel much more at ease now. He apologizes once again for last time, and Genus says that since he owes a debt to the imperial family, he will let this one slide. Liam tells the protagonist that everything is going well thanks to him, and that he heard there is a reason why the Northern Wind Lion is called the seventh divinity. Not even Tiny knew this information. Liam claims that he was incredible in battle, and that everyone is talking a lot about it, but Tiny feels that something is off, because he has never heard of the seventh divinity in his past life, and he wonders if there were many other talented people besides Genus. Regardless, the king passes the crown to his son, tells him to take care of the kingdom in his place. Now, the prince has finally been crowned, and he says he feels honored but also pressured by such responsibility. Not only that, but he says he would like to take this opportunity to reward the Radiant Knight. Tiny did not expect to receive a reward, since he had already requested the right to borrow a sacred object, so he argues that he has already been rewarded. However, Henry says that it was not enough. Then he orders something to be brought in. Soon, several guards approach, bringing with them various ornaments. The new king says that he has received information that the protagonist's body has grown rapidly, so an armor artifact would be meaningless right now. But what he presents now is different. He shows an artifact used by the traveling king of Karun, a necklace made of mana. Tiny is surprised to receive such a valuable item. However, Henry says he would have liked to give him a transcendent armor. Unfortunately, all of them are classified as national treasures, but he says that this necklace is also very good and contains sixth circle magic. The protagonist knew that Henry was generous, but this is getting frightening. A transcendent seventh circle armor has the strength of a superhuman. They are treasures that even the 10 knights of the continent have only touched once or twice, except for the Master of Arms, who is a special case. King Emmon tells Tiny not to worry, as even if all the mana stored in the necklace is used, it regenerates within a single day. Tiny says that this is too much for him. He will accept it with honor. The new king tells Tiny to remember them whenever he looks at this necklace, because Karun will always remember him and wish for his success. After that, everyone salutes the Radiant Knight and celebrates the protagonist's achievement. Later, he walks through the city, and Genus says that all the people here are good. However, the protagonist draws his friend's attention, saying that, in fact, Genus should be the one to keep the necklace. Genus does not understand why, and he refuses to take this gift. Tiny says that he cannot use too much mana at once right now, and that he wouldn't be able to use it properly even if he held the necklace. So, for this reason, he insists that Genus accept it. Even though his friend does not agree with this, due to Tiny's insistence, Genus gives in, and he says he will hold on to the item until Tiny is ready to use it. The protagonist is happy to have convinced him, since he thought Genus would refuse until the end. And he is doing this because he needs Genus to become stronger. After all, he will take him to the place where he died in his past life. Upon arriving at the beach, Genus says that they need to get a boat. However, Tiny says that they don't need one. This surprises his friend. Tiny tries to reassure him, saying that they need to save time and money. Riding on the lunar wolf, they head toward their destination. Since he is not used to this, Genus starts feeling unwell. The protagonist becomes concerned about him, and Genus says he would rather swim than go through this. Tiny says they are almost there. He thinks that since he is already used to the wolf, it doesn't bother him. He concludes that it must be the opposite for others. Then, suddenly, Genus gets worse and starts vomiting mid-journey. Sometime later, they arrive at their destination. Some people approach, and upon seeing their state, mistake them for beggars. This catches the protagonist by surprise. Genus says he thought he was going to die and suggests that they rent a horse for the rest of the trip. Then, he starts noticing something different. Tiny worries about his friend, but then he also notices something about himself. He realizes that his belongings are missing, including his wallet with money. He immediately wonders if they dropped their items in the ocean. Genus blames himself for this, and he laments the loss. but Tiny tries to cheer him up, saying that they can always make more money. Then he reminds his friend that this city always has something, like bags of money ready for situations like this. Later, Tiny says that this city is free, and that those jerks from before had some money in their pockets. Janus is slightly uncomfortable with this and reminds the protagonist that he has the title of Radiant Knight, so he shouldn't be doing things like this anymore. He even asks if Tiny is going to ruin his title. His friend says that using violence like this, without any investigation or caution, could only bring chaos to society. The protagonist thinks that Janus is extremely disciplined, but that's a great thing. He is 3 times faster than a normal knight, with incredible talent. On the way, Tiny hopes that returning to the city and bringing Janus with him is the right decision. Meanwhile, Janus was trying to catch the protagonist, but just when he thought he could catch him, Tiny flies away with his wolf, leaving his friend quite irritated. The protagonist says he wants to know something before the ceremony and asks what Janus knows about the second prince. Janus says that his reputation is good and that he has heard he is also close to the crown prince. Tiny didn't know this and remembers the rumors he heard in his past life, which said that the second prince betrayed his brother, and they both died together. So, the protagonist wonders what is happening with the imperial family. Elsewhere, in a luxurious chamber, a mother holds her sleeping son and notices that the crown prince is about to wake up, so she tries to keep him asleep. After that, she looks confused and wonders if the plan didn't work. She is second Queen Cardia. Through a crystal ball, she communicates with one of the demonic worshippers, who says he cannot go into details but tells her that she doesn't need to worry about the results. The queen says she heard about what happened in Karun, where they failed miserably. She also says that they had planned this for years, and that just to execute it, they spent 3 months preparing. And now, he says the plan has failed? Furious, she asks if she should still believe in people like them. The occultist says that even if she doesn't trust them, does she really think she can simply break the agreement now? This makes the queen even angrier. He says that his organization will be disappointed if that happens, because he remembers something the queen once said, that she wished to wipe out all the hateful bloodlines of Aslan. Then, he tells the queen to think carefully about this, claiming that such an opportunity is rare. He then asks what she will do. The queen asks if he is sure they will achieve all the results they want. The cultist replies that yes, they will. At that moment, the boy begins to wake up, and his mother fears that he will see the communicator. But she notices that the communication has already been cut off and speaks to her son. She tells him that he will soon have class. However, he asks if he can skip it, claiming that he is only a half royal and doesn't even have golden eyes. His mother places her hand on his head, telling him not to make her sad by saying such things, and that she only wants him to keep growing well just as he has done until now. That gives the boy the motivation he needed, and he says that when he grows up and becomes like his brothers, he will carry his mother on his back and run around the imperial palace 10 times. His mother says that he is very confident and that she believes in him. Meanwhile, in the cultist's chamber, one of them says that she has finally understood and that they couldn't have avoided this, even if they had prepared the second elder more, because the first elder is severely wounded and is now undergoing recovery. On top of that, they lost many other things as well. Their leader says that this is all Morse's fault, referring to the protagonist. One of them asks what he is doing now. Their leader responds that apparently Morse was heading to Assyrian, the place where the great work is happening, but they believe this might just be a coincidence since he is somehow connected to Valentia. However, leader tells them to be silent and that they must continue watching the protagonist's steps, but will not take action for now, because they will focus only on the great work they plan to do using the Blue Fox. Back at the royal palace of Aslan, one of the princes receives a report directly from one of his brothers and says that he only makes his life harder. The brother is second Prince Lot van Aslan, and he says that it is time to work with the local intelligence group and reminds his brother that he used to do the same. The prince responds that sometimes, but says that his brother doesn't seem like himself acting this way, because he would certainly talk about the rules and give orders to those below him. His personal guard becomes irritated by the provocations, so the prince promises to stop. Then, he asks how the second queen and Tynell are doing, since he hasn't received any news about them recently. Lot responds that their mother called the Knight Commander again. He is still the leader of the Royal Knights, and that cannot keep happening, claiming that they need to strengthen the authority of the Knights. The first prince says that this must be because of the Imperial Knights' disregard for politics. Lot says that it's not just that. Because he claims that their mother still treats Tynell like a child, even though he is already 14 years old, claiming that this is why their younger brother has not matured. However, the first prince says that he remembers someone the same age as Tanel. He says that once he was punched by a child and because of that, spun through the air several times. His brother is shocked to hear this. Not only that, but he says that this boy has recently become the center of many rumors. Lot asks how his brother let such a brat get away. The prince responds that it was his fault. Besides, he claims that the boy was capable of doing it, and he says that his brother must have heard of him, the Radiant Knight, the one who saved Karun. With that, Lot asks if his brother is talking about the same knight who defeated the Kraken and the demon worshippers. Because, according to him, that boy is half-elf, and based on the rumors, he must be around 20 years old, not 14. The prince says he didn't know that, and when he saw him, he was just a child. He also expresses his desire to meet him again someday. Lot asks where his brother thinks the boy is now. The story shifts to the second mansion of Ecliptica Assyrian Valentia. The Duke meets with the protagonist and is surprised by how much his body has grown. He immediately asks what he has been eating. Tiny says that the Duke is being way too rude, and he asks if that's all he has to say after so much time without seeing each other, especially now that he has returned after accomplishing something so great. Regarding that, the Duke says that Tiny really did well. The protagonist wonders what's wrong with this old man, but he quickly changes the subject, saying that this isn't the most important thing. The Duke agrees, and he says that the second disaster will occur at the Imperial Palace during the Crown Prince's wedding to his daughter. Without the help of someone inside who could interfere with the Imperial barrier, the second disaster could not happen, unless there is a traitor to humanity within the royal family. The great magical barrier he is referring to is an ancient relic connected to the outside of Assyrian's walls. It filters evil energy, and by freezing mana, it has a magical effect that goes beyond just being a defensive barrier. The only ones exempt from this restriction are members of the royal family, the royal knights, and the royal mages. So, without the help of an insider who can tamper with the barrier, the second disaster cannot occur. This means there must be a traitor among the humans in a high position within the royal family. The Duke says that the only person he trusts is the eldest prince, his daughter's fiancé. The Duke quickly concludes that the traitor must have also been deceived and that they are being used by the demon worshippers. But he asserts that this is only possible if that person is as stupid as the protagonist. Tiny gets irritated upon hearing this. However, the Emperor reminds him that he is an irresponsible brat who never follows instructions, which is why he said that. He even recalls telling Tiny to go to Elvenheim. The protagonist knows this well. However, he says he didn't go because he was worried, claiming that if the Duke made a mistake, half of the Empire would be turned upside down. Then the Duke admits that it's really better to be on the safe side, and this time, he will let it slide. At that moment, someone rushes into the room in a panic, saying that they are in trouble. The Duke says he has a guest and asks why all the commotion. The man quickly apologizes for his lack of respect, but he says that the Master of Arms has requested an audience with His Excellency for training. This surprises both the Duke and Tiny, because the only superhuman currently in the Kingdom's alliance is the Master of Arms, Rid Van Sheldon, the man who announced to the world, how strong is he in the battle against the Kingdom and the Alliance, for fighting countless times against the Sword God and keeping the Alliance united. He is the one who still fights against the Sword God even after the war has ended. The ranking of those two seemed clear after Grid became an aura user 3 years ago, but then the Sword God also became an aura user 2 years ago. It was definitely at that time that the world was shaken during the training of 2 superhumans. The Duke says that time has passed, yet his opponent still doesn't know his place. And, furious for being challenged, he asks if the Weapon Master really thinks this is the best time to see who is the strongest. Tiny asks the Duke why he doesn't accept the challenge, claiming that under one condition will be useful for their plan. 1 week later, the Colosseum outside the capital city, many people have gathered to witness the battle, and even recognize the protagonist, calling him the Radiant Knight. Genus notices the large number of people, and Tiny says that since it's a battle between 2 superhumans, it's normal for there to be so many curious spectators. However, Genus remembers that the wedding is approaching. Speaking of which, one of the spectators asks why the Emperor accepted this challenge so close to such an important date. Another responds that he heard that an aura-inflicted wound doesn't even heal, so this could turn into a national loss. A third person joins the conversation, asking if the rumor is true. The rumor that the Emperor dislikes the wedding. Genus tells the Duke that he is a bit concerned, and asks him for his opinion about the Emperor allowing this duel, because he even wanted Rother. However, The Duke tells Genus not to worry, because even if he didn't have permission, he planned to personally ask to participate, but he claims that the Emperor must have simply believed in him. The protagonist thinks that the Duke must have even stronger loyalty than in his past life. Until suddenly, everyone hears that the Crown Prince is there. He has come to the arena to watch the fight. People quickly realize that the rumor about him having issues with Valencia was false. However, the protagonist is certain that the Emperor truly dislikes Valencia, and the Crown Prince must also be wary of this. But judging by his decision to come here under these circumstances, Tiny believes that they can trust him this time. The Prince and the Duke greet each other until he looks at the protagonist and says that he barely recognized him since it's been a while since their last meeting. Tiny asks if he also came to watch the duel. Before that, the Prince says that his fiancée would like to see his wolf, surprising the protagonist greatly, but he knows that with his mana sensitivity, he could somehow keep the lunar wolf within the barrier. So he summons the wolf in its cub form and hands it to the Prince, even knowing that the wolf doesn't like it at all. The Prince tells the protagonist not to worry because they are in the same boat. Then, he leaves with the wolf. The Duke says that he already informed the Crown Prince that he should place his guards against the demon worshippers as a precaution. He also tells Tiny to stay alert, especially if anything strange happens within the palace, especially if he is near Chloe. Suddenly, the area around them turns cold. The Duke recognizes his opponent and says that he is still the same. Standing before him is Weapon Master Grid Van Sheldon. The two stare at each other for a moment. Meanwhile, Tiny and Genus watch from the stands. Grid says that it seems the Duke has finally managed to move past it. The Duke responds that Grid is the only one who causes trouble at a festival in a foreign nation, so his words hold no value and that he should know his place. Grid says that this is why he calls the Duke annoying, claiming that his tone still matches someone from his place as a noble. The Duke asks Grid that if he has time to worry about tone, why not reflect it in his own actions? And also asks if he doesn't think that harsh words are better than having no class. Grid gets tired of talking and is ready to fight. A narrator announces the rules and states that transcendent armor is banned for safety reasons. As per the Duke's request, the loser must fulfill the winner's request. Then, Grid declares that he will end this quickly. The Duke sees that his opponent intends to use a sword and thinks that it is time to put an end to his meaningless efforts. Grid says that he learned something after becoming an aura user, claiming that he will teach a few lessons to a senior just a few years older than him. The Duke becomes extremely irritated and asks what these so-called lessons are about. He attacks his opponent without holding back, his rage only increasing with the provocations. Grid notices this but does not retreat. He counterattacks, mocking the Duke's swordsmanship techniques. Regaining his combat stance, Grid claims that he will show the true way of wielding a sword. Then, he charges at high speed. This even startles the Duke. However, before being hit, he manages to disarm his opponent and asks if Grid can evade the destructive force of aura with basic tricks used by beginners. This puts him at an advantage, and Grid realizes it, forcing him to retreat immediately. Otherwise, it could be the end. He jumps high into the air, and the Duke says that his opponent has shown him a good move, so now he wants to show one of his own. Grid says that it is useless. He then summons a bow that shoots ice arrows, something the Duke was not expecting. His opponent takes advantage of his position in the air and hits the Duke. As a result, he falls to the ground, his attack interrupted. However, the Duke manages to land without getting hurt. Grid prepares to attack once more, using his ability Frozen Flower Arrow Vision. Several of his arrows are directed at the Duke, and he admits that it was a good attempt, but he states that these ice arrows are useless against him. What the Duke doesn't realize is that the opponent wasn't aiming at him, but at the ground, causing an explosion. This lowers the Duke's guard, and Grid asserts that his vision is not so simple. The Duke recovers from the blow and charges his next attack. Grid tries to advance toward him, but he senses an enormous source of energy emanating from his opponent, so he stops in front of the Duke. Even the spectators feel the energy coming from him. Grid falls into despair over this situation. The Duke says that his opponent claims to be teaching him a lesson in swordsmanship, and asks if this is what he calls senior swordplay. Grid soon realizes that he cannot defeat him with his sword alone, and calls the Duke his nemesis. Then he changes weapons, his expression turning serious, declaring that round 2 is about to begin. Now he wants a real fight, one where only one of them leaves alive. With that, Grid attacks with full force. The Duke does not fall behind and counterattacks. He asks what the point was of all that talk about being a noble, asserting that Grid is the only one fighting like a berserker. His opponent apparently does not like those words, and intensifies his attacks. The energy from both of them collides, causing massive destruction, which frightens the spectators. On the eastern side of the barrier, mages struggle to insert more mana, even questioning if this is truly human strength, because the two of them prove that they are, indeed, superhuman. Even Janus is impressed by the battle, and says that he is slowly beginning to understand the opponent's ice element. Tiny asks who he thinks will win. Janus is rooting for his highness, but knows that there is a slight chance the Duke might lose, because the time each of them has spent as an aura user is different. Back in the fight, the Duke does not hold back. His opponent is already switching to another weapon. He uses multiple strategies to win. This time, he wants to end it. Tiny says that the Duke would normally lose this battle. Janus asks what he means by that. The protagonist responds that it would usually be the case, but claims that this time it will be different. Grid faces his opponent head-on, and the Duke also maintains his stance. Now Grid wants to finish this. So, with his weapons, he charges forward, not wanting to drag the fight out any longer. The Duke is aware of the dangers posed by his opponent. Then he performs an energy block. Grid is shocked to see the Duke defending against his attack, so he decides to use another strategy. While the Duke stares at him, his opponent fills himself with energy. Then he uses that energy to attack from a distance. Once again, the Duke takes a defensive stance. However, this time, the enemy's attack is definitely stronger, and along with that, the arena's barrier nearly collapses completely. Nevertheless, those responsible still manage to keep it standing and protect the people around. Janus and Tiny are utterly surprised as they witness the final moments. Soon after, the announcer steps forward to declare the winner. Then he reveals that Lord Asgard has won the duel. The audience has mixed reactions, but most were rooting for the Duke. Janus is pleased to see his highness's victory and says that their empire is better with only one sword. The one who is not happy at all is the opponent. Grid asks what skill the Duke used, and how an honest person like him thought of such a trick. The Duke simply asks if he has stopped talking nonsense about nobility. Grid gets extremely irritated and says that his attack definitely landed. But then, at the moment he was about to hit his opponent, Duke used an energy barrier to protect himself. Thus, Grid was surprised to see his strategy fall apart. Then the Duke used this to his advantage, and took advantage of his opponent's distraction to counterattack. As a result, Grid felt as if the mana in his body was twisting. The Duke then advanced to deliver the final blow, and Grid would be dead if his opponent had not stopped his sword. Then he asks if the Duke used magic. He responds that it is a force field control, a skill he had planned to use in the future, a trick that is not entirely bad. Grid is outraged to hear this, but before he could ask more questions, the Duke of Valentia requested to proceed as the winner. With that, Grid could do nothing but remain silent. He thinks that he cannot even see his brother because that would definitely cause damage to allied nations. Grid thinks that he reached the top years before him and never thought he would lose. Then he remembers the promise, and it must be fulfilled. But he says that if the Duke goes too far with his request, he will die instead of complying. However, the Duke then reveals his wish, and tells Grid to stay in the Empire until the prince's wedding ceremony is over, this being his request as the winner. The spectators interpret this as an act of generosity from the Duke towards his enemy. However, Grid himself asks what the Duke is planning, and he tells Grid to find him later if he is curious. Even though he does not like it, Grid understands. The news of Valentia's victory spread quickly. Everyone knew that the Sword Master is stronger than the Weapon Master. Thus, the Lord of Valentia is now the Emperor of the Sword. The next day, the Emperor is in a meeting. Tiny says that the Emperor ended up with the same title he had in his past life. The Emperor is still not used to it, until the meeting is interrupted because Grid has just arrived. He says that he is there as requested, and asks why the Emperor wanted to see him. The Emperor says he will skip the usual noble talk. Grid says that nobles must maintain their integrity even in private meetings, and upon seeing the protagonist, he calls him an inferior human, thinking he should show some integrity. Tiny says that a person with power must remain elegant and be strict with themselves, and he recalls that Grid said this trauma made him develop this habit. He also says that he heard Grid say this when he was younger. The protagonist says that Grid killed his cousin precisely because he could not control his form. Grid becomes furious and asks the protagonist who he is to know all this. Tiny says that Grid himself told him this, but the Weapon Master states that he does not even know him, and that would not be possible. Supporting the protagonist, the Emperor says that Tiny is telling the truth. He also recalls that Grid asked what kind of trick he used during the fight, and says that this boy is the person who taught him how to use it. Grid does not understand what is happening, and asks Duke Asga what this is about. The Emperor says they can talk and clarify everything, and only asks Grid to calm down because there is something he needs to know. Grid is about to take down the protagonist because he did not like what he heard at all. However, he takes a deep breath before acting and thinks that this must be what they call a bad friend. The Emperor says that he never thought he would hear his old name at this age. Grid says that his name is too long and does not want to call him by his full name, not even in private situations. Then he asks the protagonist what he needs to know, but warns that if he says something nonsensical again, he will not leave unscathed. He tries to make the protagonist extremely scared and concludes by saying that he will cut through his skin and bones. However, Tiny starts laughing, saying that this sounds more like the old Grid. The Emperor tells Grid to listen calmly to what the protagonist has to say. Tiny says that Grid Van Sheldon is probably 56 years old this year, and normally they would meet for the first time in 15 years, when his bright blue hair had turned half gray. After hearing the whole story, Grid says that it actually makes some sense, and agrees that he really would do those things. Then he tries to understand if the protagonist is saying that the future will be terrible. Tiny, however, tells him not to worry, because this time the 10 nights will stop it. Grid comments that those 10 nights still seem unusual, and asks about the other 2. Tiny replies that he doesn't know how to approach them now. The Reaper is probably training somewhere, and the Mage Knight is probably in the Sage's tower. Grid finds it strange and asks what kind of names those are, since he thought they had to use everything they had in times like this. And he asks if the Emperor ordered him to stay there because of the disaster. The Emperor says he got that idea from the protagonist's brain power. Tiny doesn't like that sarcastic comment. In turn, Grid asks about that ability used in the fight, and Tiny reveals the details to him. The day was calm at the Imperial Mansion, until things started to get hectic, because Grid discovers that the protagonist taught the Emperor the ability that was used against him at the end of his past life. So he asks how things ended for him in his other life. Tiny replies that both of them died, but because the Emperor's swordsmanship was above Grid's. Thus, Asgard earned the title of Sword Emperor. Grid shouts in rage, saying this can't be real, and already wants to set the date for a new duel between them. However, the protagonist tells him to calm down and listen, stating that he will teach him his future ability as well. That way, the fight will be fairer. With that, Grid becomes much calmer. While he listens that he had 5 eternal armors, the Emperor only thinks that this is what is keeping him calm. Even so, Grid finds it all a bit suspicious, and asks why the protagonist is providing all this information. He even says that they might be future allies, but for now they are nothing, and he asserts that the protagonist could have used all of this for himself. Tiny asks if that point is really important, because he claims that the world could end at any moment, and to him, a glorious life means nothing. Besides, Tiny is certain that Grid is a genuine warrior who will keep his promise with his life. Thus, he says everything Grid wanted to hear. That way, he believes in the protagonist and agrees to do what he says. The Emperor tells them to keep this conversation between the 3 of them. Grid says he is not stupid, and will make sure of that, but even the protagonist emphasizes this, because he knows that he and Heinen always cause problems after saying that. This makes Grid a little embarrassed, but he himself thinks that this Heinen is as energetic as he is. The Emperor tells Grid to act discreetly and stop acting impulsively. Even though he is angry at such words, he understands and then leaves. From the meeting room, Tiny and the Emperor watch Grid leave. After that, the Emperor believes that everything turned out well in the end, and in fact, it was useful for building a bridge between the Alliance and the Empire. That's why they need Grid nearby. He is the Duke of the Kingdom of Selden, the center of all the kingdom's magic towers and alliances. Tiny believes this, knows that Grid will keep his promise, but there is still an unresolved matter. So he asks when the Emperor will talk to Genus. From the Emperor's reaction, he still hasn't decided. The protagonist questions the Emperor, claiming that it would be better for Genus to know as soon as possible. The Emperor says he will talk to him after this conversation, and knows that asking Genus to stay calm won't help. Tiny realizes that the Emperor knows Genus better than he does, and must prepare as well. Then the Emperor says that he and the Prince are using everything they have to understand what is happening. Upon hearing the Prince mentioned, Tiny feels uncomfortable, and the Emperor asks why the boy doesn't like him. Tiny replies that the Aslan royalty are the fools who sold their own country, but the Emperor doesn't like those words, and tells the protagonist to be careful with what he says. He also tells the protagonist not to underestimate the Imperial family's intelligence organization, and claims that they must already have proof. However, the Emperor is more concerned about other things. He asks what would happen if the disaster had nothing to do with the demon worshippers, because he considers the possibility that it is simply caused by a political war within the royal family. If that is the case, he will not be able able to do anything about it because a servant cannot interfere in the fight between royalty. Tiny then tries to understand the emperor's perspective and asks if he is saying that they should just stand by and watch, even if the capital explodes. The emperor responds that this is only a hypothesis. Thinking about the defense of the imperial palace makes him even more doubtful. Tiny says the answer is already there, because the emperor said he has some suspicions about someone in the imperial family, and the possibility that demon worshippers are involved as well. The protagonist states that he is also part of Valentia, so the emperor asks what he has in mind. Tiny tells the emperor to talk more about the imperial members who are suspects, because he himself will take care of them and run. This makes the emperor quite irritated, but Tiny says he only needs him to ensure that his escape route remains open. But this is not how the emperor wants to proceed, so Tiny asks why this sudden change. He says he has noticed an increase in Tiny's mana along with his physique, stating that he is almost at the level of a blader. Thus, the emperor claims that he will personally train the protagonist. However, Tiny remembers how it was the other times the emperor did this, and says there is no need to do it. Then he runs off, and the emperor questions his hesitation. 1 month after this happened, the protagonist is in a training field, standing before several tornadoes in front of him. However, he does not back down from this challenge. With his hammer, he prepares, and summons an even larger tornado, throwing it toward the others, which crashes into them, merging together into one, becoming even bigger than before. Tiny wants to overcome the challenge this time. He knows that everyone calls them bladers because most of them use swords. But the crucial part of being a level 4 mana user is the use of mana, a skill common among everyone in this world, which serves as a physical force in a place where the body alone cannot reach. The protagonist pushes himself to achieve this. Over the past month, he has trained intensely with the emperor. The emperor said that if he faces another imperial, he will be hunted across the entire kingdom. He also says that his mana body records his knowledge. Tiny, however, only wanted to spend enough time to get stronger faster. He motivates himself by thinking about everything he has been through in both of his lives. Genis, under the emperor's own orders, was assigned to oversee the protagonist's training with his dragon eye. Genis was surprised to learn that Tiny, at his age, was about to reach the blader level. He knows that Tiny's potential is great, but he thinks the emperor's expectations are too high. But that was before he observed the protagonist, because when he took a look at his training, he was astonished by the sheer attack power. The tornadoes were so large that he could barely see the protagonist. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks he is almost there. For him, there is only one thing left. He has to force himself to use that ability, the one he used in his past life, which only a blader can use. After doing so, he himself was startled by the power of his strike, as it generated a massive explosion, which, on the other side, Genis also noticed. But his efforts were not in vain, because in this way, the protagonist succeeded and became the Knight of Strength, with his second signature move, Stormbreaker. Genis is shocked to see the damage that was done. Meanwhile, Tiny admires his current power level and shouts with joy for having achieved it. But soon after, he feels muscle pain due to his intense efforts. He realizes that his mana body is pushing his physical body to the limit, and now he needs food, as a reinforced diet will be necessary to replenish what was lost. Then Genis appears, applauding him, saying that it is impressive for the protagonist to reach the blader level at such a young age. Tiny asks what Genis is doing there. He replies that the emperor ordered him to keep an eye on his training, and was saying that the boy quickly surpassed his limits. Tiny thinks that the emperor knew something was happening. Then he feels even hungrier, so Genis invites him to have a snack. He tells them both to grab something together, and also mentions that he would like to say something. Genis tells the protagonist to follow him because he knows an amazing restaurant nearby. After this, the protagonist appears with his hair dyed red and asks why Genis insisted on this. He responds that this was a direct request from the emperor himself, leaving Tiny even more confused. However, Genis says that he has a set mission, and this is to minimize attention, because the Radiant Knight is very popular right now. From now on, it is decided that the protagonist will be called Tauren. He will be a knight apprentice of Valentia and a servant of Genis. Tiny asks if this is really necessary, and Genis insists that these are the emperor's orders. He even says that if Tiny refuses, the emperor will twist his face, something Genis considers part of his master's sense of humor. However, the protagonist knows that the emperor would actually do that if it came to it. Genis then tells Tiny to be careful from now on. Not only must he maintain decency, but but he must also stay calm, because only then will his body and spirit unite better, allowing him to go even further. At least that's what the Emperor told Janus. This makes Tiny remember his past when Estina scolded him for beating up some thugs. She said that Tiny must have had his reasons for it, but still, she was disappointed, because she claimed that if he knew how to control his temper, he would be much stronger. This way, he realizes that he heard something similar from her to what Janus just said. Then his friend says he believes Tiny's mana color changed when he reached the Blader level. Tiny realizes that, for some reason, this is a different color from his past life. Then Janus says that according to Valentia's vision, the mana of a person with strong faith and will reflects the color of their spirit, making it very likely for them to become aura users. To keep strong faith, it's best to learn how to control one's temper. However, Tiny thinks that if the color reflects his spirit, he wonders why it is different from his past life. Amid this, he remembers the moon wolf. Beings are created by spiritual force, so if his spirit can affect mana, maybe he can be lighter on one side and heavier on the other. Janus watches as the protagonist tests this theory, until Tiny concentrates his energy, creating something that even surprises Janus. Tiny tries to compress it to the limit, and puts in all his effort, until he attempts to cause an explosion. Janus can't believe he actually did that, but the protagonist is determined to know his limits. Soon, the ball of energy that was thrown into the sky explodes, and the impact can be seen from afar, even scaring some people. Janus realizes that despite everything, it was incredible, and Tiny can only think that he can use this in his battles. After this, Janus asks how he did it, and Tiny still isn't sure. Janus witnessed Tiny using these powerful abilities twice in the same day, something that demonstrates his incredible talent, and he wants to know the answer as soon as Tiny figures it out. The protagonist says that his friend's advice helped a lot, but asks if he is really sure he can talk about the vision. For Janus, it's fine, after all, they consider themselves family, something that makes the protagonist very happy. Then people start whispering about him. So Janus realizes that they have barely started, and Tiny is already drawing attention, and he tells him to be more careful next time. After that, they go to another place, a restaurant that looks quite fancy. The protagonist doesn't like it at all. Janus asks what's wrong, and Tiny responds that this place looks expensive. Besides, he eats a lot, and says it's fine for them to eat at the mansion instead. However, Janus says he should know that the captain of the Blue Wing has money, so the protagonist agrees. What Janus didn't expect is that when Tiny said he ate a lot, he was being very serious, because even the waiters were shocked by the amount of food he ordered. Stacks of plates piled up on the protagonist's table, and yet he ate as if it were his first meal. With this, Janus thinks he learned something today. A human can stuff an incredible amount of food into their stomach. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks that his body's mana is increasing, and the gravity element is also getting stronger now. Before, he could control up to 8 times the weight, but now he can control up to 16 times, and no one can stand against him except for superhumans. After eating a lot, Janus asks if he is satisfied now, and Tiny replies that there is still room for dessert. Then the waiter brings the bill for 150 portions, and Janus reluctantly pays for everything. After eating everything he wanted, Tiny says he is satisfied, until he notices Janus, who was satisfied with just one dish. However, Janus is still holding the menu, and the waiter closes the doors. The protagonist says he has a question, and asks what exactly this restaurant is. After the question, Janus says he will get straight to the point. Then he uses his magic, block the sound in the area. The protagonist is impressed to realize that his friend can control mana and elements with great precision. Janus says that this is an excellent restaurant, but it also serves as a branch of the Royal Intelligence Organization, through the Dragon's Eye in the capital. Tiny did not know about this intelligence organization. Janus also says that the entire Dragon's Eye supported the prince during his succession, so this is the only organization that those from Valentia can trust within the palace. The Emperor asked Janus to bring Tiny there at least once, because he believes Tiny underestimates the influence of royal connections. And there is another reason for him to be there. In about 10 days, the wedding will take place. Royal knights, royalty, and direct heirs of Valentia may attend the wedding, but the knights were not that skilled, so the Emperor wants Tiny to disguise himself as a servant to infiltrate the wedding. Tiny says this is a great idea, but asks if he should not have done this sooner. Janus tells him not to underestimate Valentia, and that they have already secured a place with a cover identity. Additionally, he hands something to the protagonist to use in case of emergency, a document that reveals the location of the artifact. Since Tiny took good care of Karun's artifact, it is expected that he will do the same in Valentia. He then tells his friend not to worry about it. Then Janus tells him to study the map, as it will be of great help. After their conversation, they prepare to leave. Tiny finds something a bit strange. On the way out, the waiter asks if the menu was helpful, and Janus responds that it was. Meanwhile, someone passes by the protagonist, and and with his magical eyes. He realizes that it is the prince in disguise. Then they sit down to talk, and the prince says he did not expect to see Tiny there. The protagonist says that the Duke of Valentia told him that the two of them are doing their best to find the demon worshippers. Bradley states that it is always better to be safe, and being with the one who saved Karun makes him feel safer. Tiny then asks if the prince can talk about what is happening within the royal family because he needs to know in order to protect everyone from potential threats. But immediately after, he realizes that was too direct, and already knows he will get scolded by the emperor for it. In response, the prince says that the protagonist must have already gathered most of the information from the dragon's eye, so he asks what exactly he wants to know. Tiny then asks if the prince believes there is someone in the royal family who wants to destroy the country. The prince does not understand his intentions in making such a request, but responds that there are a few suspicious people, about 3 in total. With that, Tiny wants to know their names. First, the prince names his sibling's mother, the second empress. Tiny is surprised because he was aiming at the second prince, not his mother. The prince mentions a rumor circulating within the palace, which says that a decade ago, when the second empress rejected a proposal, her entire family was assassinated by the prince's father. The protagonist is shocked by this information, but the prince emphasizes that this is just a rumor, though if it is true, it certainly answers the question. Soon, Tiny wants to know the next name. This time, the prince mentions the royal knights. Aslan discriminates against knights. They are treated worse than mages, so there is a chance they might want to destroy the empire. The last name mentioned by the prince is his own father, the emperor. For some reason, his father is deeply dissatisfied with the Duke of Valentia, who has made a name for himself again through the recent duel, something that has left the emperor furious. The prince tells the protagonist that he also needs to be careful since he is closely associated with the duke, because his father is known to have a secret force with great power. This is a major secret, so he advises the protagonist to be very discreet. After that, Tiny thanks him for the information. The prince says it is no problem, and now that they have talked, he must leave. He has a meeting scheduled with his father and his fiancée today, but says he will see Tiny again. At nightfall, the protagonist returns to the Valentia mansion and reports everything he discovered to the Emperor of the Sword. He also says that the situation is more complicated than expected. The Duke cannot believe that the prince has thought through all of this, as it makes things more difficult. However, soon after, Tiny realizes that the lunar wolf is near Chloe and is sending a warning. Meanwhile, at the Assyrian palace, in the princess's chambers, she receives guidance on behavior and etiquette. As expected, her instructor says that she is very elegant, and they can already finish the etiquette course for today. Right after, she leaves, and leaves Chloe alone. The girl wonders why the position of her fingers matters when she is sitting, and questions what kind of pervert cares about that. She can only see Vivian in the room, and says she should have just stayed in the sanctuary, but at least she considers herself lucky to have the moon wolf nearby. Then, the crown prince appears, saying that Chloe did a great job today. She is surprised by his presence, saying that he has been visiting her frequently lately. A little embarrassed, the prince says that all his fatigue disappears when he sees her face. Chloe wonders how he can say all these sweet words, being the prince of the empire. The prince asks if she remembers their visit to his majesty later. She replies that she does and that she was preparing for it. Bradley says that his father may speak to her rudely, but he wants her to endure it for him. He also says that his majesty is furious about Valentia, and more specifically, about her father-in-law. Chloe asks why her father has become the target of the emperor's fury, until she remembers hearing something like that while walking through the streets. At the time, she thought it was just a rumor, so she wonders why she was chosen as the Princess of Wales. The prince says that, unlike his father, he sees their union as a couple, something that represents the unification of the empire with Valentia. He says that he somewhat forced this marriage, which may have made the emperor even angrier, but he just wants to make his fiancée understand. Chloe thinks that her father said it had been some time since he met the emperor, and if his majesty's queen is worse than the rumors, she must inform her family. Sometime later, the emperor arrives at the meeting place. He walks to his throne, being revered by everyone present. He even passes by his son and future daughter-in-law without showing any reaction. Then he reaches the throne, being greeted by the couple afterward. The emperor tells them to lift their heads. Soon, both of them stand up. Bradley asks if his father has been doing well. He replies that since his son is handling most of the national affairs, then yes, he is definitely fine. The prince says that he is participating in the affairs as is convenient, but he affirms that the empire will always belong to his father. The authority he holds was only given to him by his majesty. Then the emperor asks if he is willing to return such authority. Very nervous, the prince replies that if it is the emperor's wish, yes. However, the emperor says that there is no reason since all the nobles would oppose it. The emperor says that he was cast aside by his son, left with only a tower and the order of knights, so he cannot return. Bradley emphasizes that this was a procedure in accordance with imperial law. Then the emperor asks how a procedure can be above the emperor himself. However, what bothers him the most is the company the prince brought along, the daughter of the one known as the other emperor. Trying to calm him down, the prince says that this is just a nickname given by innocent commoners and tells his father not to take it seriously. Then Chloe formally introduces herself, greeting the emperor as His Majesty. He immediately becomes excited to see the daughter of the imperial sword before him. Chloe says that her father recently defeated the Union sword and achieved excessive splendor, but she affirms that all of this is for the glory of the empire. Upon hearing this, the emperor starts laughing loudly and then says that the prince chose someone just like him. He also tells the girl that he does not dislike her boldness. However, he will have to warn her and also her father. The prince does not like this threatening tone at all, and even the moonwolf accompanying Chloe becomes apprehensive. It shows its intense rage, which, even from a distance, alerts the protagonist about the situation. As soon as Tiny receives the wolf's signal, he realizes that something is wrong with Chloe, and wonders if she is being threatened by the emperor, back at the emperor's tower. He says that the Aslan lineage has always ruled humanity since ancient times. Things like humans and procedures cannot be placed above the pinnacle of bloodline, which is the emperor himself. Then he tells Chloe that perhaps His Majesty wants something beyond the empire. The emperor stares at the girl after that, and she doesn't even know what to say until the prince steps forward, telling his father to remain calm. That attitude does not please the old man at all, so he turns his back and orders both of them to leave. The prince is furious about this and says that they will do just that. He immediately calls the princess to go with him. The two leave, leaving the emperor alone. Now alone, the emperor reflects on what happened. He realizes that his son has grown too much, until someone appears and asks the emperor if there is a specific reason he said that to the princess. He replies that he was just excited and must be getting old. The person asks if he is really bothered by the Valentia lineage. The emperor says that 40 years ago, there was a boy who came to greet him, claiming to be a descendant of the duke's family. He was about 10 years old, had just begun learning swordsmanship. That was when the emperor himself taught him. But over time, the day came when the student surpassed the master. The emperor was shocked at the time. In contrast, the boy was concerned for him and extended his hand to help. From the emperor's perspective, it was all embarrassing, and he gave up being a knight at that moment. That's why he convinced himself that the Aslans had always been a lineage proficient in magic. However, even magical talent was not granted to him, a shameful history that follows him. The fact that the emperor does not favor Valentia is not just because of his personal resentment, but because, in his view, no matter how long peace lasts, a mere noble family should not stand above the royal family. This is a threat to the fundamental rules of the country. For the emperor, this is no different from treason. He says the prince is a clever child, but does not know this, and there is nothing the emperor can do about it because of that damned law. For this same reason, even though the empire has so much power, they have still not managed to conquer the entire continent. A royal family bound by law, noble families that continue to grow, and power that cannot be centralized. To rule the entire continent, the emperor says he must concentrate all the power of this country in his hands. The mysterious person agrees that he is right, and the emperor says that the reason to do so will be created by that foolish queen and that demon-possessed trash. But the mysterious person says they cannot defeat the Duke of Valentia alone and can clearly estimate the limits of the demon worshippers. For that reason, the emperor says he needs him and asks if this person has completed the secret weapon, to which they respond that they have not. The emperor says he heard that the weapon is talented. The person confirms that the weapon is the greatest genius born after the Shadow Group, and if it continues to grow at this pace, it will make the emperor the first in history to control an aura user who is an assassin. However, they still need 10 years. But they tell the emperor not to worry, because if they work together with the Royal Magic Tower, it will be enough. The emperor agrees with this and asks where the prince has gone. The person replies that he has not gone anywhere in particular and seems to be observing the situation with the dragon's eye. With that, the emperor says that the prince may obtain trivial information but must not even suspect the existence of this plan. Then the person says that the prince will receive the most important news at the crucial moment. The emperor says that when the demon worshippers' rebellion against the royal family happens, and the Duke of Valentia, a relative of the royal family, dies, that will give the royal family sufficient reasons to seize the mirror power, which is in the wrong hands and capable of destroying the empire. Thus, the person says they will shape the perfect situation to suit them. Then a shadow appears in the room and speaks something in a strange language. The emperor asks what it is, and the mysterious person says that their subordinate has obtained useful news. With that, they believe they can now pressure Valentia in advance. Back to the Duke. He says that the emperor does not just hate him, but now he has also threatened his daughter. Tiny told him everything he discovered and suggests killing the emperor. However, due to the Duke's reaction, he retracts his statement. Frustrated, he asks why this is happening. He wonders if the emperor might be holding a grudge over that. To compensate for that mistake, the Duke worked hard for the emperor. Tiny asks what kind of useless thoughts the Duke has in mind, and the Duke responds that he has no idea how serious this situation is. The protagonist asks if it is a problem greater than the Demon King's army. Then the Duke responds that probably not. Soon, Tiny asks why he is thinking so much about it. He states that it will all be the same if the Demon King descends. Like it or not, they are forced to unite because Tiny has already experienced this before. Thus, the Emperor says that there is only one thing they must do: preserve the power of humanity. From time to time, he envies the protagonist's simplistic mind. Tiny does not like that comment, but the Duke says that his mind is clear thanks to him. Then Genus appears, saying that they have a problem. An urgent report came from the Dragon's Eye, stating that there is a rebellion in a small city that is a direct territory of the royal family. The Duke is startled by this. Genus also says that, according to the report, the Emperor ordered Valentia to suppress the rebellion. Genus hands over the letter he received, and the Duke reads that Valentia has the obligation to suppress some rebellions in other cities and prove their worth in becoming the in-laws of the imperial family. Then he says that the deadline for this task is until the wedding. The protagonist asks what kind of courage they have to incite a rebellion in a small city with a poor workforce. Based on what he has heard, Genus says it is speculated that the people behind this are the demon worshippers. Right at such a crucial moment, Tiny believes that the demon worshippers are trying to separate the imperial family's military force. The Duke says this is a sign that they will attack during the wedding. Janus says they cannot conclude that the demon worshippers will act on the wedding day. However, the Duke says that there is a reason for them to think so, and that he will tell Janus everything later. But for now, they must take care of this matter first. Janus understands and says that, according to the reports, the places where the rebellion started are all small cities. The three locations are Seringal, Lehui, and Karina. He thinks that the Imperial Army and the Magic Tower are taking care of two of them. The Ice Flame Mage was also sent along with the Magic Tower. Now, Karina has been assigned to them. It is located between Valentia and the Imperial Palace, so they can send some men. However, the Duke says that if they want to end the rebellion before the wedding, they will have to send high-class knights. But Genus says that the high-class knights, including himself, are all still at the Imperial Palace. If they leave, they can finish this quickly, but it will not be possible to return before the wedding. The Duke says that even in times like this, the Emperor wants to exhaust Valentia's military power. Then he concludes that maybe it would be better to destroy all of this. Genus asks what he means. The Duke replies that he is just suggesting another option. Considering Chloe and her family, he cannot be reckless. Tiny thinks that if the wedding is cancelled, it will greatly affect Chloe's status and the Valentia family, and maybe that is what the Emperor is aiming for. Then the protagonist says that they can resolve this in a week, but only if he acts alone. The Duke does not like this idea, and Genus asks if he is trying to use that wolf spirit. Tiny estimates that he will need 3 days to go and 3 days to return, plus 1 day to deal with them. Then it will be possible to complete the task. His friends understand, but they still think it is very risky. Even though it is a small city, the Duke says that there must be at least 100 knights, and they still do not know what kind of trap the demon worshippers have prepared. He says that Tiny could never risk his life for something this small. However, Tiny states that this is a challenge, and if there is a chance, they must seize it because that is how he has lived his life until now. Then the protagonist asks if they can borrow a sacred artifact from the Imperial family. The prince becomes aware of this and is startled by the request. He asks his servant how Valentia intends to borrow such a great sacred artifact. The servant informs him that the protagonist said he used its core in Karun previously, a fact that impresses the prince. He thinks for a moment before making a decision, and then immediately authorizes the loan, stating that he must at least do this. He was troubled by not being able to stop his father. Speaking of the Emperor, he is informed that a sacred artifact has disappeared. He is immediately shocked by this news. The person in the shadows says that the prince has something to do with it, and that the relic disappeared after a knight from Valentia named Torin went to the palace. The Emperor says that the relic is not much different from a mere symbol. The The shadow says that this is mere speculation but believes that this knight went to Karina instead of the region designated to Valentia, and if he uses the sacred object, the demon worshippers will be melted by the light. Without even getting close to him, the people who had been blinded by dark magic also awakened. The Emperor asks if this can happen without Valentia losing a single man, and the shadow responds that it can. Then the Emperor orders that this so-called knight must not return alive. The dark figure says that to handle this, they will send the secret weapon they have been developing, claiming that it will be enough to kill a knight. Back to the protagonist, he moves toward his objective with his wolf. Not far away, the weapon observes him and realizes that this is not an ordinary mount, believing that the protagonist is riding a giant wolf and heading toward Karina. They also think he is very fast and difficult to reach, but there is a chance he will return using the same route, so they decide to wait for the protagonist to come back. Meanwhile, Tiny pushes forward as fast as he can. He has been on this journey for days and has not even stopped to eat. The only thing he ate was a wild bear before departing. And speaking of that, he asks the wolf if it senses the presence of a fourth stage elementalist. Tiny knows that his soul has already experienced the level of a superhuman, but reaching the same level of power he had in his past life will not be enough to change anything. He thinks that the difference now is that he has grown as an elementalist. The higher the soul's quality, the easier it will be to become an aura master. Although the fourth stage of an elementalist is heavy for him now, he believes he will figure out the solution someday, and he can also ask Estina anytime. After this reflection, he stops the wolf and sees the city right ahead, and now says they will return after handling this. In the city of Karina, right in front of the inner palace, one of the protesters is furious. He repeats to himself over and over that he is not wrong in what he is doing. The population that started the rebellion is outraged. A flashback shows how this man got to this point. He always thought that his family had been bowing to Karina's lordship for generations, and wondered how long those despicable bastards would keep treating him like a toy because he could not take it anymore. Then he started thinking that these people needed to die because he had done nothing wrong to deserve this, until someone approached him and fueled his desires. A demon worshipper named Geron came to him, saying that this name now belongs to the Lord and that he must prepare for what is coming. The man asks if he is referring to the knight with the sacred object, and Geron confirms, saying that the Lord left the imperial palace 4 days ago. He also says that the knight will arrive in a few days, so he wishes him luck. This man does not fully understand what is about to happen. However, the demon worshipper tells him to stay calm, because as long as the knight holds the sacred object, there is nothing they can do. The man understands that there must be a solution to this, but asks what he should do now. Geron tells him that he should take control of the situation, and that the one who will lead the knights and soldiers is the Lord himself, who will also activate the trap. So the man thinks he has no other choice and will have to carry out this task. Soon, the demon worshipper wishes him good luck for the new world. Back in the present, this man is leading the uprising in the city. A meeting of the demon worshippers takes place, and one of them asks what happened to the Lord. Another one responds that they doubt he is capable of doing anything, and that they will gather information while he deals with that knight, because they want to know how he brought the object. However, they hear a loud noise and immediately panic, thinking that the knight has already arrived. The cult leader tells the others to calm down, until he himself sees an explosion in the city. And along with it, he sees the protagonist, the so-called knight, and tells the others to stop him. The leader says that it is too late to run, and orders them to activate the trap. He says that it is now too late for them, and quickly instructs another to act fast, because he is faster than the spirit. Then he should go along with the others. The protagonist says it is good that they are gathering, because he is about to deliver a massive strike, until Tiny activates the relic. In the middle of the city square, the magic of the sacred relic covers a vast area, and even the cultists who were hiding are hit. They definitely were not expecting this, as they are struck by the power of the sacred object, and they think they must activate the trap before it's too late. Their leader says he is doing this for the new world, and he asks to borrow dark energy for their deities. But the protagonist appears, saying he won't allow it, and tells the enemy to try enduring this strike if he can. After that, he hurls his hammer, hitting the enemy squarely. At the very moment he is struck, a massive explosion occurs around him, which not only defeats the enemy, but also destroys part of the surroundings. Tiny shields himself with his magic, but wonders what that explosion was, as it didn't seem like he was killed by the impact. He looks at the crater and sees only his hammer, wondering if the enemy might have used a clone sacrifice. He also questions if they were weakened by the sacred artifact, because normally they wouldn't use a clone sacrifice for a mere attack like this, until he notices something. He sees something that seems to hold a more destructive magical power, more than most artifacts used by the demon worshippers. An artifact that, once it starts glowing, explodes. The protagonist realizes just how dangerous this is, because there are many of these spheres. Even the Moonwolf senses the danger. So Tiny thinks of the best way to handle this. He realizes he hasn't tried using this technique again. The last time was at the Imperial Palace, but this is the strongest ability he can use right now. The spheres that look like eggs are cracking. Tiny then uses Traces of Ruin, widespread deployment. A massive amount of flames is unleashed toward the spheres. This causes an explosion even greater than the previous one, making Tiny think he will have to weaken the explosion. However, the force of this explosion is so immense that he cannot contain it. The explosion's radius can be seen from very far away due to its magnitude. The power unleashed is absurd. Tiny weakened it as much as he could, but wasn't able to reduce it completely. His Moonwolf was summoned, and he couldn't detect it even with his mana perception. Now he must go to the Imperial Palace, because they are only focused on the artifact and must be warned. Tiny arrives at the place, kicking the door open, demanding that they bring the communication device immediately. The leader of the revolt says he was only doing what he was told and begs for his life to be spared. However, the protagonist is furious and only wants the device. But the leader says there is no such thing in a small town like this, so Tiny dashes out of there, even though it is a small place. Tiny questions whether it is really possible that they don't even have a communication device. He tells the wolf that it has just recovered, but says that they need to run just a little more, stating that if he runs straight, it can reach the destination faster. However, in the middle of this, Tiny is attacked, and he didn't even see where it came from. As the strike attempts to hit him, Tiny is caught off guard. Due to his telepathic communication with the wolf, he manages to dodge at the last second. The Moonwolf was incredibly precise at that moment, swiftly avoiding the attack. Tiny thinks that he would have just dropped dead if he hadn't expanded his senses. But right after, a kunai is thrown. This time, Tiny is hit in the face. Then an attack comes from below. Tiny realizes that he has seen this ability before, until he dodges with the wolf, and asks the Reaper what she is doing there. But he notices that she is not the Reaper he knew from his past life, and he doesn't know if her identity is the same. However, his opponent is not interested in conversation. Like a shadow, she moves and attacks from behind, grazing the protagonist. But Tiny says that she won't escape, thus he tries to hit her with his hammer. However, the opponent uses an illusion step. Tiny thinks this is bad because he and the wolf have been running non-stop since Karina, so he doesn't have enough mana now. Then he is attacked with arrows, which makes him uneasy, but he still manages to use his iron barrier shield. However, his problems are increasing because his body is struggling due to the enemy's shadow poison. This is really bad, but Tiny does not want to die here. However, he thinks that he shouldn't kill one of the 10 future knights either. Tiny then asks why the Imperial family's shadow came after him and waits for an answer. Even though it takes a while, she asks how the protagonist knows this. That's when he realizes he got her. And he notices that she is inexperienced because the Reaper he knew would never have responded, so this is his only way out. Tiny asks if she thinks that's all he knows because he also knows that the magical circuit technique she learned comes from the Shadow Law. The enemy says that she is the only one who knows that technique, so she asks how he knows it too. The protagonist thinks that he knows this because she herself told him in his past life. And currently, Tiny has also learned similar techniques, so he quickly concludes that he must use all the remaining mana within him until his opponent fires a spear. Tiny thinks he should copy that technique as much as possible. With his wolf, he moves even faster. The opponent notices, is the protagonist now using illusion steps? And wonders if he is telling the truth. But through this, Tiny realizes that the enemy has taken the bait. However, he thinks that he cannot use this again. Then he tells the enemy that he comes from the same place as her. She then asks if he is Tiny, the Bright Knight, the Morse? Tiny wonders what's with this reaction. The enemy says she thought it was just a false rumor, but asks if he is really a descendant of the family. The protagonist answers yes. Then the enemy approaches, saying she thought it wasn't true. She says she didn't know there was any other descendant of the Morse family besides herself. Tiny didn't know that she was a descendant of the Morse family, and the Luna he knew never mentioned that. Luna says she thought there were no others besides her, because they told her she should serve the Imperial family and return to the region. Everything she did was for her family, and she cannot kill someone from her own family. However, she asks how Tiny knew that she was working for the Imperial family. Now he is in trouble, and thinks that Luna may not be great at conversation, but she is not stupid. So he says that only the Imperial family and Valentia know that he went to Karina. If someone tries to kill him, there is a high chance it is the Imperial family. Apparently, she believed it, and Tiny feels more relieved. Anyway, he asks why she ambushed him. Luna says that she simply followed the Emperor's orders and was commanded to kill him before he reached Karina if possible. If she didn't kill him while he was returning, she wouldn't have another chance, but she doesn't know the reason for it. The protagonist realizes that the reason is obvious. Her real target must be Valentia, not him. He also knows that the demon worshippers are still around. They almost destroyed all of Karun and are now fighting among themselves for power. This makes Tiny wonder if they should really be protecting this kind of imperial family. So he tells Luna that she should go back home as soon as possible and asks what Luna is going to do. This leaves her a little embarrassed. Tiny says that he is only 14 years old and that she looks older, so he treated her formally. Then she hugs Tiny, calling him brother, and is happy to have a family and to no longer be alone. This makes Tiny feel guilty, and he thinks about apologizing someday. Soon he asks what she will do about her mission with the Imperial family. Luna responds that she can handle it. Tiny feels bad in many different ways seeing the girl like that. Somewhere else, the cult leader is shocked to discover that the Morse boy was hit by the bombs and still survived. Not only that, but one of them says that this boy will arrive in the city in 3 days and will inform the city about the bombs. However, one of them asks if anyone would even believe the boy, as it was hard even for them to believe it, despite seeing it with their own eyes. The boy also went to the city without revealing his identity, and no one would believe him. But the leader says that that Morse boy is too unpredictable and orders them to accelerate the plan. One of them says that this could affect their future and asks when the Imperial family will gather again. However, the leader disagrees. He says that the Imperial family does not gather only during the wedding. The cult leader says that they will have a rehearsal one day before the wedding for etiquette rules. All the members of the royal family except the Emperor will be there, so they can use that opportunity. One of them asks what they should do about the Emperor. The leader says to let the Blue Fox take care of him. The scene shifts to the second queen. Cardia says that the plan has changed again. Due to the sudden change, she is no longer sure if they are still reliable. Her lover tells her not to worry about anything because they are completely prepared. It would be fine, even if it happened a day earlier, and they will take care of that troublesome emperor. Then she states that this would be good for both of them. The queen asks if the emperor is a nuisance to them. She says that Man only got his position because he was the eldest, even though he didn't have much power. She also says that he is not a man someone like Gruel, her lover and leader of the royal family's cavalry, should fear. Gruel says that the emperor is not a problem by himself, but the mages loyal to him, along with the blue blood mage, are the real issue. The queen says they must not forget the royal family's assassins. Her lover asks if that is just a rumor. Furious, the queen replies that it is not. She says those cursed ones ruined her family, and she witnessed everything with her own eyes. She saw her parents, brothers, and sisters being killed by the shadow, and she asserts that her lover should at least understand why she is going this far, claiming that he knows better than anyone. Gruel says that the few days they have will decide their fate, and says that if everything goes well, their child will become the emperor. Cardia says that if instead they fail, it will be the end for everyone. Her lover says he is well aware of that. In the emperor's chamber, he also becomes aware of the change in plans as his mysterious advisor appears, and says that they have confirmed that the second queen altered the date for the barrier stone's entry into the inner palace. They plan to act the day before the wedding. The emperor knows that the day of the rehearsal is the last moment when the entire royal family gathers before the wedding, but he says he will not be there. His advisor says that he suspects they will attempt to ambush the emperor there, but they have not yet discovered how many will be present. But that does not matter to the emperor, as he says that nothing the filth influenced by demons' attempts can succeed. However, he states that the real problem is Asgard, and these lowly beings cannot handle him. Then he asks if the mysterious advisor can take care of it. He responds that his priority is the emperor's safety, but the emperor himself says that he already has other plans. Then the advisor says that if it is about the emperor's authority, he does not believe they can deal with the Duke of Valentia immediately. The emperor tells the advisor to monitor the situation and report back to him, and if he believes this will not compromise his safety, he can go handle Asgard. He also says that if that is not enough, he may take Ludwig with him just to ensure success. The mysterious advisor hesitates, and the emperor says that if he has nothing more to report, then he should leave. But before leaving, he reports that the Carina rebellion has been suppressed. Furious, the emperor then asks if the boy from Valentia who borrowed the sacred artifact survived and handled the situation in Carina. The advisor says they have plans to prevent him from returning and tries to reassure the emperor. But the emperor says he is not angry just because of a single child, because this means that those damned Valentians gained an achievement without losing a single man. The advisor apologizes for the mistake, but it is of no use. as the emperor says that he will personally assign him to take care of those damned Valentians. Elsewhere, the first prince is informed of the situation. His servant says that Gruel gathered the knights and changed the plan. He also believes the enemies will act a day before the wedding, rather than during the ceremony itself. Soon, the prince realizes that they are targeting the rehearsal day. Then he asks if his father will be present. The servant replies that his collaborator said he would take care of it. The prince asks if the collaborator is some demon worshipper. The servant offers to intervene. But the prince says that the demon worshippers cannot harm his father without help from the inside, because as long as the blue blood mage Ludwig is present, it will not be easy. He says that his uncle will be by his father's side, because the emperor never placed a knight beside him. It has been decades since the emperor started looking down on the knights because of Valentia. The firewood he piled up has now ignited a fire strong enough for the queen to take part in the grand betrayal alongside the leader of the royal family's cavalry, and to prevent the plan the emperor had been preparing. The prince wonders why his father ended up this way. Then he tells his servant, Ixalan, that it is not a bad decision to cut off the corrupt part of the royal family using this situation, especially now that he does not have to dirty his own hands. Ixalan is startled by the prince's stance. Bradley says that they will stick to the plan, but instead, he tells Ixalan to inform the Valentia family to go to the Crane Palace, where the ceremony will be held the day before, and as for his father-in-law, he will explain the plan himself. Next, we see Chloe lying in her bed, saying that it was better when she had non-stop bridal lessons because now she is bored. Vivian says that she kept complaining that there was too much to do, but now Chloe says that the lunar wolf is not there, nor are there any cute children like Tiny to distract her. This awakens a new feeling in Vivian, because she still sees Chloe as a child, even though she is about to get married. Chloe then asks why Vivian, before she gets old, does not confess to Genus. This makes her extremely embarrassed as Vivian claims that she only sees him as her leader. But Chloe knows that is not true. Vivian says that Genus is a genius who reached Challenger rank at 30 years old, besides being handsome, but she insists that that is all. Then Chloe asks if she wants her to talk to Knight Genus on her behalf. Vivian, irritated, replies no. After that, Chloe says she envies her because her friend can date whoever she wants. Vivian asks if she does not like having to marry the crown prince. The princess responds that it is not quite that. She says that she had many privileges thanks to her family, so she had to do her part for them. Vivian asks if that is really all. Chloe says that if she eventually had to get married, she would do it for her family. Besides, her fiancé is also royalty. She also tells Vivian to date several guys in her place, and that she will talk to Genus on her behalf. But her friend does not like the conversation going in that direction again. Right then, the prince appears at her door, saying that he would like to talk about something. Quickly, Chloe prepares to receive him. Then Prince Bradley enters, noticing that Vivian was also present. Straight to the point, tells Chloe that he needs to talk about something very important with her. Back to the protagonist and his wolf. They have already run a lot, and even though they are tired, they have reached their destination. Tiny just wanted to report everything to the Duke and eat until the Duke's children approached him. The protagonist asks why, and they say that their father wanted them to deliver a message. He said that the date has changed, and Tiny must head straight to the wedding as soon as he arrives, at the location where the rehearsal will take place. The priest warns everyone about the start of the wedding rehearsal and tells them to remain silent for now, and advises them to be careful not to make any mistakes during the royal ceremony. Before that, one of the cultists told an infiltrator that when the plan began, he should channel mana into this sphere and throw it, as it would then summon the destroyer. Gruel, the infiltrator, asks if there will be a signal for that, but the cultist simply says that he will know when the time comes. He was a bit confused. He even met with the Duke before and noticed that he was very cautious. He wonders if the Duke knows something. Either way, he needs to get him out of there. Then he calls for Estrewell, saying that the Duke of Valentia is acting suspiciously and that he thinks he knows something. Then Gruel gives instructions on what to do. From a distance, the Duke notices that the two are plotting something and wonders what they are trying to do. The Duke thinks that no matter how cautious he tries to be, he does not sense any dark energy from the demon worshippers nearby, nor any strange mana. He has been observing them as the Crown Prince requested. During the preparation for the rehearsal, the prince managed to get a moment alone with the Duke and warned him that there would be a coup during the rehearsal. Bradley said that the second queen and the leader of the cavalry joined forces with the demon worshippers to start a coup on that day. The Duke then asks if they should postpone the rehearsal. The prince replies that they should not because if they act recklessly, they will lose everyone. With this, the Duke asks how the prince can gamble with the lives of his relatives. He says that is why he called for the Duke, because he wants him to protect his family. After that, the Duke asks if it is possible that the Emperor also knows about this. The prince responds that he does, but does not show any concern. That is why the Duke finds it abnormal and thinks this is not just about the demon worshippers. Bradley still does not understand how they plan to do this. A coup with just Gruel and the Royal Knights? Even if they have the demon worshippers backing them, as long as the barrier is around the royal palace, they would not dare to enter. However, the prince is certain that they would find another way. He thinks that he shouldn't worry too much about it. Even if something goes wrong, he has the support of his father-in-law. After this reflection, he picks up a knife and wishes to focus on his plan. But then his younger brother, Tanel, appears, asking if the prince no longer wants to get married. Bradley knows that the youngest cannot inherit the golden eye of the Asian royal family. He doesn't know if that is the reason, but he knows the child is the most innocent. And from this day forward, the child will also hold a grudge against him. So he tries to hide it, but his brother notices that the prince is not well. Bradley tells the youngest that there are just many things to think about as one gets older, and that he shouldn't worry about him now, so the young one feels more at ease, and congratulates his brother on the wedding, as he thinks he won't have the chance to say it to him the next day. The prince thanks Tanel, until the Duke shouts. He sees his sons and remembers that he told them not to come there, but they say this is about what was said earlier. Even so, the Duke would rather not see them there, until one of them reveals that they are with the Moonwolf. The other says that only direct family members and palace personnel can enter, which is why Tiny is not with them. He is waiting alongside the other knights of Valentia. The Duke then says that they can return now, until suddenly the mini Moonwolf jumps into his hand. Through this, they communicate, making him realize that Tiny has acquired a powerful artifact but is out of mana. He also becomes aware of the other details. After that, someone appears beside the Duke, saying there is something he would like to know. Esterwell says that they have received information that there may be people who will cause trouble during the rehearsal, and states that there is an order not to allow anyone inside except for the Imperial family and workers. Even though this bothers him, Esterwell says that it is all for their safety and asks for understanding. The Duke asks how he dares to treat the bride's father like a criminal. Esterwell says that he is merely following orders, yet the Duke draws his sword and asks whose order this is, stating that whether this sword will be unsheathed or not depends on his answer. Some people around begin to notice the commotion. Immediately, the prince rushes over to intervene. Esterwell apologizes to the prince, claiming that he and the Duke only had a misunderstanding. However, the Duke points his sword at his throat, asking how he dares to ignore his authority, and again he asks whose order this is. The prince tries to calm the Duke, and says that he believes this precaution is excessive. He does not agree that his father-in-law should be expelled from the wedding, and orders Esterwell to stand down. However, he apologizes once more, stating that the knights only follow the Emperor's orders. With this, he answers the Duke's question, and says that because of this, even though the Duke is who he is, if he does not cooperate, it will be considered treason. While the Duke is being reprimanded, the protagonist, controlling the wolf, takes the opportunity to slip away. He is worried about the old man, but must deal with the explosives first. Tiny saw what they looked like, so he imagines he can find them easily, and he also needs to find a way to get rid of them, so he quickly moves with the wolf. Back at the Duke, he is still furious about being expelled from the rehearsal. However, the prince says that if this is truly what his father wants, then they have no choice but to follow the order. So he tries to convince the Duke to withdraw. Seeing this, Gruel thinks that the prince may know something, but that does not matter. As long as he does not waste the bombs on the Duke, most of the nobles will die. Outside the venue, the Duke says that these rebels are using the Emperor's name. Bradley states that he is aware of this, but has no justification to stop them now. Even if he tried to verify what his father said, it would be too late. However, the Duke asks what would happen to the nobles inside if they left them with the enemies, because the enemies are using artifacts they have never heard of, and the people are in danger without even knowing it. The prince says that to cut off the rotten flesh, one must be prepared to sacrifice some fresh flesh. He also says that he has a much greater plan, so he asks the Duke to calm down. Shortly after the church bell rings, the priest asks for everyone's attention and says that there was a problem outside, but that has already been resolved, and they can continue with the ceremony. Soon, he announces the star of the day, Princess Chloe von Valentia. As soon as she arrives, her beauty dazzles everyone present, including her fiancé, who extends his hand to her. Chloe thanks him for his kindness. Thus, they prepare to proceed. However, the prince notices something strange. The priest prepares to continue, until someone backstage, one of the servants in charge of the preparations, lights the candles on the cake, saying he almost forgot them. Nearby, the lunar wolf rests. Through him, Tiny thinks his task would be easy, but it didn't go as he imagined since everything in this place makes the mission of finding the explosive spheres difficult, and they might have painted them to disguise their true color. Soon, the protagonist is unable to determine which spheres are the right ones and becomes confused about what to do until someone near the cake begins to notice a strange smell. Other servants also notice it, having never smelled anything like it before. They try to guess what it is until the protagonist realizes that this is suspicious. Using the wolf's sense of smell, he tries to identify the scent they are talking about. Then, he discovers what he was looking for, the explosive spheres, realizing that they are hidden inside the cake. He rushes toward them, as he must get rid of them all before they explode. The wolf stealthily moves through the crowd, and while the priest continues the rehearsal ceremony, some people begin to feel something brushing against their legs. Tiny realizes that this will be very difficult to do discreetly, and he has no choice but to do it in the most abrupt way possible. So, he transforms the wolf into its larger state, trying to push people away from the cake. With a roar and his fangs, he frightens them, even going so far as to crush the celebration cake. From a distance, Gruel watches the whole scene, and upon seeing the wolf grabbing the spheres, he wonders if this is the signal he was warned about. He notices that the wolf does not seem to be acting hostile toward the nobles, so he concludes that this is interference. Meanwhile, the protagonist tries to gather all the spheres and believes it is not too late to escape with them, as he only needs to spit them out away from the location. However, Gruel does not intend to let him escape. Soon, he attacks, and one of the spheres slips from the wolf's grasp. The protagonist sees it escape and panics. As soon as it hits the ground, it explodes in full force. At that moment, the Emperor sees the explosion occur. His brother says that the demon worshippers have developed some new artifacts. However, the real damage is still unclear. But the Emperor says it doesn't matter, as collateral effects like the death of some family members are not a problem. His brother tells him that the prince and his fiancée were also there. However, the Emperor does not care, and says that if they are dead because of this, ends up becoming a great justification for him. After regaining his lost authority over the nobles, he wants to conquer the entire continent, and this will be the perfect reason to start a war. His brother strongly disapproves of the Emperor's judgment, but he knows he cannot do anything about it. After the explosion, debris is scattered everywhere. Gruel stands up and shouts, "Death to the royalty!" This signals his men to take action. He then realizes that this was indeed the sign. It was hard to miss. Soon, he thinks it's time for more explosions. Meanwhile, the prince worries about his fiancée as he lost sight of her in the chaos. He searches for her and sees that many nobles have already perished. The prince expected some risks, but this is too much for him. He even recalls his conversation with the duke, but he realizes this went beyond expectations. The day before, he had a conversation with Ixalan. Ixalan told him that the next day, the Emperor would be killed by the demon worshippers. However, if that did not happen, he ordered his personal bodyguard to put an end to it himself. Back in the present, Bradley thinks he almost died without putting his plan into action. Around him, he sees several nobles dying. Filled with rage over all of this, he tries to fight back, counterattacking the assassins, even surprising them with his boldness. Bradley can only think of his fiancée, but he knows he must calm down first. He has prepared a foolproof plan for her and knows that his father-in-law will arrive soon. So, he first wants to focus on surviving and not letting all these deaths be in vain. However, what he did not expect was that demons would appear as well, and he becomes utterly terrified upon seeing them up close. In the same place, Genus was also caught off guard by the explosion. He received the order to enter as Chloe's knight, and he thinks that the Duke also didn't know what was going to happen, until he notices something coming from above, and dodges at the last second before being hit by debris. Genus feels lethargic after the explosion, and thinks his mana is being restricted. But thanks to the artifact Tiny gave him, he manages to resist a little longer. Then Chloe, accompanied by Vivian, approaches, and Genus is happy to see that they are safe. Chloe says they don't have much time, and hands him a sword. She then tells him to follow her because they are going after the prince. However, shortly after, the princess also spots the demons. Not only that, but she sees Bradley fighting them. The prince faces the enemy head-on and is about to be struck, until Chloe calls upon the power of the goddess and appears just in time to intervene. Through her power, she attacks them, even surprising her fiancé, until Vivian tells her not to let her guard down and to be careful, because right after, danger returns. More demons emerge and head toward the couple, but this time, it is Genus who intervenes. Chloe even drops her weapon to the ground, and Genus tells her to run and leave it to him. He intended to cut the enemy's neck, but missed due to the restriction on his mana. Genus thinks he can't handle all of them at the same time, so at least he wants to buy more time for the others to escape. Then the demon attacks again, and Genus counterattacks with his advanced combat skills. The demon is struck from multiple directions, as Genus uses attack variations, striking it in different ways. Bradley witnesses the Storm Knight up close. Even after being hit in multiple ways, the demon still has energy left. Genus realizes what is coming, as the enemy self-destructs, unable to attack any longer. This causes Genus to be thrown into the air, and another demon charges toward the couple. Vivian takes the lead and doesn't leave them unprotected. However, she warns the princess about another demon approaching from above. So the prince protects her. The demon attacks from above, making them fall to the ground. In their last conversation, Bradley warned Chloe about a coup that would take place on the day of the rehearsal. At the time, she suggested postponing the event, but he disagreed, claiming that he had already discussed it with her father-in-law and said he had a plan that would change the fate of the empire. However, he did not intend to put his fiancée in danger. That's why he gave her a bracelet, saying it was an artifact given to the imperial prince called Defensio. Along with it, the prince made a promise that regardless of what happened on the day of the rehearsal, his fiancée would be protected from any danger. Outside, the protagonist is coughing up blood. He even passed out because of the explosion. The impact he suffered was so great that he lost connection with the wolf. Still, Tiny thinks he did quite a lot and believes the old man can handle the rest. Speaking of him, the Duke is at the door, begging the guards to let him through, claiming he won't stay there after hearing the sound of the explosion. But one of the guards says that it is the cavalry's responsibility to take care of that place, and that the people inside will handle it, so no more people are needed. However, Duke only gets more irritated upon hearing that. Thinking of his daughter, he intends to draw his sword, but at the last moment he hesitates and tells the guards they'd better take care of the situation. Seeing this, the protagonist asks why the Duke didn't act, and wonders if he is really the same old Asgard he knows. Tiny notices that the old man is different, so he walks up to him to observe more closely. After seeing the protagonist in front of him, the Duke tells him to wait, but Tiny completely ignores him and heads for the door. The guards try to stop him, but he doesn't listen and strikes them. The Duke doesn't like this and says that if they attack, it will be considered treason. Tiny, however, doesn't care. He says that what matters is not the reasons behind his actions, but what he can do from now on. The Duke definitely didn't expect this. Then the guards charge at the protagonist, calling him a traitor. With that, the Duke says he has finally caused a problem, and now owes him for this, so he finally decides to draw his sword and help the boy. He thinks he can only act this way thanks to the protagonist, now having the motivation he needed. After fighting for a bit, they defeat the guards. Soon, the Duke tells the Knights of Valentia present to go rescue the prince and princess. Thus, they obey the order. Tiny tells the old man that they can't waste any more time and need to enter as well. Then, the two suddenly see a hurricane of energy and recognize it as Genus's. The Duke sees Tiny advancing and asks what he intends to do. He doesn't even respond and just rushes toward the location, jumping over the guards. However, Duke also advances, defeating the opponents, saying that Tiny's actions are foolish because he is not strong enough to face an imperial barrier. But Tiny disagrees with that statement, and to prove the Duke wrong, the protagonist waits for the right moment. Then, with absurd speed, he shoots forward, executing a gravitational property reversal. With that, he achieves what he wanted, using this force to increase the impact of his hammer. Thus, his next attack comes even stronger with a lightning strike. Tiny causes a massive impact at the entrance of the place. Even the prince and princess inside see him arriving, as the protagonist opened a hole in the wall, using it not only to enter, but also to impress the old man. However, the Duke doesn't even care about that, as he only thinks about getting inside and helping his daughter. The Duke immediately starts attacking the enemies. Alongside him, Vivian also attacks, but she ends up getting struck while covering the Duke. Then, Chloe shouts for her father to dodge. Quickly, he proves that his reflexes are sharp, and using his family's secret fencing technique, he slices through the demons in his way. Thus, he eliminates the demons that surrounded the couple. After that, he tells the prince that he doesn't know about his plans. Regardless, he says that the prince cannot put his daughter's life at risk. Bradley tries to argue with his father-in-law, saying that's not what he's thinking. Even so, the Duke says that he can settle his debt by taking good care of his daughter in the future. Chloe becomes extremely embarrassed upon hearing that. In any case, the Duke says they are almost done, until Tiny alerts him about a sudden enemy, and immediately the Duke strikes, displaying his precise speed. But right after, he realizes the problems are far from over. On the ceiling of the hall, shadowy creatures observe them. Bradley tries to tell them to retreat, but even injured, the Duke says that the Emperor's shadows, the ones he heard rumors about, are here. He also says that they were not the only ones using this event as an opportunity. From afar, the Emperor watches everything as the mages have conjured a type of magical vision for him, and the Emperor says that he can finally witness the last moments of the bastard in Valentia. After watching all of this, the Emperor tells his brother Ludwig that it was a good idea to send the shadows as he suggested, and that thanks to him, this was possible. He also says that as soon as they die, he will personally kill the nobles one by one and make the entire empire his. For the emperor, it would be ideal if those who went there to suppress the rebellion also perished. His brother says that the Frostfire mage would not die so easily. The emperor knows that, but he wishes for the mage's death so that his brother can gain full control over the Imperial Magic Tower. He also says that he will have to deal with the child before the bastard of Valentia. However, his brother does not agree with the emperor's plans. Before this, he spoke with the prince as they devised a plan to kill the emperor. Ludwig believed that the task was impossible unless they found a way to neutralize the emperor's staff. He said that although it seemed like just a decorative item, it was the opposite. The emperor had no talent for magic and also never properly learned fencing due to the Duke of Valentia. So, he protects himself with various magical artifacts. Against someone like Ludwig, that would be useless. However, the staff is different. It is an artifact that absorbs the mana of any mage in the magic tower, including Ludwig. However, there is a way to circumvent that. Back in the present, the emperor sees that there are demons in his chamber. They didn't just stay in the banquet hall, but invaded other rooms as well. He immediately becomes furious with his servants and asks why they are not protecting his palace. Ludwig says that with the defenses in the emperor's chamber, he can easily fight against lower-class mages, but they will need his artifact for it to work efficiently. Then, his brother asks to borrow an artifact, suggesting the staff. At this point, the emperor is not thinking clearly, so he throws the staff on the ground, telling the others to go take care of it already. Thus, Ludwig gets exactly what he wanted, thinking that the emperor is even more foolish than he imagined. Now he has become vulnerable to magical attacks. Back to the Duke, he keeps the couple safe until the shadows attack him. Even so, he maintains his defensive stance. As soon as they get close, the Duke strikes, revealing the shadowy figures of the enemies who attacked him. The shadow assassins fall to the ground, for they have been struck by the Duke, and their ability to move through the shadows weakens. Surprisingly, the Duke realizes that they are still alive, but before he can do anything, Vivian rushes toward the enemies, even as he tells her not to do it. She attacks the shadowy foes, and even manages to hit one of them. However, due to her carelessness, she is struck by one of the assassins, but Tiny appears right after to help. The protagonist says that normal attacks don't work on these enemies. His mana is being suppressed. Bradley says the queen must have something to do with it, because she must have altered the flow of the Imperial barrier, driving the demons mad. He also says these enemies are not demon worshippers, but rather his father's special guard units, and they seem to have only one target, which is precisely the Duke. Right after, they notice a tremor in the ground, which startles them both. The prince says it is coming from the center of the palace, where his father's office is. Then the Duke tells Tiny to go save the emperor. He asks why he should do that. The Duke replies that there is no need for a reason, because this is the only way they will have an excuse to eliminate the Imperial Knights. With that, the protagonist agrees, and says he will return soon, and warns him not to die. Bradley thinks that if Tiny goes now, Ixalan will arrive first. With that, his plan is working. Speaking of Ixalan, he wonders if the demon worshippers are also after the emperor. Soon, he prepares to leave and tells his men not to forget the mission assigned by the prince, until suddenly, someone appears, saying they are a bit lost. Back to Ludwig, he notices that there is still some resistance against his magic, and it seems the staff is not far enough away. He wonders if he was too impatient, and also thinks that because of the queen, he had to use a lot of mana to alter the flow of the barrier. Either way, it doesn't matter because the man who took the staff works for him. The emperor is trapped, and he asks if his brother is also a demon worshipper. Ludwig asks if he looks anything like those worthless scum. The emperor responds by saying that he is just a pig with a talent for shouting. His brother says he is doing what he has the right to do as the true heir of the Asuran family. He wants to take the emperor's place, claiming that he is only there because he was born rich and is nothing more than an incompetent piece of trash. He also says it would have been more peaceful for the emperor if he had died years ago, but now he will die in pain because of his dependence on artifacts. Ludwig says that once the emperor dies at the hands of the demon worshippers, he will become the next emperor, and everything will return to its rightful place. However, the emperor suddenly disappears from his sight as a cloud of smoke fills the area. The protagonist arrives and causes all of this, and asks Ludwig if he was the one responsible for the disaster at the Imperial Palace. Ludwig says he has never seen the protagonist before and asks who he is. Sarcastically, Tiny responds that it's none of his business. However, the mage attacks him, calling him an arrogant brat. He also says that Tiny entered with confidence and asks who he thinks he is. Tiny tries to attack him from above, but the mage says he is not what he expected. With his magic, he pulls the protagonist down to the ground. The protagonist braces himself on the ground and wasn't expecting the mage's power to be this strong. Then, right after, he narrowly avoids being hit by an enemy strike. But his dodge wasn't enough because another strike follows, and this time, it hits him. Tiny is forced against the wall. With that, Mage prepares to attack again. The protagonist realizes that this mage is at least 6th circle level, but how he keeps using magic without feeling any drain remains a mystery. Tiny keeps dodging the magical attacks, until one of them almost hits him again, and causes an explosion when it strikes the wall. The protagonist notices that the mage's spellcasting speed is extremely high, but he can sense the flow of mana. His opponent is excessively using the mana leaking from the Imperial Barrier. Detecting this, the protagonist concludes that it is possible to predict the attacks, so he charges toward the mage. Thinking that he can now fight back, he uses the property of gravity, development reversal. Along with that, he also utilizes gravity transformation. The mage prepares to attack, but the protagonist senses what he is about to do. He quickly realizes where he needs to go and when to dodge the attacks. With this, he not only manages to advance, but also predict the mage's movements. For a brief moment in the fight, the mage thought he had caught the protagonist, but Tiny was smarter than him. Through his ability, he knew exactly where the mage would attack. With his gravity massively increased, he was able to deflect the enemy's attack. Not satisfied, the mage continues attacking and causes explosions with his fireballs. Ludwig tells the protagonist that he should have chosen the right opponent. He also says that he was in the middle of something important for the Empire. Meanwhile, Tiny thinks that, luckily, the enemy didn't notice what he did, because if he had been even a second late in pulling his body downward with gravity, he would have undoubtedly been crushed. Fortunately, his opponent let his guard down, and now Tiny has a chance. Thus, he charges toward the enemy and appears behind him, surprising him. The mage thought the protagonist was already dead, yet he still managed to move, even after being hit by a fire whirlwind that left him nearly unconscious. Ludwig thinks he can't waste any more time and needs to finish this quickly. He just wants the protagonist to die already. Meanwhile, Tiny's plan didn't go as expected, and he wonders if he will survive the enemy's next attack. But before the mage can act, an arrow is shot in his direction. Grid appears and apologizes for the delay, claiming that the path to the Azran Palace is complicated. Upon seeing the Master of Weapons, the mage asks what he is doing there. Tiny complains about the delay, and Grid apologizes, saying he wasn't very courteous. Regardless, he didn't expect the opponent to be the blue-blooded mage. He also realizes that the protagonist wasn't aware of the mage's identity. Tiny confirms it. If that's the case, Grid says that the protagonist won't mind if he kills the mage. Ludwig tells Grid that this is interference in internal affairs, and that if he withdraws now, he might consider overlooking the situation. Grid asks if he really calls this an internal affair after tying up the Emperor like that. He also questions who boasts about an internal conflict to someone from an opposing faction. Thus, the mage realizes he has no other choice and attacks, stating that the Master of Weapons is perfect for the role of the Emperor's assassin. Grid notices that the opponent is using flames against him and remarks that there is a limit to how much someone can underestimate him. However, the protagonist warns him about an attack coming from behind. The Master of Weapons quickly dodges and mocks the enemy's magic. This enrages the mage. Immediately, he reveals his next attack coming from above, stating that the previous one was just a distraction. Tiny counterattacks the mage, further infuriating him. The mage quickly conjures a magic shield and inside it prepares to attack again. Behind the protagonist, stones suddenly appear, catching him by surprise. The mage is pleased to have finally cornered him, but before he can act, Grid appears to defend Tiny. He attacks the mage to push him away. Annoyed by this, the enemy counterattacks. Grid wasn't expecting such a quick reaction. As a result, he was hit by the opponent. Not only that, but the mage immediately prepared a fire attack and hurled it toward the Master of Weapons. Grid barely managed to escape, something that did not please the mage in the slightest. He tries to strike Grid in every possible way, but the master does not back down. He uses his weapons to counterattack while simultaneously defending against the enemy's assaults. The mage dodges an arrow, mocking that Grid's last move was desperate and predictable. However, the Master of Weapons disagrees. The arrow he shot cleared the way for the protagonist, and as soon as Tiny is free, he charges at the mage with his hammer. The blow he delivers causes another explosion in the area. Sometime later, the Emperor is freed. He immediately asks if the mage is dead. Grid confirms it, unless his legs can move on their own. The Emperor is still furious about the betrayal. He struggles to believe that Ludwig betrayed him and asks how he dares to do such a thing. He asks if Ludwig truly thought nothing would happen to him for this, and states that he himself made his brother the head of the Imperial Tower, besides having been used and now having his trust betrayed. The Emperor claims that Ludwig deserved this, after his moment of fury. He sits down and says that he observed the fight between Grid and the Unknown Knight. He also says that they did a good job and will be rewarded, but Grid says that is unnecessary, because he only did a favor for a friend, the Duke of Valentia. Hearing this makes the Emperor even angrier, and he asks who the Duke thinks he is, send someone to save him. He declares that he is the ruler of this country, the pinnacle of omnipotent power that can do anything. That is his destiny, not the Duke's. The Emperor asks how long the Duke will keep interfering in his life, and how long he will continue being compared to him. Grid and Tiny notice that the Emperor is in shock, until he suddenly asks if the protagonist is one of them. He says that Valentia is a harlot, and must be working with the demon worshippers to take the throne, and concludes that the Duke is planning to become a hero after pretending to save him. The Emperor claims that he cannot be made a fool of, but his behavior worries Grid. However, the Emperor tells him to stay away, calling him an ally of Valentia, and stating that he is destined to rule and does not need any help. He also says that it is only a matter of time before that alliance belongs to him. But then the Emperor sees Grid draw his sword. The Master of Weapons states that as the heir of the main lineage of the Alliance, and a descendant of the ancient fairies, cannot simply ignore what he just heard, and asks if he should consider this a declaration of war. Tiny tries to calm Grid down, saying that the Duke will take care of everything and he doesn't need to worry. Grid then says that in any case, he is just a guest in a foreign land now, and thanks the knight for his words. The protagonist is surprised to be called a knight by the Master of Weapons. Then Grid says that he has no interest in interfering with what happens next and leaves the place. Tiny then thinks that in some way, he has been acknowledged. The Emperor sees the prince's escort arriving and is happy to imagine that his son is near. Ixalan thanks Tiny and says he will take care of things from now on. Before leaving, Emperor asks for his name, and the protagonist introduces himself as Tiny of Valentia. Once again, the Emperor becomes enraged upon hearing where he is from and orders him to leave. Tiny does not have a good feeling about this, because he does not know what the Emperor is planning to do, so he leaves the Lunar Wolf behind as a spy. Ixalan sees the defeated blue-blooded mage and asks how that happened. The Emperor calls him and says he has something to announce. Then he appoints Ixalan as the leader of the Imperial Cavalry and immediately gives him his first mission, which is to ensure that the Knight of Valentia does not leave there alive after receiving the Emperor's order. Ixalan says that such leadership is too much for him and refuses the offer. He says that the Emperor does not even know his name. And before anything else could happen, he orders his men to capture the Emperor. The old man is startled and asks what they are doing, and if they are demon worshippers. Ixalan calls him by his name, Vincent van Asran, the Dethroned, saying that he created chaos within the country due to personal feelings and, in a delusional scheme, planned a war that put the nation in danger. As punishment for these sins, Ixalan declares that he will borrow the name of Bradley van Asran, the new emperor, to deliver the death sentence in his place to the sinner, Vincent van Asran. The old man begs for his life, claiming that he will talk to the prince to resolve this, but his words have no effect, and the protagonist's lunar wolf witnesses everything and sees with its own eyes the end of the emperor. After returning to the prince, Ixalan says he has taken care of the matter. Bradley asks if he made the right decision, and Ixalan confirms, saying that the dethroned one was preparing for a desperate war. He recalls the other day, when, along with Janus and his father-in-law, they were able to keep the princess safe. But the prince saw the strength of the troop in his father and wonders what he could do to make peace with them. Ixalan says that when he arrived at the scene, the Knights of Valentia, along with the Duke and the Master of Weapons, defeated all of them together. The prince then asks if the entire shadow troop is dead. Ixalan responds that yes, and says that fortunately, the next leader is the second in command, and she left on another mission, which is why she is alive along with the rest of the troop. They follow an absolute rule that they must take orders only from the official emperor, and said they would return after the coronation. The prince asks about the second queen, Cardia, and Grywell. Ixalan responds that they were imprisoned shortly after the rebellion was suppressed. Bradley asks about his younger brother Tinel. Ixalan replies that after the rebellion, Grywell kidnapped him and kept him imprisoned. The prince asks why Grywell would do that. Ixalan responds that Tinel is a bastard son of Ixalan with the second queen, and he is not the prince's blood-related brother. Their goal was to start a coup and make Tinel the next emperor. The prince is shocked by this information. He doesn't know how to react, and on top of that, he has to handle things as the emperor. Thus, he would have to follow protocol and execute Cardia and Grywell. Ixalan says that the second prince, Lot, would oppose his mother's execution, but Bradley says they cannot leave any seeds of discord. However, that is not the only concern, and Ixalan asks what will be done about Tinel. The prince says that even though he is the result of an affair, he is still his brother, and for that reason, he will let him live. Then, he tells Ixalan to gather the others for a meeting, because he wants to properly reward the key figure in this event. Not in a conventional way, but in a manner worthy of what was accomplished. Sometime later, in front of the new emperor, the protagonist asks if he can receive something extra as a reward. Bradley had offered him a transcendent weapon, and after hearing his request, he says that Tiny might not understand what that truly is, but Tiny certainly does. He even had one in his past life. In his thoughts, he notes that such weapons have strange properties, making it rare to find the right one. Noxure, which he will soon obtain, is enough. So he tells the new emperor that he has only one request to make. Bradley becomes anxious upon hearing the request. Tiny then wishes for the descendant of the Morse family, ranked below the Imperial family, to be granted freedom. Ixalan says that she is the next leader of the Shadow Troop, she had mentioned before. The now emperor says he cannot guarantee that request, at least not immediately, because that girl has a task to fulfill first. However, after that, the emperor guarantees that her freedom will be granted in half a year. Tiny thanks him for granting his request, but the emperor says he cannot reward him with just that request, as it wouldn't be fair given everything that happened. Thus, along with that, Tiny may choose one of the transcendent weapons from the imperial palace. However, it is not something he can have just because the emperor allows it. The protagonist thinks that this was not part of his plan, but if that is the case, he will choose a weapon. A little later, he meets the Frostfire Mage, who in turn also recognizes Tiny as the Radiant Knight. He says it is an honor to have him at the pillar of the Magic Tower, and now he will guide him to the storage, following the Emperor's orders. Inside, the mage says that this is far from being just a noble treasure vault. Among all storages, this one has the highest security. Tiny wonders what kind of weapons the Imperial family keeps there. He had never heard about it because he had never been there in his past life. That's why he is so excited. Then, he realizes that the place does not store only weapons, but also riches. When the Emoticon army arrived in his past life, the Empire spent all its wealth on the war, not only all of humanity, but most of the war reinforcements from the Allied forces, which were composed of various races that came from the Empire. Tiny says that all of this is incredible, but the mage warns that it is still too soon to be surprised. However, that's not what Tiny is talking about. He is referring to a soul power present there. The protagonist thinks that perhaps the power he needs to become an Aura Master is right there, and that he would have regretted it and punched the ground if he had refused this opportunity. Then, the mage reveals the transcendent weapons, but since the protagonist has not yet reached the superhuman level, he has gathered weapons that require different conditions for him. Tiny had imagined it would be incredible if they had even one of these weapons. The protagonist then approaches a pair of boots. However, the mage warns that they can only be used by someone who has reached the Blader class level before a certain age. 3 magical wind circles are always applied, and there is an effect that allows the user to utilize 7 magical circles once per week. In short, it makes the user faster. Upon hearing the mage describe in detail all the attributes of the item, the protagonist can only think that he talks too much. The mage knows that Tiny has reached the Blader class, but since he is already past the age requirement, cannot use this item due to its condition. However, the protagonist claims to be only 14 years old, so the mage asks if he would like to try the boots. He replies that he does like them, but he wants to look at the other items. Then he asks about the bracelet. The mage says that only a girl who can use third circle magic and is underage can equip it. He also explains that this item will strengthen the user. 6th circle magic once per day, 7th circle magic once per week, 8th circle magic once per month, and it also provides magical defense. The mage adds that there was also an explanation when this bracelet was discovered. An ancient transcendent crafted it to protect his own daughter. With that, the protagonist understands why the conditions are so specific, but he asks why the mage is presenting this item to him, since he is not a girl. Either way, he moves on to the next item and mentions that he brought this one by chance. Its condition is an enigma. Only someone who controls the power of the soul and has a partnership with a soul can use it. Tiny knows he meets these requirements and says he will take the item, and he does so even without knowing its effects. However, as soon as he touches the item, it begins to disintegrate. Like magical dust, the item merges into the protagonist, transforming into a full suit of armor. Thus, the protagonist realizes that he was right. Not only did he meet the requirements, but he also suspects that this item will turn him into an Aura Master. Upon seeing the armor change shape, Mage is left wondering how the protagonist did that. Tiny asks what the ability of this armor is. The Mage explains that it is proportional to the elementalist's level, the user's body, spirit, and the strength of their soul. All of these aspects increase with this armor. The protagonist begins to notice this, and he thinks that this is the key to becoming an aura master, something he could not achieve in his past life. Then he asks for the name of this armor. The Mage says its name is Animus. After leaving the place, protagonist finds the Duke waiting for him. He sees that Tiny has obtained a new set of armor, and remarks that the boy was lucky to get a transcendent weapon that suits him. Tiny says it was like an unexpected fortune. Then the Duke mentions that Grid told him about what happened, and that he knows the Blue Mage was the one who started the disaster. The protagonist says that involving Grid quickly was a good decision, because otherwise he would have died if Grid hadn't shown up. Hearing this, the Duke feels satisfied. However, Tiny has doubts. He asks if that was all Grid said. Without receiving a response, he concludes that he will have to say what really happened. But as he begins to talk about the Emperor's death, the Duke tells him to stop, claiming that he should not know too much since he is his vassal, especially when it comes to defying a superior. After all, the less he knows, the better. Tiny thinks that the Duke seems different, and that this is not the same man he knew in his past life. So he says that the enemies who used shadow powers were assassins sent by the Emperor. In response, the Duke states that he had already been informed of this by the prince. Tiny then asks if it isn't good for them that the Emperor who was persecuting them is now dead, and that they now hold the new Emperor's weakness. The Duke says that this is not something a mere vassal of the Empire should do, so the protagonist asks if he is going to obey everything the Emperor orders, claiming that the Emperor tried to start a war, and Grid should have informed him of that. Such information catches the Duke off guard, and Tiny asks if, even after knowing this, he would still follow the Empire, arguing that his blind loyalty prevented him from using his sword, even when his own daughter was in danger. He states that the man he knew in his past life would have acted differently, and even if an innocent man had to be sacrificed, the Duke he knew would have taken action for the greater good. Angry, the Duke says that is something a person who wishes to save the world should never do. But the protagonist replies that those were the Duke's very own words in his past life. Tiny says that he and his group were only able to reach the gluttonous Monster King after sacrificing 3 of the 10 best knights as bait. He states that the plan was the Duke's, and everyone followed it. At that moment, in pursuit of achieving his goal, the Duke was someone capable of carefully weighing what was most important, and for that reason, everyone trusted him, including Tiny. The Duke then asks if he really sacrificed innocent people. Tiny says that as far as he knows, no. But the Duke had previously stated that if it did happen, he would accept death as a form of atonement after his goal was achieved. The Duke says that after believing in Tiny, he thought he had prepared himself well, but now he believes his mind is still not ready. So he declares that he will change if necessary. That is all he can promise for now. These words leave the protagonist satisfied. He says that this is enough for the time being. After arriving home, Chloe was waiting for them. However, she is startled to see the protagonist so grown up, and she almost doesn't recognize him. Tiny reminds her that she saw him at the rehearsal ceremony, but she says she was too busy to notice him. Chloe says that the Tiny she knew was just a small and cute child. Vivian appears next and asks what is going on. Then Chloe points at the protagonist, and even Vivian is shocked to see him. Chloe is still in disbelief upon seeing him like this, but then the lunar wolf appears, and it helps her calm down a little. Tiny admits that he has indeed changed a lot. However, now she doesn't even want to acknowledge him. The Duke asks what is wrong with his daughter. Tiny says he isn't sure, but knows that she was frightened. After that, the Duke goes to the meeting room. He meets with Grid, and tries to clarify some doubts. The Duke says that he heard from Tiny that the Emperor was plotting a war, and he learned what the Crown Prince's knights had done. Grid says he doesn't know the details and thought the Emperor had been killed by the traitor. The Duke says that's what the official report claims. The traitor Ludwig and Cardia allied with the demon worshippers and caused all of this, and all the traitors were executed. That's what the new Emperor stated, but the Duke says that's not what he wants to know. Grid says that the problem with the Duke is that he is too honest and asks if he really needs to hear the truth from his mouth to feel better. The Duke answers yes. Then Grid boldly states that the Emperor wanted the Duke to take the alliance into his hands. And, being honest, Grid says that if he hadn't run into the Crown Prince's knights, he himself would have killed the Emperor. And judging by the Duke's facial expressions, he realizes that he would have done something as well. With that, the Duke says that if he had known earlier, he truly would have stopped him in another way. But the Master of Weapons says that he would only have wasted time dealing with an old and sick Emperor. Grid remembers what the protagonist said, the disasters he spoke of, the same ones the Duke promised to help prevent. The current emperor announced that the previous one was killed by demon worshippers. Thus, the empire is taking the risk of spreading chaos throughout the country to acknowledge the threat of the demon worshippers. That would not have been possible if the previous emperor were still alive, and he asserts that this is the best outcome the Duke could have in any scenario. Grid claims that he and the emperor share a similar trait. Neither of them is able to distinguish what truly needs to be done from what are merely personal feelings. He also says that if he hadn't challenged the Duke and if the Duke hadn't convinced him to stay, his daughter would have died along with the crown prince. Then Grid asks if the Duke would still say that he did the right thing in this case. The Duke reflects on this and ends up agreeing. He then says that he should stop being so stubborn, because things are becoming clearer to him now. That's why he says they will proceed with the next part of the plan. Already in the middle of the city, Aaron meets with the Duke and the protagonist. The Duke says that he called him there because he believes he is the right person. Garen replies that overseeing lands is nothing new to him, but this is the first time he has done this in disguise. The Duke says he was curious about the honest reaction of the people and tells Garen to speak with them as well. At first glance, he does not recognize Tiny due to his sudden change in appearance. Then the protagonist reminds him of the last time they met. Garen had not seen him for a few months, yet he is shocked by his growth. He also mentions that not only has his body changed, his face has also become more mature. The Duke interrupts the conversation, telling them to leave that for later. After that, Garen asks if the Emperor was really killed by Ludwig, because he heard that the mage had allied with the demon worshippers, but he didn't think they had that much power. He wonders what will happen to the Empire now. Then he says that after the current Emperor's announcement, the number of fearful people has increased. That is because being attacked in the city that proudly claims to be the strongest, and the Emperor dying at the hands of the demon worshippers, creates the belief that they are not safe from them anywhere in the world. The protagonist realizes that Garen only knows what has been publicly announced and is unaware of the truth. Garen says that with Assyrian Ecliptica as the center, state of alert regarding the demon worshippers is spreading. The Duke states that the current Emperor is also planning to announce the bomb, so other forces related to this empire will soon receive the news. Tiny thinks that most of the disasters he remembers are about internal wars. But if his identity is revealed, things will become even more difficult. The Duke himself says that from now on, it will be harder to act since the Empire remains strong and stable. So perhaps they can mediate among the other four forces, as what they have achieved this time was truly significant. He tells Tiny that he did very well. The protagonist is surprised by these words. However, the Duke warns him to be careful with his facial expressions since they are trying not to draw attention. He then simply responds that it is an honor to be praised by the Duke. But this careless action causes his hood to slip off his head. Soon, people around them begin to notice the protagonist. They recognize him as the Radiant Knight who killed the traitor, and even identify the Duke of Valentia beside him. Angrily, the Duke says that Tiny has become quite famous. Garen remarks that at this rate, it would be difficult to continue their conversation there, and suggests moving to another location. Thus, they leave the area, and Tiny says that people will think he is a Morse of Vere. Garen asks what's wrong with being from a semi-noble family. After all, that family has already disappeared, and it shouldn't matter. Little do they know about the lie that Tiny once invented. The Duke asks when the protagonist became famous. Garen says it must have been when the new emperor ascended the throne. He announced to the entire country that Tiny did most of the work to save Karun and the Azran family. Tiny is not happy about this at all, but the Duke says it is better this way, because the protagonist must go to Elfheim soon, so it's better for him to be famous when facing the elves. Speaking of which, Garen asks if there is any particular reason the Duke is sending the boy to Elfheim. The protagonist explains that the demon worshippers are after the sacred object. He has to go there to convince the elves to protect it. Garen says there is no need for Tiny to get involved in this because he has a friend in Elfheim. This information catches both of them by surprise. They want to know more about it because the Duke had no idea that Garen had elf friends. He explains that when he traveled to the Rodman lands to hunt a monster, he met someone who was heading to Elfheim, and since then, they have become friends. The protagonist asks how that even happened, and says that this person could have just said they wanted to be friends with Garen without meaning it. But Garen insists that's not the case because they had a long conversation before that, and in short, they ended up becoming friends. He says that of all people, Tiny should understand this since they became friends in the same way. The protagonist truly does not understand how that happened, and Garen simply states that people become friends after openly talking with each other. He is somewhat indignant that even the Duke does not believe his story, so he shows an object he received from this supposed friend. Upon seeing the symbol, Tiny believes it to be real. Thus, the Duke makes a decision. He tells Garen to accompany Tiny on his journey to Elfheim. He also says he doesn't know if he will be of much help, but he has already sent Jay ahead. He then tells Tiny to look for him as soon as he arrives. Thus, they head to the kingdom, and they promise to return soon. Tiny bids farewell to the Duke and directs his wolf to depart. The Duke hopes that the protagonist will achieve good results as he has in the past. Elsewhere, the demon worshippers gather. One of them states that Ludwig died due to the protagonist's interference, and as soon as the emperor died, the crown prince took the throne. The leader says that this happened because of the arrogance of the mage, who claimed he would handle everything. He blames the protagonist for everything, wondering how he knew about their plan. One of the cultists suggests that there might be a Dragon Eye spy among them, but the leader says that if that were the case, the emperor wouldn't have died, and he declares that the hero must be blessed by the goddess. The cultist asks if this means that the administrator of the imperfect world has initiated the Great Demon War and created another hero. Their leader says that there is no other explanation, and he asks if he remembers the story told by Malam. The cultist confirms that he does. That story tells of how the administrator could only see the predetermined fate of the imperfect world. By interfering too much, the world deviated from its destiny, breaking the boundary between dimensions. The true rulers are arriving earlier than they should. The world, having lost its cycle, will be destroyed sooner than it was meant to be. The being called the goddess once altered the world's fate, which continuously cycles through destruction and creation by creating a hero and bringing the demon into this world. Thus, those who believed in the goddess think they have won. But in reality, a trace proving otherwise was left behind when the demon station and the great labyrinth were created. The cultist states that if a new hero has been chosen now, the end of the world is even closer. Their leader says that, because of this, their dream will become reality even sooner. However, the cultist reinforces the idea that there may still be a spy among them. Then the leader says that they can test that, and originally, they had planned to go to Elfheim after dealing with the Empire. But their trump card, Elaine, died, so they will change their target to the Orc Alliance, where they have another ace prepared. If the hero goes to Elfheim, then he is truly the hero. But if he goes to Baator, the city of the orcs, that means there is still a spy among them. If their enemy heads straight for Elfheim, the leader says that his servant can handle it on his own. The servant agrees, stating that he will do it for the new world. After this, the leader thinks that if the person they suspect is truly the hero, he will not take responsibility by claiming it was part of the oracle's prophecy. Instead, he will kill that person. But if he goes to Baator, he will have to investigate properly, and he wonders where the Morse boy will go. Meanwhile, the protagonist is nearly at his destination. Garen says that they have arrived at the orc campaign, and now they must hurry. Sometime later, the protagonist sees the most feared demon standing before him, ready to attack. He then lets out a startled scream. Terrified, he wonders if he has traveled through time again, but he quickly realizes that it was just a nightmare. The lunar wolf nudges him until Tiny notices that it is a full moon and gives the wolf permission to go wherever he wants. Luna reflects that it has been some time since he started adventuring with Tiny, and a lot has happened since then. After losing all his allies to the Demon King of Gluttony, who destroyed the world, Tiny was able to travel back in time with the help of the leader of the 10 greatest knights, but he arrived a little too late, and his sister Irina had already died. After avenging his sister's death by killing Wolf, he made a contract with Lunar, who had been sealed inside Wolf's body. After dealing with the Lord of the Phylus State and the demon worshippers, Tiny left that place. And coincidentally, he encountered Asgard's daughter, Chloe. He needed her help to find her father. Fortunately, they both managed to go with her. While they were all together, a fifth circle dark mage appeared. They were ambushed by an elf who worked for the Baron, and they barely managed to defeat her after a fierce battle. But after that incident, Elaine died. Because of this, they attracted the attention of the elders of the demon worshippers. Eventually, they finally found Asgard, and Tiny told him about the tragedy of his past life and the 7 disasters. As a result, he was trained by the Duke to be prepared for the disasters to come. During this time, the Lunar Wolf was considering canceling their contract. That was when the protagonist obtained a weapon from the forge. After finishing his preparations, Tiny headed toward Karun to prevent the first disaster. But they discovered that things had already started going wrong by that time. After dealing with all the demon worshippers hidden on the ship heading toward the city, Tiny was recognized by the king of Karun and was able to prepare for the disaster at the palace. Sometime later, the king introduced the navigator Litman to Tiny. However, he was actually a neglected beastman who was on the enemy's side. He was the one who locked away the missing mage and kidnapped the offspring of the ancestral monster, the Kraken, because he planned to use this offspring to lure the Kraken and destroy Karun. However, Tiny dealt with the demon worshippers who tried to steal the sacred object. He also resolved the misunderstanding with the Kraken. consequently preventing the disaster in Karun. That was how Tiny earned the title of Radiant Knight and grew significantly. But the next disaster was already waiting for him, before the wedding of Chloe and the Crown Prince could take place. Asgard's rival and future ally appeared and challenged the Duke to a duel. Even though he didn't want to, he was convinced by the protagonist to accept, and after the Master of Weapons lost the battle. He remained in the capital until the wedding was over, as promised. That way, he was also informed about the future disasters. Meanwhile, however, a great conspiracy was being orchestrated in the Imperial Palace, the annihilation of the Imperial family. The second queen wanted to purge the bloodline of Aslan, a lineage she deeply hated, which in fact had ties with the demon worshippers. The Emperor ordered a secret society called the Imperial Shadow Troop to assassinate Asgard, as well as the demon worshippers who tried to tear the Empire apart through explosions. For his part, Tiny, who was preparing for the impending disaster, was ambushed by a member of the Imperial Shadow Troop, Luna Morse. He pretended to be from the same family as her to avoid being killed. Thus, he managed to escape that dangerous situation. On the day the disaster struck, Tiny tried to prevent the bombs, but the demon worshippers had already planted them. They eventually exploded, resulting in chaos. Under the Duke's orders, Tiny set out to save the Emperor, and ended up discovering that Ludwig, his very own brother, had conspired with the demon worshippers. However, Tiny was not strong enough to fight him. At that moment, the Master of Weapons appeared like a comet. Not only did he prevent the protagonist from perishing at the enemy's hands, but together, they managed to kill Ludwig. After the mage was defeated, the Emperor showed himself ready to start a war, but he was executed before that, at the hands of his own son. The rebellion came to an end with the imprisonment of the Empress. Not only her, but her lover and partner in conspiracy were also arrested. After the Crown Prince ascended the throne, he promised to reward the protagonist. Tiny ended up strengthening his spirit, body, and soul power. Along with that, he obtained the transcendent armor called Animus. His work was praised by the Duke, something that surprised him since the old man was not one to do that. After that, Tiny set off toward Elfheim, accompanied by the knight Garen, where the third disaster would occur. As the sun rises, protagonist calls his wolf to continue their journey. Lunar is a bit emotional because of the full moon, but now that he is awake, he is ready to move on. A week later, in a vast pasture outside the Empire, Garen says that this is orc territory. He apologizes for the long journey, stating that the protagonist could have arrived in just one day if he were alone. However, Tiny says he doesn't mind, and either way, needs help to enter Elfheim. Garen says they should be careful about one thing, the orcs. He also explains that if they were in Industria, they could simply pay a toll fee, but orcs do not allow the weak to pass through their territory. Tiny knows that they will have to accept the orcs' challenge as brave warriors to proceed, and says that until they reach Elfheim, they will encounter several tribes if they go in a straight line. If they win the battles against the orcs, they will reach their destination faster. Garen is impressed by the protagonist's knowledge, but remembers that the Duke warned him not to question how Tiny knows things, and simply to act accordingly. On that occasion, the Duke promised to reveal the reason someday, but until then, he instructed Garen to just support the protagonist. That was why he agreed to this mission. Garen thinks he should keep it a secret as a friend, so he simply follows the protagonist, just as the Duke instructed. The two advance, running through the field, and it doesn't take long for them to encounter their first orc challenge. Tiny is already facing one of them. She appears mounted on a boar. He even mocks his opponent, because he is holding back his strength, knowing that greater challenges await him. The protagonist wonders if that enormous sword the orc wields was really that light in his past life as well. He doesn't feel any weight. Garen deduces that it might be due to the protagonist's new armor, which despite its size, grants unparalleled strength and resistance. Tiny charged recklessly dozens of times, but Garen notices that the opponent tired out before he did. Seeing the orc exhausted, Tiny taunts her. However, due to this provocation, she becomes furious and attacks him again. The lunar wolf shows a terrifying expression, which even scares the opponent's boar. Because of this, it stops running, destabilizing her. This gave the protagonist the opening he wanted. From a distance, Garen warns him not to kill his opponent. Even so, Tiny attacks, but he stops himself at the crucial moment of the battle and merely knocks the orc down, leaving her alive. He thinks that even with all his training, the gap is still too vast. Soon, he realizes that the fear in his opponent wasn't caused by him, but by the lunar wolf. Not only that, but his elemental abilities have reached the next level, and Tiny recognizes that choosing this armor was indeed the right decision. The defeated orc is retrieved by her people and taken home along with her boar. After this, Garen says that was a very dangerous thing to do. Tiny apologizes, claiming he got too excited. Garen says that now they will move on to the second tribe and regrets never having seen such imposing orcs before. Tiny, however, thinks it was easier than he expected. Regardless, Garen asks if they should proceed to the second tribe, and Tiny responds that they can stop in Jamming Wood on the way there. His friend asks why. The protagonist explains that it is the city of the Red Boar, which he just defeated, and they can get there in 2 hours if they head west from here. Garen asks how he knows that, and Tiny says he just heard it somewhere. But the knight is no fool and knows that the protagonist has many secrets. Even so, he decides not to question him further. After arriving in Jamming Wood, an orc appears at the entrance and tells the two of them to stop. The orc notices that they are not merchants. However, Garen states that he has already passed the warrior's challenge and shows him the reward for his victory. Thus, they are allowed to pass, even though the orc does not want to let them in. Tiny comments that they are not as friendly as he expected. Garen explains that it is due to the many wars of the past. The protagonist recalls that even in his past life, when there was an internal war in the Empire, the orcs came in massive groups to plunder, but the orcs also had a war within their own tribe, and they self-destructed afterward. Tiny thinks that Elfheim might also be a problem, but there are many things he doesn't know about the orcs' internal war that is approaching. Battle and war are nothing new to the orcs, but war within their tribe is. No species would choose to self-destruct, and he wants to see if there will be any sign of that, at least for a day. So he suggests staying there for a day, and Garen says he will do as Tiny wishes. Tiny asks if he isn't curious about the reason. Garen replies that he trusts Tiny and knows that he isn't the type of person to do something like this without a reason. So they decide to stay in the city for a day instead of moving forward. Tiny comments that the place is bigger than he expected. Garen thought he had been there before, but the protagonist says that it is his first time and that he only heard about this location from a friend. He thinks that it's no wonder Jarek boasted about this place, and if Jamming Wood is this impressive, the capital Bader must be much larger, and his friend must be there. Then, an orc appears and says that things have already been quite tense lately. Soon, a human in full-body armor arrives and asks what the protagonist wants in his city. Garen explains that they have just passed the warrior's challenge and that there is nothing for them to worry about. The leader asks how the protagonist managed to do that with such a small body. In his defense, Garen states that despite being small, Tiny is one of the greatest geniuses of the Empire, and it was not a shameful battle for the orc warrior. After hearing this, the orc leader says that the protagonist must prove himself to him. The others are shocked by this challenge. In turn, Tiny accepts, leaving the others even more surprised. However, Tiny says that he has a schedule to follow, so he cannot take too long. The orc leader is extremely excited and gives an order to his people in their local language. Then he says he will show the battle location. Once there, many orcs have gathered to watch, and the leader asks if the protagonist is comfortable with this. Tiny replies that he doesn't mind but is worried that it might be a bit rude, because he doesn't want to beat the leader in front of his own people. However, the leader says that orcs take anything related to battle with honor, so he shouldn't worry about that. So Tiny says he won't hold back. He even goes as far as to remove his armor, something that surprises the orc leader. He says that the rumors were true, and Tiny realizes that he was recognized as soon as the leader started speaking to him. The leader confirms, but says he is disappointed because he couldn't believe the Radiant Knight was just a swordsman. Tiny says that it's not the warrior class that determines the outcome of the battle. This response pleases the orc leader, but now he wants the protagonist to prove it in battle, something Tiny would love to do. Thus the two begin to fight. Immediately after, they clash and are thrown in opposite directions. The orc leader is not satisfied with this. For his part, Tiny thinks that it's clearly different without his armor, and his opponent is stronger than he expected. The protagonist feels that it's been a while since he felt this way. It's as if he has gone back to the past again. The orc leader prepares to attack and raises his axe toward Tiny. As he attacks, the protagonist manages to defend himself. Tiny faces his opponent and feels so curious that he can't help himself. He remembers fighting orcs in his past life, and now he wants to see how far his brute strength can take him. As he distances himself from his opponent, he notices that this is the orc's mana method, the tribal tattoo that the leader wears. His opponent asks why the protagonist isn't using his armor. Tiny says that without it, he is still strong enough to defeat him. Then the opponent attacks and tells Tiny not to disappoint him. The protagonist tells him to have high expectations. Soon, the two attack and clash again. From afar, Garen watches the fight and thinks that the two are already taking it too far, but they are far from done. The protagonist himself is enjoying the fight because he thinks that this orc is exactly like his friend Jarek, who always told the protagonist to fight like a man until the enemy's bones break because that is the way of a knight. These memories make Tiny even more excited. He uses his strength intensely, even going as far as to crack both their weapons, until he breaks them both, leaving them at the mercy of their bare fists. The impact of this can be felt by everyone present, including the protagonist's friend. For his part, the orc leader says that without a doubt, the protagonist is confident. Tiny says that the same can be said about him. This satisfies the orc. Then, instead of continuing the fight, he embraces Tiny, saying that this is enough to confirm the rumors, and now he can be honest with him. Then he says that they should go talk somewhere else. This definitely surprises the heroes. A little later, they find themselves in front of a banquet, and the orc leader tells them to eat whatever they want because after fighting hard, they must eat. Garen shyly thanks him for this. Tiny, on the other hand, doesn't waste time and enjoys every piece of meat, even surprising the orcs. While they eat, the leader wants to say something and says that there was a reason for bringing them here. He then asks if the two are close to the Emperor. Tiny responds that only in public, and he can't say they are personally close, but there was one time he slapped him. The orc leader says that's enough because no one would dare hit the Emperor unless they were close to him. Then he directly tells Tiny to answer honestly. Is the Empire preparing for a war? Garen tries to change the subject, but Tiny asks what makes the orc leader think that. The leader says that there are battles happening in orc lands right now, and that Chief Nergui of the Black Rhino tribe is preparing for war, defending orc unity. Tiny asks if war isn't common among orcs. The leader replies that it is, but not if there is a human among them forcing them to start a war. Hearing this makes the protagonist wonder if this could have been the work of the last emperor. Then he puts his honor on the table and says that the current empire would never do that. Garen tells Tiny that he can't say that if he's not sure about things. However, the orc leader decides to believe what the protagonist said, claiming that the tongue may be cunning, but fists are honest. He also says that the battle with the protagonist was a duel between real men, and he will not belittle his honor, that being enough to trust him. Thus, the protagonist thanks him for the trust. Then they say a word in the orc language that means friendship. The orc leader is surprised that Tiny knows their language, and the protagonist explains that he has an orc friend. Seeing this, Garen says he knows that friendship can transcend the barriers of species and borders, getting super emotional. The next day, they prepare to depart, until someone approaches and says they know Tiny is going to Elfheim, so they offer to guide him to the edge of the great forest. Garen recognizes her as the orc who lost the fight against Tiny a few days ago, but she says he didn't need to bring that up. She introduces herself as Narn, the scout leader of the Red Boar tribe, and she wants to join them until they reach the Great Forest. Garen says they haven't finished the warriors' challenges yet, but Narn says that doesn't matter because her tribe is close to the orcs there. So Garen asks if they will be near other tribes where they are going. Tiny responds that it's possible. Narn says that Chief Batar is the greatest warrior and leader and taught them that killing without necessity should be avoided. She also followed him and learned the common language, allowing her tribe to prosper. Garen says that this leader must be a great man, but the protagonist thinks about it and finds something strange, as he saw some refugees from Jammingwood in his past life. However, he never heard the name Batar, and he wonders if this Batar died before the day of disaster. Tiny then asks if there is a way to send a message to the Empire from Jammingwood. Garen asks why he wants to do that. Tiny says he must warn Valentia about the changes in the orc tribes because it is important. The knight had already assumed it was about something else, and tells the protagonist not to worry because he has already contacted a friend in Jammingwood to send a message about the conversation they had with the local leader. He thought Tiny was worried about saying such a thing with confidence, but the protagonist knows that's not the case. Garen says that orcs cannot use ancient magic to communicate through spells, but that friend will personally go to Valentia to deliver the news. The protagonist asks since when he has had a friend in Jammingwood. Then the knight says he met him in the arena and says that the duration of friendship doesn't matter because he is trustworthy, and asks the protagonist to trust him. So the protagonist decides to give him a vote of confidence. A short time later, they reach the border, and Narn speaks with the other orcs. She explains that the humans are travelers heading to the Great Forest. Since they are friends of the Red Boar tribe, the leader lets them pass, until one of them speaks to the protagonist and says he has heard that a human riding a wolf spirit who prevented the disaster is passing through the orc grasslands. He quickly identifies that the protagonist is this person. Narn reminds him that she just said the two humans are friends of the Red Boar tribe, and asks why their passage is still being blocked. The orc replies that he does not want to stop them, he just wants their help because they need the wisdom of the wolf, as he has lived long enough to become a spirit. Tiny realizes that he is referring to the lunar wolf, and notices that the orc also has a wolf that has grown weak with age, and it is indeed much smaller and quite thin for a dreadful wolf. After that, the lunar wolf suddenly bolts, leaving the protagonist confused, until it stops running, because it reaches some plants with magical properties. The lunar wolf takes some of these plants to the orc, who says it is Karen Vine, He says that it is just a bitter herb to them and asks if that is how the lunar wolf became a spirit. The protagonist replies that it is not, but says that it will prolong the life of whoever consumes it. Thus, the orc thanks him for his help. He says his name is Bold, and as a candidate for chief of the dreadful wolf tribe, he promises the protagonist that by his honor, if Tiny ever comes to him in the future, he will do everything to help him with anything. Tiny is pleased to know he has gained another ally. He suddenly recalls Jarek and wonders what his friend might be doing at this very moment. Regardless, he knows he'll find out soon enough. 5 days later, within the vast expanse of the Great Forest, the protagonist expresses his gratitude to Narn for her assistance. She, in turn, wishes them luck for the journey ahead. Now that they have finally arrived at the forest, Garen asks Tiny if he has ever been here before, to which Tiny responds negatively. However, the knight immediately senses that this is untrue. Garen explains that the Great Forest is inhabited by elves and ancient beasts. It serves as the continent's shield, protecting it from the pollution spreading from the demonic region. Everything stretching from the demonic region in the west to the Great Forest is a remnant of the war against the former Demon King. This area is the demon's stronghold. He has heard tales of a massive labyrinth hidden deep within the demonic region, but nobody truly knows what lies inside. Tiny thinks to himself that one day he should visit the labyrinth. In his past life, discovered Noctum, his weapon there. However, going there now would only result in his death for nothing. Garen wonders what the protagonist is thinking. He tells Tiny he won't ask about his secrets, but wishes to assist him as a friend, asks if he can at least know the mission's purpose. The protagonist ponders before answering. He then explains that failure would mean the elves' sacred artifact disappearing and the world tree catching fire. Garen warns that if the world tree is lost, evil energy will corrupt the Great Forest, leading to the world's end. Suddenly, he understands that this mission is far more than a secret to keep. It is a cause worth risking their lives for. Tiny remarks there is still time to retreat. However, Garen refuses this option. He quickly asserts that there is no time to waste, and they must reach Elfheim as soon as possible. Sometime later, a man is sprinting through the forest. He shouts that he doesn't want to die. The man screams as he runs, chased by a local monster. He questions why an Ent had to appear right in front of him. He runs as fast as he can, attempting to halt the monster by firing in its direction. Back with the protagonist, his companion says he cannot increase the pace, and Tiny reassures him that having used mana to run non-stop for 6 hours, exhaustion is expected. He adds that since they are near the Scout Elves' territory, they would have to slow down anyway. Tiny suggests they rest briefly. Garen agrees, but insists they avoid using fire, as it could ignite the Great Forest. The protagonist notices Garen's genuine concern and asks who would be foolish enough to set the forest ablaze. Suddenly, a fire breaks out behind them. They quickly realize they are not alone. The man who was running heads toward them. Behind him comes the monster. He urges them not to stand still, begging for help against the creature. The two see that the man is a dwarf. Tiny comments that dwarves are not uncommon in the Great Forest, but being hunted by an Ent is a dire situation. The dwarf begs for assistance. The protagonist stops him, saying he has done nothing wrong. Tiny responds that he cannot be certain of that. Their attention is then drawn to a woman atop the Ent. She asks why someone like the protagonist, neither a merchant nor a hunter, has come to the Great Forest. Garen requests to handle the situation. He hopes for favorable winds beneath his feet, like a bird leaving its nest. The woman replies she hopes to witness the end of the world and return to dust, becoming wisdom. Garen expresses happiness at meeting the daughter of the World Tree. She is surprised a human knows the promoter's greeting. He credits a friend who is an elf promoter. The woman notices the symbol of friendship on Garen's item and the color of Harrowell's hair. She stands before a wolf elementalist knight and a knight bearing the symbol of friendship, declaring there is no reason to deny them acceptance. Tiny asks if she truly recognized someone by their hair color alone. Garen says elves can distinguish such things. The woman then addresses the dwarf, stating that humans are friends of elves, so now it is his responsibility. The dwarf kneels and begs forgiveness. The elf says he has harmed the spirits of the forest and even injured her allies. The dwarf insists he was unaware and that he was only keeping watch during a disturbance.